Wild Wings at those participating locations. 10% of the food sales goes to the charity charge, which is Lifeline Children's Services today, and we'll tell you more about that throughout the morning if you're listening live. If not, it's all kinds of I bumped into somebody again just the other day. They're like 2 weeks behind, so there's no telling when you're listening, but if you're listening live and it's the 17th, today is Charity Charge Day, so welcome in. All right, let's bring all the fathers in from Father's Day weekend. Over to my left is Mr. Greg Burgess. To my right, it is Michael Helms.
Boys.
What's up, boys?
Hey. What's happening, boys?
You know,
Back.
Yep.
Made it back.
back.
Yep.
Back at it.
Glad you're back, Gregory.
Had all the grandkids over this weekend.
Okay.
Had a good time. We even had them, they didn't get there till late, but Taylor had taken Ellis to see the Braves Saturday.
Oh,
with another
fun.
friend.
Bravo.
Okay.
And then we were all coming to Chandler's yesterday for Father's Day, and plus Chandler's birthday. It isn't official till the 20th, but she's turning 30.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we were getting all together, so we had a great time. I mean, when you get all the bunch together, it's fun.
Yeah,
I mean,
it is.
And
Never a dull moment for sure.
in the Braves game, I was happened to be in the car, and I was flipping it on the radio, and they had one inning where they hit 3 home runs.
Okay.
So I asked Taylor,
Well, that's
he said,
good.
He said, "Oh yeah." He said, "The boys," he said, "but it was a little hot. It was
Yeah.
a little warm,
Warm this weekend.
and they're 5 years old. So
Right.
They'll get kind of like, hey."
Yeah.
But anyway, so they had great time.
Well, it's
Spent
good
the
to
night-
see the Braves have a day like that because they've been struggling.
Yeah, yeah. Well, good.
I say
'Cause last year
struggling.
they dominated all season, then got put out. So maybe they can do the
Yeah,
opposite.
and when I
this year.
say struggling, they're
By their
they're-
standards.
Yeah, losing a few more than they normally do. But I'm
like
glad
I said
they
last year, they ran the table during the season,
Yes.
so maybe they
yeah.
be better off. Not.
So I'm glad they got to see that. I think the last Braves game I went to, one of the boys was over in Atlanta playing in those travel tournaments where you play an hour north and south of Atlanta, but they call it an Atlanta tournament, which is funny.
Yes.
It's like, oh wow, so tomorrow we play. Oh gracious, that's an hour and a half away. That's not Atlanta. But anyway, sometimes you find yourself playing early in the morning, and then you have all day open, and because you don't play to the next day. We were sitting around, a couple of dads were like, "Hey, y'all want to go to the Braves game?" So we did, and it was so hot that day. But I remember what you say. I was baking in the sun. I was like, "Wow, it's hot!
It's hot.
It's so hot."
That's
and then you
nice.
look over in the shade where and they're
People
all
with their
having
seats in the
and they're
shade.
just a smiling.
Yeah.
But I'm glad they had a good time. Little father son
And they
road
come
trip.
home and spend the night with us, and then Chandler has to host. If you're the only one in the family that's got a swimming pool, I'm sorry, on these events you're going to host.
I see her pictures of all the fun by the water, and I'm
Yeah.
thinking, well, of course that person's going to host.
Yeah, you got to.
You know, come
My
on. You got the entertainment center.
Grilled
in
some
the back.
burgers and some
Yeah.
spiral dogs.
Oh,
and-
come on,
Yeah,
come on with it.
come on.
Well, I Friday. Let's go back. Wow. So I didn't know I was going to play golf this weekend, and it kind of started rumbling. Reese has taken a few days off, and he's down at the beach, and so he's out with some guys, but JC and Tyler started. Hey, Dad, let's go play golf. And I'm like, okay. So Saturday I found myself playing golf, which was great to spend time with him. We have a good time hacking on each other, and I don't understand this one golf course we went to.
I know where you went, so we'll be careful if that's what you
Yeah,
want to do.
because it was very frustrating. Look, I understand you got to cut the fairways. I mean, I can't imagine those of you, the superintendents that have to manage golf courses, and you got to cut fairways and stuff. But cutting a fairway at 2:30 in the afternoon on a Saturday when it's backed up and people are trying to tee off, and you're just up and down the fairway, and then we get up by the green, and you're still just cutting around the green.
That makes no sense.
It makes no sense. I mean, we paid for two over $150 to play.
And here's
You know,
another thing,
why don't
too.
you cut it a different time?
It's not like we've gotten a ton of rain where they just had to get out there at that point.
It was very frustrating because
That would
for
be
about
frustrating.
4 holes,
Yeah, I get you.
the lawnmower.
I'm with you on this.
The lawnmower chased us around, and at one point, JC's trying to chip over a bunker, and the guy with, and please understand, this isn't a small lawnmower. It's one of those. It's one of those big ones.
I got you.
You know,
I
yeah.
got you. Yeah.
Yeah, they invest in equipment.
Oh yeah, and they need to. And I mean, like they could do about 5 passes and the whole fairway's cut. That kind. He's on the fringe, and JC's almost having to chip over him, and he's just sitting there with and I'm thinking,
Just
really?
sitting there.
And yeah, it's like, anyway, he's got to do his job,
Yeah.
and so I'm not going to complain about
You
that.
can still be strategic
I just think
about
the
it.
timing.
Yeah.
It's almost like if you're doing interstate road work, don't do it during rush hour traffic.
Yeah.
Okay. I mean, do it overnight or at
And
times
you would think
where
they
there's.
would have figured that out.
And again, maybe get some headlights on it and cut at night. I don't know. But that was a little frustrating. But other than that little 4-hole span, we had a great time.
Well, you shouldn't. The way they should work backwards so that you only see them at least one time if they're going to be out there at all.
Mm-hmm.
So if they see you on 8, then their next stop should be 7, and they should never see you again. They should work backwards,
Right.
And they shouldn't be near somebody hitting the ball either.
Mm-hmm.
That's ridiculous.
But besides that was a little bit of a bip to me.
That is a bip.
And a guy's just doing his job. You know what he was told?
Guy might as well have been playing with y'all.
At one point, I thought so. I almost wanted to ask him because we were going to have one more come with us, and they couldn't. We had 3 in the group. I almost asked him, "Do you want to be our 4th? I mean, just jump off the lawnmower and hit a little bit. You can use my clubs." But we had a good time. I know that sounds like we didn't, but we did because it was only about a 3 or 4 hole span. But it was a lot of fun, and so that was Saturday afternoon, I guess. And then yesterday was kind of laid back. We hung out around the house. Terry and I went and grabbed some late lunch together, and then everybody was a little bit more spread out yesterday. Because then now Tyler's got to go to Mabry side Sunday because he spent all day with me Saturday, and then JC was around, but like I said, Reese was out of town, and JC got me a little book, and I'm a little concerned because it looks like homework to me.
Oh,
and I'm a little and that and my memory is so awful. I'm gonna have to call my sister on some things, but it's a dad journal. And it's like, Dad, tell me your life story. Even though he knows most of my life story, it's like you write it down in a book, and he has it forever. So it's like,
You actually going to go through with that?
Well, I mean, my son gave me a present. I don't know what else
that's a lot
to
of
do
pressure,
about it.
though.
And Terry said he's fired up about it. In other words, a month ago he was talking about ordering it, and it came in.
I hope Braden never gives me anything like that.
And it's like, Dad, tell me.
It is like homework.
Tell me
It is
tell me your
homework.
life story, Dad, or whatever. And then it's like a father's journal for his child or something. And it's like you flip through it, and it's like, tell me, this moment, and when you were this age, what were you thinking? And over here, it's like, what's the most,
They don't want to read some of that of mine.
Did you start out with I was born a poor black child? Y'all remember the movie The Jerk?
I do. I do. I'm glad you said that, though, because
Well, it's been a while since The Jerk's been
and his
out.
name is Calvin.
Yeah,
It is.
Oh wow.
You're right.
So it's extremely thoughtful. He had to order it, had to come in. Apparently, Terry was telling me that it was like backlogged and in high demand. So he gets it in, man. He was so excited. Terry said, "You don't understand. He has been talking about this for weeks."
So, no pressure, buddy.
And then he hands it to me, and he said, "Dad, I don't want you to sugarcoat anything. You need to be brutally honest."
Oh God.
And I'm like, "What?" And so Terry was telling
Just
me,
make up a bunch of real cool stuff about yourself.
Yeah, I know.
Well, I was a fighter pilot over in.
Served in the first Iraqi war.
Nice guys. Well, it was. Well,
In Little League, I hit a 3-run homer to take home the championship.
Yeah. Well, they called me a player. No,
Drafted by the Padres.
3rd round.
So Terry was like, all the boys have, just a little bit of our personalities. It's kind of like here, we all rub off on each other, but when it comes to the boys, sometimes I'll go, "Hey, Terry, that's you right there," or she'll go, "Hey, that one's you right there," because they'll do something. So Terry was telling me that JC was like, "I can't wait to read this because I'm going to look at it and go, oh yeah, see, that's something I would have done."
Yeah.
But wow, I almost brought it in so we can flip through
Give me
it.
a timeline on how long you're going to.
It's going to take a minute. It's going to take a minute. Because he even asked me, it's almost like he's my professor. He's like, "Have you been working on it?" I'm like, "I just got it today."
Can I just
What is this on a timeline or something?
grilling hamburgers?
Yeah.
For Pete's sake.
And he said there's certain things in there you don't have to worry about, like Nana and Granddaddy's birthday and where they were born and all that. He goes, "I know that."
Yeah.
He said, so there's certain pages you can flip
So
through. It's almost like he was giving me homework and told me what I could and couldn't do in the book.
I'm going to have to read this.
Well, I might bring it in and read out some of the questions. Okay.
No, I wished you would.
All right. That's
We'll
tomorrow.
help you out.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
You've heard us talk about Raycon before, but there's no better time to check them out than right now. They just launched their upgraded model of the best-selling everyday earbuds. You get the features you know and love, like that optimized gel tip for a custom fit, 3 customizable sound styles, and active noise cancellation, ergonomic design, and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair with 2 devices at once. And get 15% off plus free shipping at buyraycon.com/bigvox. That's BIGV as in voice, OX. Or find the link at rickandbubba.com. Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower your risk of cancer. You should considering doing what I do, and that's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor-selected for studied health benefits. Get 15% off and free rush shipping at fieldofgreens.com and use the new promo code BIGVOX. That's BIGV as in voice, OX, to get your discount. Can't pay the IRS, receiving threatening letters, it's about to get worse. The IRS is hiring an army of agents targeting hardworking Americans like you. You need Tax Network USA. Tax Network USA has brilliant strategies to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. They've resolved over $1 billion in tax debts and offer a best-in-class guarantee. Schedule your free consultation and call 1-800-245-6000. That's 1-800-245-6000 or go to tnusa.com/bigvox. Patriot Mobile offers the same dependable nationwide coverage we all want, accessing all 3 major networks, but without funding agendas you don't agree with. Switching sends the message you support free speech, our Constitution, and our military veterans. First responders are heroes. Their 100% USA-based customer service team makes switching easy. You can keep your number, keep your phone, or you can upgrade. Check them out at patriotmobile.com/bigvox. That's BIGV as in voice, OX. Or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So what are you missing out on that you'd be doing if you felt better? That's where Relief Factor comes in. Relief Factor is a daily drug-free supplement developed by doctors. It doesn't just mask pain. Relief Factor uses a unique formula of natural ingredients that work together to help reduce or eliminate pain, whether it's neck, back, joint, or muscle pain. Relief Factor can help. Give it a try by visiting relieffactor.com or calling 1-800-4RELIEF and save on your first order, or visit rickandbubba.com. Here's to less missing out and more living life with Relief Factor. Debt keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap: Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They can find programs to write off your balances. They find every solution possible to end your debt. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com.
Oh, look, honey, the ants are back.
Wow. We leave one itsy-bitsy speck of food out, and they appear out of nowhere.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to believe we used to try to get rid of these guys. Now they're just part of the family.
To be honest, I liked our family the way it was before they came.
I guess it's time to call Cooks.
You don't have to live with pests. Get proven protection from Cook's Pest Control. Call or go online for a free quote.
Cook's Pest Control.
Helix Sleep mattresses are terrific, and the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses. How will you know which one is right for you? Take the Helix Sleep Quiz and find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test it than by sleeping on it, so they offer a 100-day free trial. Don't want to take my word for it? Well, they've got over 12,000 5-star reviews. Head to helixsleep.com/bigvox to save 20% on your mattress order plus a free gift, or go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. As we look to celebrate Father's Day soon and think about our dads, their values, their church-going ways, their honor of the flag, their love of their family, well, what better way to honor them than with an AMAC membership? AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and AMAC works to champion the values of faith, family, and freedom. For June, you get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. You'll enjoy money-saving benefits. This AMAC magazine is wonderful, free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel benefits, and a whole lot more. And by joining AMAC, you support an organization that fights for these principles of faith, family, and freedom. Just visit amac.us/bigvox to get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. Visit amac.us/bigvox today. Or you can always visit rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors for this Father's Day special. Just visit amac.us/bigvox right now to get the perfect Father's Day gift for your dad, the gift of AMAC.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on their blubber. Rick and Bubba.
22 minutes past the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. Okay. Oh, gracious. All right, so just real quick, got a couple of emails in the break. Hey, could you tell me the name of this journal that JC got you for Father's Day? It's Tell Me Your Life Story, Dad, a father's guided journal and memory keepsake book
Your journal
for
now.
your children. And that I mean, this is a great gift.
This makes yourself look cool.
Hey,
Okay.
very thoughtful, but a nightmare for me to have to remember everything. And I mean that not in a, I don't want to do it, but it's just like, man, okay, let me think about this. Some of the questions are pretty funny, though, I'll tell you that. My dad's already, oh, yeah, he's already given me some memories there. See, this is what I need. It's weird. Can y'all just call things from your childhood and remember them, or does it take somebody jogging your memory and you go, oh, yeah, that's right, and then we did this? Because that's what I need.
Depends on what it is.
I know.
Yeah.
Like, I need
know.
more details of what kind of questions are in this
Yeah,
journal.
I'm looking forward to hearing
All
the
right, well, I'll bring it in tomorrow.
Will you carry the journal with you daily?
I probably
you-
need to.
as
The
you
fact that I
complete it?
left it on the kitchen counter, I'm going to hear about. JC is
really?
like, well, so you're not taking it with you? And I'm like, what am I supposed to do?
I'm with him.
Write something down at a red light? I mean, give me a
I
second.
do think it'd be a good idea.
know?
That's, you have questions ready, and, when you get a chance, red light be a good one.
Yeah.
Write something down in it.
I guess I need to sit on the back porch in the rocking chair with my little pen and get to writing.
Yeah.
Huh?
At least you got good handwriting.
He's
Get
gonna
to journaling.
he's gonna ask me.
at least
he's,
you do have good handwriting.
he's gonna ask for updates.
If I had to write one, they wouldn't be able to read it. They'd go, we don't know what you did.
Yeah, that's true.
That's a tough one there.
Yeah. I wish I could just talk it out and then somebody write it down for me, but that's lazy. So I'll have to do it. Yeah. So there you go. So that's the book. Terry said the one that he was really wanting, that he tried to order, it was just not going to get here in time. And she said, you don't understand, honey. He has been a month out planning this, getting this book in, because I guess you can't find them. I've seen commercials on them here recently. So there you go.
How many times is he going to have to ask you before you actually start?
No, I'm going to have to start today because it's me in reverse of asking him how his grades are and
that's
and
true.
how you finish your work. You
That
got
leads to
anything?
this.
Hey, you got this? You got that? He's in return now. He's going to be like, it's going to be back on me. Hey, how have you progressed? And he's going to want to start Here's what I got to determine. He's going to want to start reading it as I'm writing. Do I say, wait, son, you got to wait for a finished product, and then you can have it? I don't know, but he's he's all about it.
Last night was weird, and I probably shouldn't even say this, but it's funny to me.
I'll
and
say it.
This is just father son kind of stuff.
Okay.
So Amanda wasn't home last night, and her mom is not feeling well, and she was taking care of that situation. And so, of course, when you leave Dad in charge, just Katie bar the door. Anything can happen. And so
We do things differently.
Made sure that, everybody was fed. And the yard I had put off the yard because of certain things that had been going on during the weekend that we were all needing to tend to. I put it off till last night. And I was thought, as soon as the U.S. Open's over, because I want to catch the last few holes of that, I'll go do the yard.
Okay.
And so around 8 o'clock. I'm finishing up, and Braden, I saw. First of all, embarrassing moment for me. I'm in the driveway, and I think I've got Bon Jovi in. I think he's Living on a Prayer, actually. Okay. And I am getting it, like with the blower in hand, finishing up the job. And I mean, I am just singing away.
Oh.
And he startled me. He came up behind me. And so probably embarrassed him the way I was acting and singing and finishing up the yard work, because I was excited that I was completing it. And he said, "Hey, heads up, I'm going to hit, work out, and then some buddies are coming over." And I heard that. He said something else, but I was, whatever. So he left, and somebody picked him up, and they went and did the thing. He got back. It's probably about 9 o'clock last night. So then I start seeing, cars roll up and friends showing up, and I knew there wasn't an NBA game. I think that was tonight, and I thought, well, they must be having card night. They'll play cards.
Yeah.
And so I texted him and I said, "Hey, listen, I'm going to bed." It was like 9:30 at this point. Let me know if you go anywhere or whatever. Just stay in touch. Mm-hmm. Don't bother your mother with this. She's got other things she's dealing with. And don't let the dogs downstairs with y'all, because you'll never bring them back up. And I went to bed. I woke up at 1:30 this morning. And there's a text at 12:30 from him
that you slept through.
Right.
Yeah, I never have it. Hey, we're headed to Waffle House. Let you know if I need anything. And I'm like, Waffle House at 12:30?
Yeah.
Yeah. Got hungry.
And so, and then it hit me. I don't think I've made his plate dinner. So. Which I think he'd have probably went anyway, but there's no telling. And then I saw, I immediately go to Live 360 and see where he's at, because I think, is he still at Waffle House or is he at home? And he was home in bed. So evidently they went to Waffle House and got him something to eat and came back.
Hey, somebody called it. Somebody said, "Who's starving?"
Yes.
Yeah, I'm starving. Let's go to Waffle House. That's a great place to go at that time of night.
It's in the middle.
Really one of the only ones.
Right. It's in the middle of the night. What's open? Waffle House.
At Whataburger.
Oh, yeah.
So he tore up Waffle House. Wow.
Well played.
To be young.
Yeah.
I know. I just thought that life, like
it's midnight. Let's go Waffle House.
Let's just go to Waffle House.
Yeah.
Sure. Why not?
Yeah. The fact that
I was a little bothered he didn't wake me up. I'd go with him.
Yeah, I know.
That's right.
The fact that he texted you is good, because he could have just left his phone at home and left.
He could have, and wouldn't surprise me if he did that. But
that's got to make you proud that he did actually text you and say, "This is what we're doing."
And I'm glad he left Amanda off the text. He usually includes both of us, but since she would have saw it, and then she would have been panicked because she wasn't home.
Yeah. What's this about? And
so
now you're Yeah. That's good.
He was thinking through it, I believe.
Waffle House was called. All-Star Breakfast was calling his name.
I bet it was good.
I bet it was too.
I want some.
That's all I could think about for the next hour.
Rick and Bubba.
Helix Sleep mattresses are terrific, and right now they're offering 20% off all mattress orders, plus a free gift with purchase. Just head to helixsleep.com/bigbox. That's the new promo code, BIG, and then V, like in voice, OX. Helix has a lineup of 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe Collection, the new Helix Elite Collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress made just for kids. How will you know which one is right with you? Well, then go to Helix and take their sleep quiz. Find out in less than 2 minutes. Once you pick your mattress, Helix also knows there's no better way to test it out than by sleeping on it. So they offer a 100-night trial and a 10 to 15-year warranty. And unlike a lot of other mattress companies out there, Helix owns its own manufacturing facility where skilled manufacturers make the mattresses and ship them straight to your door for free. Go now to helixsleep.com/bigbox to save 20% off your mattress order. Debt, keeps you tossing and turning at night. You can't get away from it, but the truth is the system is designed to trap you in debt. Insanely high interest credit cards and loans make it nearly impossible to pay off your debt. There's a new way out of the debt trap, Pivotal Debt Solutions. Pivotal Debt Solutions isn't like the old school debt relief companies that string your debt out for years. They have new aggressive strategies that can end your debt faster and easier than you thought possible. Pivotal Debt Solutions can cut or even eliminate interest. They find programs to write off your balances so you owe less. Pivotal Debt Solutions can stop those threatening phone calls without bankruptcy and without a loan. The bottom line, they find every solution possible to end your debt permanently. Before you do anything, contact Pivotal Debt Solutions first. Talk to them for free. Find out how fast they can help you get out of debt. Just visit zapmydebt.com. That's zapmydebt.com, zapmydebt.com, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. As we look to celebrate Father's Day soon and think about our dads, their values, their church-going ways, their honor of the flag, their love of their family, well, what better way to honor them than with an AMAC membership? AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and AMAC works to champion the values of faith, family, and freedom. For June, you get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. You'll enjoy money-saving benefits. This AMAC magazine is wonderful. Free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel benefits, and a whole lot more. And by joining AMAC, you support an organization that fights for these principles of faith, family, and freedom. Just visit amac.us/bigbox to get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. Visit amac.us/bigbox today. Or you can always visit rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors for this Father's Day special. Just visit amac.us/bigbox right now to get the perfect Father's Day gift for your dad, the gift of AMAC. Folks, the people of Israel need our help. I want to talk to you about something serious and how we can all help. Lives are being destroyed in Israel by the horrors terrorism has brought and now world pressures that are impacting so many people. The facts are people have been hunted down on the streets, kidnapped, slaughtered in their homes. Terrorism knows no boundaries and spares no one. Soldiers, women, elderly, children, entire families, innocent lives are shattered and communities are in despair. Emergency war relief is needed. And we're asking you to check out IsraelNeedsMe.com today and make a positive impact. You can provide immediate relief along with support to Israelis affected by the atrocities of war. The pain and the reality is going to last for years, but in our own small way, we can help folks rebuild their lives, have necessary food to survive, regain hope, provide medical supplies and needs for children in school. Standing with the people of Israel through this Messianic Jewish organization of Israeli believers will send a message they're not alone. Go to IsraelNeedsMe.com or rickandbubba.com under the sponsor. So you woke up with a scratchy throat, congestion, a runny nose, and a cough, and you know you're getting sick. Well, you could tough it out, get worse, or take time off work, or hope the doctor can see you in a month, or wait 2 hours at an urgent care, or you can do what I'll be doing. With my new medical emergency kit, match your symptoms to the doctor-recommended prescription and start on the right meds to nip it in the bud. This kit comes with doctor-prescribed meds to treat over 39 medical issues, plus a doctor's easy guide so you know exactly what to take and when. It includes antibiotics for strep throat, UTIs, bronchitis, and more. No waiting to see the doctor, no waiting at the pharmacy. It's all in the kit, and your medical emergency kit is not a first aid kit. Every home should have at least one medical emergency kit. You want to order yours in minutes? Get 15% off at urgentcarekit.com/bigbox. That's BIGV as in voice, OX, and get 15% off.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another. Rick and Bubba. Day without 'em, brother. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba. Waking on.
It is 25 minutes until top of the hour. Thank you so much for tuning in to the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. It's constant. It's a charity charge day. Participating Buffalo Wild Wings. The beneficiary this month is Lifeline Children's Services, the largest evangelical adoption agency in the United States, with a mission to equip the body of Christ to manifest the gospel to vulnerable women and children. They do great work. If you want to come alongside them, just go to lifelinechild.org for more information. We'll be talking a little bit more about that today. But at participating Buffalo Wild Wings, 10% of their food sales will go to the charity charge. And the Buffalo Wild Wings that are involved in the Birmingham metro area: Alabaster, Birmingham, Gardendale, Tuscaloosa, Hoover, downtown Birmingham, Trussville, Pell City, Oxford, Chelsea. The new Buffalo Wild Wings Go, which is right by Helmsy with the old studio in Vestavia, and then over in Northport off McFarland Boulevard. So there you go. I know a lot of you around the country, you're like, well, Speedy, we can't physically get to that because we're not anywhere near you. Then go to lifelinechild.org. There's other ways you can help, come alongside them and help them do their calling, their great work that they do. Unbelievable. 42 years they have been in service. So check them out, lifelinechild.org. All right, you brought Helmsy up the U.S. Open. We have to talk about that.
We do have to talk about it.
Now, a couple of things real quick before we get to that. The Men's College World Series in Omaha at Charles Schwab Field is taking place right now. Getting through the weekend, Tennessee did unscathed. They beat North Carolina last night 6-1. And Kentucky and Texas A&M play tonight at 6 p.m. Central on ESPN. They're both undefeated in their bracket too there, and so that's kind of an update. Now, Virginia was sent home, and today at 1 o'clock in the losers bracket, I say losers bracket, they've just been knocked down. There's really not a losers bracket. They all kind of stay there, but North Carolina, Florida State, they play at 1 p.m. Central Time on ESPN. So that's kind of an update from Omaha as the College World Series is being played. But the U.S. Open men's golf, it's a Masters, a major, I should say, a major tournament in men's golf. If you don't know anything about golf, it's the U.S. Open, and it's a really hard course. Wouldn't you say that, to say the least? I told Terry
I don't like that golf course, and I can't figure out, it's Pinehurst too, and I can't figure out if I don't like the golf course or I don't like the way the USGA sets it up.
Yeah,
but
it's like getting a cereal bowl and turning it upside down and trying to get something to stay on the top of the bowl, or it'll roll off. There were golf shots that were from me to you, Greg, which is only a couple of feet, and you're thinking, oh, that's great, and then it keeps rolling, and then all of a sudden you roll down and you're off.
It just picks up ahead.
Yeah,
you can be out of the tournament within 3 minutes.
Wow.
Like, and we saw that with Ludwig Oberg and Tony Finau, and he got back into it, but
Bless Finau's heart. He chipped up and it went in the bunker. So then he came out of the bunker and then he went right back down to where he was.
It's like ping pong.
Yeah.
I will say this, okay, because I was negative about the USGA and for rightly so. They've been horrible with setting up U.S. Opens. They're on record for that.
They can make it too hard.
They can, and I don't like to see these guys. I mean, I like to see them have to be tough and grind things out like any other athlete at the top of their game. But some of the things that they do is just silly, okay? But I will say this.
Sounds like a putt-putt place to me.
Yeah, I will say
hard,
this.
Man.
That is the most entertaining tournament I have seen in a long time. Mm-hmm. It was showman here, showman there, shot here, shot there. People getting into it that were out of it, and then all of a sudden people that were looking at winning, they're missing 2-footers. Like this was the craziest, most entertaining.
Yes, that's their intent.
You had Bryson DeChambeau, who really colleges, marketing, international marketing professors need to study this guy. And here's why I say that. A few years ago, he was the most hated man in golf. Mm-hmm. He took $125 million some odd dollars and went to live, and everybody hated him. And today, he is the man of the people. Like, he is celebrated by everybody. The Golf Channel was embracing him so much last night after the tournament. It really ought to be a study done on this guy. It is crazy the transformation that he has made and become one of the most likable people on tour.
Well, I'm going to tell you, for 20 to 22-year-old type men, he is their favorite because of his social media presence.
Yeah.
He's got a YouTube channel, Greg, that has a huge following, and he said he had this transformation of where he said, okay, this is where I need to kind of go with with the communication with the fans and everything, and he created this YouTube channel and is just taking off and stuff. So anyway, so he's like JC's favorite. He's like, come on, let's win. So it gets down to the last hole, Greg, and him and Rory McIlroy are tied, and Roy's got a putt.
Rory should have been leading, and he missed 2 short putts.
Right, where we would miss it on a Saturday afternoon when they're cutting the fairway and you're trying to focus.
Yeah.
But we would miss it. But to Rory McIlroy and the pros, it's not a give me, but it's close. I mean, in other words, they do it in their sleep. Okay, they're like, okay, I got this. Yeah. And he missed it, which opened the door for Bryson DeChambeau, who was kind of what they call in the if you weren't in the fairway, there were so many things there were obstacles for you, and he was off where the gallery was, leaning up against the root of a tree.
He drove the ball about as bad as a human being could drive it all week, and still managed. And he got this big wiregrass clumps everywhere, and he's hitting it all over the yard and getting so many lucky bounces and breaks.
So he comes out of the shot and then knocks it into the sand, and there hadn't been an up and down the entire weekend from the spot he was in, and then what hits it? How many? 4 or 5 feet?
4 foot. Yeah.
From the hole, ends up making it, and he wins the U.S. Open. Well, Rory, he missed, which if he would have made it, and Bryson did what he did, they would have gone to sudden death playoff. They would have just gone back and played 18 again, but he missed it, Greg. And he's in there in that break room / player where you go and you sign your cards, and and he's sitting there watching it. He can't believe it. He won't sleep.
And he had missed a 4-footer.
Yeah,
the hole or two before that would have just won it outright.
That's right. He sure did.
So you're right. This is not going to settle well with him for a long time.
And I'll tell you how bad it was is that he was asked for a comment and interview, and he said no. He turned down all media and just left.
He probably hit the ball, like what I said with DeChambeau, who hit it all over the yard, probably drove it as bad as he could drive it and still won the tournament. Rory hit the golf ball this week about as good as you can hit it.
Yeah.
And then missed. He's got 5 foot worth of putts that has left him out of winning.
My boys, they're all the same.
It's a tough one.
They're all the same in the fact that they love playing sports, but if they're not playing it, they don't really care about watching it.
Yeah.
JC had a buddy over, and they sat down and watched that 18th hole. Yeah. They were like, "Hey, what's going on here?" So anyway, Bryson DeChambeau wins the U.S. Open, and he. Gary Player is. He said it was his favorite.
Payne Stewart.
Payne Stewart. Why did I say Gary Player? Payne Stewart. That's why he went to SMU and everything, and the fact that he won it and everything, and it was a special moment. So there you go.
It was a special golf tournament, and it was one of the most. And here's the thing,
Gary Player. I don't know why I said Gary Player.
Here's the thing, Greg. You got to love about Bryson DeChambeau too. He gives the crowd so much, and what happens?
Gilmore?
Here's what. Well, close.
You know how you run down the side and move everybody up.
Greg, at some point yesterday, I don't know when it was. It was probably in the first 9 holes, probably around 8, 9, 10, something like that. He was going from green to tee box. Now, who does this? You're in a major champion. You're in a major championship. You're a former major champion. He won it in 2020. Right. He stops in the middle of the round. There's a special needs kid that he goes up to, signs his hat, gives him a ton, and then walks this line of just high-fiving everybody as he goes to the next tee. And it's like, who does that? Like, that's not normal.
Yeah.
And that's why he's the man of the people. And his reactions, like, he really has embraced this is supposed to be entertaining for folks. So I'm going to give them a ton. And if I make a big putt, I'm going to react the way we should react, like you would react on a basketball court or on a football field. And it is so fun to watch. God, it's fun to watch.
It was pretty entertaining, to say the least. And then
did Tiger almost win?
He did not make the cut. He was +7 and missed the cut. But
there was a little bit of reality, I think, that clicked with him during the press conference on Friday. He said that, obviously, this was one of his last 2 tournaments of the year, which means he'll play the Open Championship, the British Open. But then there was some thought there that he may be calling it quits soon, like altogether. Like I think he's like, man, I can't continue to do this. I can't expect to play well if I'm only going to play 4 events a year in the majors, and I can't really work the way I need to in order to be able to compete in them.
And in the juniors in Dothan, Alabama this week, and I think Charlie, his son, is in it.
He is.
And people, there's talk that Tiger will be there with him. So that'll be interesting for those of you in Dothan, Alabama.
Got a buddy of mine that asked me that question. His son is playing in it from Vestavia, and he asked me, he said, do you think Tiger will be there? I said, it wouldn't shock me one bit.
I bet you he is.
I bet he is too.
Yeah. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We thank you so much for hanging out with us, getting your week started. And we got a busy one, so don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Paid for by Christian Care Ministry.
You know, a lot of times you have to choose between something high quality or something that saves you money. But if you could get both, why not? Especially when it comes to health care, and that is MediShare. You get both. Many families save $500 a month with MediShare, and that's huge. But it's also true that people wind up way more satisfied, too. The member satisfaction rate for MediShare is double that of the typical health insurance plan. Double. That's because MediShare works. It has for more than 30 years. It's a community of Christians who have shared more than $5 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth. They love the huge PPO network. So, yeah, really, you can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care. So if you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan you're happy with, you can call right now and get a price in 2 minutes. Here's the number. Just call 855-51-BIBLE. That's 855-51-BIBLE. 855-51-BIBLE.
Attention talcum powder users. Have you had ovarian or gynecological cancer? A proposed $8 billion plan will pay those who believe they got sick from using talc products like Johnson's Baby Powder and Shower to Shower. Johnson & Johnson maintains its products are safe. You have until July 26, 2024 to vote to accept or reject the plan. For more information, visit officialtalclaims.com or call 888-431-4056. Paid for by LLT Management, LLC.
eBay Motors is here for the ride. 120,000 miles of night drives, daily commutes, and who knows how many.
Are we there yet?
Through countless fixes, elbow grease, and a new radiator, you kept your ride alive. With eBay Motors, you have over 122 million parts to keep it running. And with eBay Guaranteed Fit, they'll be the perfect fit every time. Plus, at these prices, well, we're burning rubber, not cash. Keep your ride or die alive at ebaymotors.com. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Stirring fiber, exercising, frequent trips to the store for more laxatives and fiber. Sounds like your constipation with belly pain is a lot to manage. But if your symptoms that keep coming back are signs of irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C, ask your doctor how Linzess can help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Have you heard of cancer-fighting foods? The American Cancer Society discovered diets rich in fruits and veggies may actually lower, you heard me right, lower your risk of cancer. Hopefully you hear this and run to the store for 5 servings of fruits and veggies every day. Probably not. Maybe you should consider doing what I do. That's add Field of Greens to your daily health regimen. Each fruit and veggie in Field of Greens was doctor selected for studied health benefits. There's a heart health group, lungs, kidneys, and metabolism groups, even healthy weight. What your body needs is in each scoop of that delicious Field of Greens. And will Field of Greens prevent, treat, or cure cancer? Well, of course not. But it's so powerful, it promises at your next checkup, your doctor will notice your improved health or you get your money back. My doctor loves me doing this. So if you'd like to get 15% off and free rush shipping, go to fieldofgreens.com, use the new promo code BIGVOX. That's B-I-G and then V as in voice, O-X to get your discount. or go to rickandbubba.com. As we look to celebrate Father's Day soon and think about our dads, their values, their church-going ways, their honor of the flag, their love of their family, well, what better way to honor them than with an AMAC membership? AMAC is the Association of Mature Citizens, and AMAC works to champion the values of faith, family, and freedom. For June, you get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. You'll enjoy money-saving benefits. This AMAC magazine is wonderful, free Social Security and Medicare advice, travel benefits, and a whole lot more. And by joining AMAC, you support an organization that fights for these principles of faith, family, and freedom. Just visit amac.us/bigbox to get a 2-year membership for just $16. 2 years for the price of one. Visit amac.us/bigvox today. Or you can always visit rickandbubba.com for a link under sponsors for this Father's Day special. Just visit amac.us/bigbox right now to get the perfect Father's Day gift for your dad, the gift of AMAC.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, I can't start another Rick and Bubba day without him, brother.
Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show. A lot of Father's Day stories will be part of the main show today. We'll dive into how everybody's weekend went. Take your phone calls. That's always an option, 866-WE-BE-BIG. And look forward to a busy week together. Don't forget Charity Charge Day at participating Buffalo Wild Wings, benefiting Lifeline Children's Services. That's today, and we thank you for being with us. This portion of the show is brought to you by our friends at taxnetworkusa.com/bigvox. If you can't pay the IRS, maybe you haven't filed in a while, receiving threatening letters, you need to check out the folks at taxnetworkusa.com/bigvox. This team has brilliant strategists to solve your IRS problems quickly and in your favor. For instance, they discovered a limited time special offer that the IRS is willing to waive $1 billion in penalties. So join us and find out if you qualify before it's too late. Never call the IRS alone. You need some help. Let the attorneys at taxnetworkusa.com/bigvox handle it so you don't have to worry about it. I mean, they're pros. Schedule your free consultation today and just see what they can do for you. See, some of you might feel helpless, but maybe you, after a call, you're like, okay, wait a minute here. They can help me. 1-800-245-6000. The number again is 1-800-245-6000, or you can visit them online at taxnetworkusa.com/bigvox. There's also a link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. All right, so I know we're just kind of hopping around a little bit. Greg, I saw where, did I see this right, that in NASCAR they raced in Iowa for the first time?
They did. I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Heard a little bit about it on. I think they.
I know the
good
NASCAR
reports.
Yeah.
They said they could run 3 wide. They could
okay.
What I heard, I think everybody liked it.
I know other series that has raced there, but it's the
won?
first time that that NASCAR had.
I was listening to
had run there. Is it?
Yeah, they'd never. When I was listening, they finished stage 2, and Kyle Larson was smoking everybody at that point.
Was he?
But I don't know. I don't know how it ended.
Yeah, I was asking you for that. I heard a little piece about it coming in, and so I can get that for you. There's probably some folks screaming at the radio right now or the TV.
Well, we Speedy and I stay in our lane. No pun intended. This NASCAR's you.
But
it looks really like Blaney.
If you want to talk golf,
yeah,
tennis, or College World Series, I'm your guy.
Yeah.
But I'm not going to step off in NASCAR because that's your world.
Not really. I kind of look at it from afar now. I'm not as up on it as I used to be.
Yeah, Brian.
I still like
you'll
it.
let Dale Jr. catch you up.
Yeah, that's basically it.
I get that.
Ryan Blaney won the inaugural race there in Iowa.
I like him.
Is the Cup race. He won the 2024 race, and it looks like here it was a good one. But yeah, the good reports are coming from it. I just heard that it was the first time they had that the series had raced there. So.
Was there something they dropped in order to pick this up?
I don't know. They normally do. Because
you usually don't just add an extra
event. Some tracks that have 2 races, they take one from them. Mm-hmm. I'm not sure what
I'm going to ask you to quit asking him.
Yeah,
I have no idea.
No more. I'm sorry. That's on me.
I'm
sorry.
Yeah.
I keep up with it from afar.
Greg, who should be my NASCAR guy? if you're not going to be?
Yeah.
Is there somebody in your life or somebody? What about Little Lee Hubbard? Does he follow it?
No, he doesn't have a clue.
Huh?
Not a clue.
Kate's, I know, doesn't.
No, not
Yeah.
a clue. That's really, I don't know. I mean, I still like it, and I love the Talladega Speedway.
Yeah. Why are you squinting?
He's always
I
got to
just
give a
haven't-
plug for Talladega.
I love Talladega. I've been going there since 1971.
Look, I have admitted this.
71,
and for a while there, I tried. I love NASCAR. I like watching it, but for some reason, I can't make it. I can't make it what every weekend happen. So I've announced. Look, I'm Talladega Daytona. I mean,
That's
it's
me
really
pretty much.
it's really gummed out, and I apologize
I'm
to all of
same
you
way.
that love it so much.
I can't keep up with the scoring system. I don't know how that works.
I don't hate it,
No.
It's just I can't make it work for me
Love
every
the
weekend.
Netflix special.
Yes,
That was really good.
Yes.
Hopefully they'll do that again. But I'm like you. I just came up in the glory days when it was just over the top. When you had the personalities like Dale Earnhardt,
Sure,
and, all the Rusty Wallaces, and Dale Jarrett's, and that was the glory
Well,
days.
think about what we just said about.
It just doesn't, to me,
and
it
I'm
doesn't live.
sorry.
I still keep up with it, and it's a great sport,
Yes.
blah, blah, blah.
Yes.
But it's not to that level.
Right. Yeah.
That level, it
Yeah.
was just over
Yeah.
the top.
And I know I disappoint some of you for
Do
saying
you know
that,
who
but I
they
just
need?
can't.
You know who they need? Honestly, I know we've talked a bunch last segment. They need a man of the people, and we hadn't had that in NASCAR in a long time.
And nothing
we just
wrong,
haven't.
nothing wrong with this. But nowadays, the old days, the old gruffy guys, and but now they get these kids, they put them in, they start training them when they're like 15, and then they bring them through the ranks, and then they're all. I mean, nothing wrong with that, I guess. But I like when the old codgers are out there.
You're talking about eating at Waffle House in the middle of the day and giving people a ton.
But look, and I don't know if it's probably more on me than it is NASCAR, because when I watched the Netflix series, I learned a lot, and I was like, oh wow, so this is me. I just don't know what's going on. So if you follow it, you follow it. It's just like I've announced with hockey. Every time I watch hockey, I love watching it, and I go, hey buddy, you need to watch more of it, and then I don't. And then it's on again. I'm like, I'll watch it.
Yeah.
I see the excitement. The fans seem to love it. So it's like,
the Stanley Cup's going on right now.
Yeah, it's on me.
I'm not even.
I don't even know who's in it.
The Oilers and
Gosh, that's
Panthers.
been going on for how many weeks?
Yeah, it'll go.
I think
on.
the last game was like 8-1.
Right. And I do know, and I don't follow this either, but I do know the Celtics are up 3-1. Right.
Correct. And I think they finished.
They played tonight.
I know more about NASCAR than I know about that.
Yeah,
I will.
Yeah, well, that's good. That. So
yeah, thank you for that, Greg.
Yeah, wow, that's awesome.
I mean, I didn't even know who was playing for it. I had no idea.
Yeah,
until we talked about it last week. I think.
Right.
That isn't it. The only reason I know is because my son follows it, and they have
no, I'm not saying
watch
that,
parties.
that if you do that it's you're wrong. I'm just saying I haven't watched them like we were talking about the other day, probably since the Michael Jordan era.
I had something happen Saturday. If we'll need to revisit. I was talking to Terry coming home from playing golf on Saturday, checking in with her, just seeing what's going on, and all of a sudden she screams, like to the point like, "Oh my gosh!" And I'm like, "What is going on? What's happening? Are you okay?" It just scared her. The entire shelving system in our laundry room collapsed.
Ours did that. Last year.
Clothes everywhere.
You don't realize how heavy clothes are.
Golly.
Same thing.
I'd like for them to have found a stud when they put it up.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick, speaking of that, we were watching with the kids. I was slipping around last night, some show, and I don't remember which one it was. And it was about these seals and baby seals and all this in this area and how they try to get out to the ocean when they're born. And the sharks, or the great white, are just waiting on them, and they're eating them like little sausages,
Sure. But you won't see that in Finding Nemo.
No, and you know what really brought this on, too? I was watching a show. Now, I know Jim probably would disagree with me, but, I hate sharks and snakes. You know what I mean?
Sure.
I'm against them.
Right.
But there was a Saturday morning cartoon on called Kenny the Shark. Have you ever seen this?
Excuse me?
Kenny the Shark,
No,
where this shark lives with a family. and they try to convince everybody, like the mom is a psychiatrist, and they try to convince everybody that sharks won't hurt people.
Oh, that's funny.
But yet he still attacks people. He was chasing this guy this weekend.
I'd like to
and
see that.
he like tree him, you know. And
so is
but
he
it's
out
funny.
on the land?
Yeah. Oh, yeah. He just walks around.
Okay.
And it's funny because he doesn't want to go back to the ocean, and every time he's bad, they threaten, we're going to put you back in the ocean, you know, that kind of thing.
Well, how about that's funny?
It's Kenny the pet shark, and it's kind of weird, but you know they continually tell everybody that sharks are not bad, and they won't attack unless you know it's a misunderstanding or they're extremely hungry, which you know could be 3 times a day. I don't know.
I sure am hungry 3 times a day.
But you know, my daughter Caitlin was asking me, well, Daddy, do sharks or do they not bite? I said, oh yeah, they bite, and they're real bad. So I was flipping around, and they were showing these sharks eating seals. And it was like, you know them little weenies you get when you go to Christmas parties you eat with a
little barbecue sauce
Yeah,
on?
yeah. That's what it looked like.
Cocktail weenies.
Yeah, it was like a sea full of cocktail weenies, and these great white sharks are just crunching them up like appetizers. Okay?
Loving it.
Well, they've got a camera on something. I don't know how they're filming this. You see a little seal trying to get away, right? And you see the shark, and we're right by the shark, okay? You can see his teeth, and he's going. I guess they had a camera on the shark, and he's just about, and I called the kids and I said, you need to see how real sharks are in the water, okay? So and this is going to be a great moment, and we're all sitting there anticipating the seal getting ate. And out of the blue, a killer whale comes and bites the head off the shark in one bite. I mean, Rick, he clipped him like somebody ran a red light. You know what I mean? It was unbelievable. Now I know why they call them killer sharks.
Oh, yeah, they're serious.
killer whales.
Yeah, I guess.
The shark, you know, really never had a chance. And it was funny, all the other great whites, you know, 250, 300 pounds, just they scattered like menace. You know what I mean?
Well, yeah, that's when somebody calls up and says, hey, this has been pretty good. I think the buffet's closed. Let's all round it up.
Yeah, we've had enough. We're out of here.
So that was good. We, I know that we'll be talking about some of his big experiences, which is going to wig you out. As he told me last night, because I took Bigelow over to see him last night at the Winfrey. He came in town, and so some of the kids from Mutual of Omaha and all that got to look at Hunter running his motorcycle up
He's
there.
ready, eh?
And Caitlin, and they're all arriving to see the animals. But I'm going to tell you,
this one here could not wait.
Well, hey, Sweet Pea, and Caitlin is here, Bubba's daughter, and his son Hunter. Last night it was funny because, you know, you don't know what animals your kids are supposed to be, and you kind of depend on Jim to give you a heads up.
Right.
And he was holding this black leopard cub, which we'll have on here later. And, you know, there's those moments, well, he was holding it for everybody to get a picture with it, but he was holding it.
Right.
And all of a sudden, Big Love goes over for hold up, let me get your shot, let me get your shot. And all of a sudden, Big Love goes, boom, and picks up the cub, and the cub's wraps around, and he holds it like that, and Jim goes, or you could have that shot.
Sure.
You like that? And so we have a picture of him actually holding the black leopard. So we'll have a black leopard, I think an Arctic wolf, if the wolf's not too big to get up here.
Oh, I hope so.
It's big. And now he did have tons of snakes, and I told him no snakes.
Yeah, let's leave. Let's ixnay the snakes.
Yeah, there's some.
I'd hate to burn the building down with the studio so close to being finished.
I know.
I just got word that he was on a local TV station here in town. A listener just called and told me that, you know, at the last bit of the segment, nobody knew it, but he pulled a little snake out of his pocket. So I'm on, look.
He had corn snakes all in his pocket.
Yeah, we'll have to pat him down. Well, somebody will pat him down real good.
Yeah, he's like 6'5". I'm not going to, but but if y'all would like to.
I know Jim has survived the wrestling of the anaconda, you know, deep in the jungle. He will not survive bringing a snake out on me. Okay.
No, I told him, or his handlers, because Jim's a good old guy. He's just kind of doing, you know, but it's the handlers who think it's funny. I don't think. See, Jim has no concept. You could dump a bucket of snakes on him,
right,
and him just keep eating his breakfast biscuits.
Sure.
You know what I mean?
Sure.
So to him, he's not even, he can't even tap into that.
Right.
You know what I mean? So I told them about, you know, the listener that was killed in Center, Alabama, and they asked me how many listeners they thought that we had lost over that. And I said, well, you know, to me, it does. If one of the hosts kicks you in the chest and kills your pet snake.
We may have lost her, but good riddance.
And you know what? I said,
who wants witchy woman? You know?
I told him, though, that I thought her kids still listened because they wanted the snake killed, too, before it killed them.
Right. Sure,
you know, so that was no problem. So
well, just tell Jim.
we go. 6 minutes past the hour. Back from the weekend, another hour on another day on another week. We'll update you, but first, the national anthem. Seven and a half minutes past the hour. Bring it on, Rick and Bubba family. Here we go. A brand new hour on a brand new day on a brand new week. We'll look back over the weekend and recap. Dads, I hope you all had a good Father's Day. And we'll recap that if you want to share that with us today. We'll see how your Father's Days went or review the ones here on Team Rick and Bubba today. Also, we are on vacation next week. So we got 5 days together. And then next week, Lord willing, Bubba and I on vacation, you get some of the best moments of Rick and Bubba history as we remember 30 years of Rick and Bubba this year. So that's coming up. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess is back. Also, Helmsy gave you the kickoff hour. That is done. So if you're an archiver, catch that in the archives today. Eddie Van Adler joins us. He takes over the YouTube channel. Hello to the tubers, whether you're watching the YouTube option live or on the archive, or maybe you're a Blaze TV subscriber and you got the best of hour. However you are here, whether it be live or archived, we are thankful that you are here. Missing one, the silver tongue one, the man with a golden voice, professional lunch eaters, man of the year, the inventor of pizza in a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere, welcome in to yet another edition of the Rick and Bubba Show. 3 decades and a year worth, right here. Come and get it, 2 handfuls.
Well, for now you can. Bubba, you can still rock in America, baby.
Yep, still rock.
Still rock in America.
Hope everybody had a good Father's Day weekend. We'll review some of that today. The highs, the lows. All of that.
Oh, my gosh.
Good, bad, and otherwise. I trust you had a good one.
Well, it was. It kind of went. We had promoted some of these, and we were reviewing. And I know all of us were in similar boats. It's Adler's really the only one in Helmsley to a degree that still have small kids. The rest of us have adult kids, and that's a different experience. It's so it was very, very pleasant the whole weekend. It was I really only got to be live with one kid in person, heard from all of them, but we are going on a family beach trip starting Saturday, Lord willing. So as I had warned on Friday, and I knew it, that became a fallback position for most everybody. Hey, see you at the beach, Dad.
Yeah.
And that was fine, but it was very, very warm where we were. But overall, I actually had a really, really nice weekend. I hope you did too.
Yeah, it was low key. We saw the kids yesterday, and we socialized.
You did get to see them,
bit,
okay?
And rode the boat a little bit.
There you go.
Nothing better than on the pontoon on Sunday after church, and so anyway, we had a good time. We got to visit a little bit. It was a little warm out there. We had to help Caitlin move a little bit on Saturday.
That hurt.
She's moving back from D.C. to the Montgomery area, and so we had a little bit of everything going on.
Yeah,
we did. I tell you, we did calm down long enough to get in front of a TV and see the Stallions win.
Gosh, what time was that?
UFL championship. It started at 4. Yeah.
See, that was on my schedule for Saturday. I even mentioned it to Sherry, and we'll talk about that when we do the recap. And I was like, I think that game's on today. I want to try to watch that, and then I forgot about it.
Yeah.
So.
And, of course, the man of the people, and I'm not talking about Alexander Shinnar, I'm talking about DeChambeau, won this weekend in golf. So that was funny. And he had mentioned some of the prep work he does to play on one of the days. And, of course, it stirred up a lot of conversation about how he prepares his golf balls.
There you go.
Saw that. Know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
Salty to you.
Yeah.
Right there you go.
He uses salt water, Rick.
There you
Epsom.
go. There you go. Well, good. That the sounds
balancing thing.
Yeah.
Yep. There you go.
Heavy side down.
Yeah. So also, Speedy mentioned for some reason there's a lot of Marilyn Monroe stories today. Is this some anniversary or something today? Our country,
there was,
our culture has obsessed over this woman for decades, and apparently we're doing this again. But it must be some sort of marker or something today. I don't know.
Well, there's a lady I think that was doing a special on all of this, and didn't was it CBS that ABC that canceled airing it? And she's given more details about the Kennedy brothers' involvement.
Sure.
And they're saying I read some of the things she was saying. She said if you can apparently the notes between her and her psychologist that she was seeing has become public, and she said that if you read through that, you realize there's no way she committed suicide.
Yeah, well, I mean, you and I both.
There's a new book.
You and I both have talked about this. Do we need another Marilyn Monroe book, and do we need another documentary? Because you and I both have talked about, we've seen some pretty damning ones about the involvement of the Kennedy brothers. And I mean, I don't know how much worse anyone could get than one of the ones I saw. I mean, so anyway, it just doesn't seem like that our society's crying out, please, more Marilyn Monroe books and documentaries. But maybe
she again is one of those very well-known people who died very mysteriously, and there's always a lot of curiosity about it.
Apparently.
I mean, there's still some mystery as to who did it. I mean, as much as really JFK, I think.
Yeah. The book is Ask Not, The Kennedys and the Woman They Destroyed.
There you go. Well, I mean, I honestly saw a documentary, and it's on one of the streaming services where they pretty much say that.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's not a good one.
No.
I mean, but anyway, so also Buffalo Wild Wings and the Rick and Bubba Show again today. There is a charity charge going on at participating Buffalo Wild Wings. All these are locations in our home state of Alabama. But if you're in Alabama, get out and enjoy that today, and you'll be benefiting LifelineChild.org. It is one of the only evangelical adoption agencies in the country, and so if you want to support them and their call on a problem that we wish didn't exist, but it does, but it also is a way for families to take on and bring these children into their families, and it'd be life-changing for both, but that costs a lot of money, and you need somebody to help you with all that, so they do a great job with that. So we can help them out by just simply enjoying Buffalo Wild Wings wherever they are participating today. So Take a note of that. We'll come back and we'll jump into recaps from Father's Day weekend. We'll bring up some of that. I do want to mention there's something involving Gary I keep getting emailed about and texted about, but I don't have Facebook, so I don't know how to access it. I don't know if y'all have heard about this. His daughter put a video of him dancing.
Yes, I saw it.
Have you seen it?
Guys.
See, I haven't seen it. We'll be back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I'm armed, and I'm not responsible.
I know. Well, and he's got a bad knee, so you could probably take him without much trouble because
Sure.
he's hobbling around pretty good because he said the doctor bumped his knee surgery to make sure Kobe Bryant, I don't know what he was, do we really want Kobe at 100% after his latest behavior? Maybe it'd be good if Kobe
was limping a little bit.
If he was limping a little bit, maybe he'd have a chance to get away. You know what I mean? So we'll see how that goes.
Okay.
But so Jim
Don't
was
you be
good.
bashful today.
He was wanting not to put the snake on you, but what I'm worried about is the handlers. I do have my friend from high school, Donnie Adams, knows it's serious, but I worry that there may be people there that don't know.
Well, if they won't lose their snake and possibly Jim, it's up to them.
The question they have to ask, is it a good...
A day in a jury in this state will convict me because I have given plenty of warnings on this.
Well, the thing that was the deal is, the thing you have to worry about is that the Mutual of Omaha moment you want on the Rick and Bubba show is you tearing corn snakes apart as if you're pulling taffy?
Sure, sure.
Is that, you know what I mean? Is that the Mutual of Omaha moment you're looking for? All right, let's go to Daryl in Sylacauga. Hey, Daryl, how you doing?
Hey, I'm okay.
Hey, buddy.
What's up, buddy?
Monkey grass.
Hey, thanks for calling, buddy.
Time I got to talk to y'all. I've listened to you ever since you were in Gadsden on 103. I believe it was the Q.
It is. We're in Sylacauga tomorrow at Walmart signing CDs.
I heard that. I'm looking forward to seeing y'all tomorrow. I hope to get your autographs. I had got an autograph several years ago when I was a kid. It was so long ago I can't exactly remember what this guy did. His name was Stan Brock. And I'm thinking he was with Mutual Omaha's Wild Kingdom also.
Well, we'll ask Jim. I don't know, Stan. Was there
Was he a latecomer
or was he the backup to Jim when Jim was hurt? When Jim was hurt, was Stan the guy?
I've got his picture here. He's a big guy. He's muscular, and he's wrestling a leopard here in the picture that I've got, an autograph. Stan Brock, and I remember watching Mutual of Omaha's Wild Kingdom when I was a kid. That and Walt Disney, about the only thing on Sunday night.
Yeah, we didn't miss it.
Caitlin, you asked me if there were going to be a couple of animals here. Do you remember what you were wanting to see?
But I hope to see y'all tomorrow in Sylacauga.
Thanks, Daryl. We'll see you there.
Bro.
Okay, y'all have a good one.
Ask Uncle Rick what animals you want to see.
What do you want to see?
Tell him what you want to see, KK.
A peacock?
A peacock.
Yeah. And what else?
You got to talk into that so he can hear you.
What else?
What else?
Just a peak. What's called?
Have we got bashful now all of a sudden?
Well, sure.
Wow.
Look,
let's get us a camera at home. I've never seen this tactic to work.
I want to see bears.
Bears. Just bears. Of any kind. It was funny because Big Love, liking peacocks. His deal is ostriches. When we were young, didn't we lock into simple things like tigers and things like that? They're ostriches, peacocks.
Caitlin likes peacocks and octodus, she says.
Yeah, Big Love's is ostriches and giraffes.
Hunter, what else?
And yours
what
is
else
bears?
You want to see? Frogs? Okay.
Just any
possible.
frog?
We got our motorcycles.
Red one.
A red frog?
You'd like to say a red frog. That's going to be a tough order.
Yeah. You know what? It's better than corn snake, though.
Do you want to see a snake? You do?
No. See it out in the parking lot.
I thought genetically he would have just said no without even knowing why he was saying it.
Well, he's been led astray. It's an education establishment.
But,
they let him play with anything at school now.
It's Disney's fault. Walt Disney's fault.
Yeah. Snakes don't talk.
Well, they did once.
Yeah, well. Got in trouble.
10 minutes past.
You'll learn, son. You'll learn.
We'll be back. We're back. It is 15 minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 877 We Be Big. Well, as promised, the legend Jim Fowler is with us. Jim, good morning. How are you, sir?
Pretty good.
Rick and Bubba's in the house.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All up in the house.
Twenty-one minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 866 We Be Big is our number. Thank y'all for being with us today for another week. So we told you we got a Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge happening today. Also, a brand new Rick and Bubba University. The podcast dropped over the weekend. We talked to Catherine Engelbrecht, founder of True the Vote. I know a lot of people want to know where we are on the upcoming election. She gave us a ton of information, so find that if you haven't watched that already or listened to it after it dropped over the weekend. So yeah, a lot of Father's Day aftermath, and we'll run through all that. And we want to hear from you, dads, on how it went. Bubba, I will say this, and I thought of you, and look, I love my church. I do. I love where we are, and I didn't ask the dads to stand up Sunday.
Yeah, well, ours didn't either.
We didn't get to. Hey, if you're a dad right here, let's stand up. I mean,
I know. I was so hoping that. I look forward to that.
I know.
I really do.
I just sat there and Sherry said, "You all right?" And I said, "Well, I'm a little disappointed."
Yeah, I'm going to stand up.
Yeah, but it was but great message. But just there.
Hey, the moms will get to stand up.
Show, buddy. Good night. Somebody told me that they recognize the moms that have to be dads at their church and never even mention the dads who are being dads.
Oh, gracious.
Now, that was an email I got over looking. He said, "You talk about bad." I mean, so he said, moms took over Father's Day too. Of course, if we'd step up, maybe wouldn't have to do that. But still, you got to recognize the ones that are doing it.
Yeah,
Sure.
yeah.
But anyway, so and then I kept getting, have you seen the video of Gary the Bulldozer Man, the Spur Master himself, that his daughter posted for Father's Day? And I'm like,
Lisa
no,
showed it to me last night.
I didn't. And then there's people. Then I could tell that Gary was avoiding me. Like but I don't have Facebook, so apparently it was something on Facebook. But Adler. Now here's the problem with all the copyright stuff. Adler's found it, but we can't let you hear what he's dancing to. We can only see him dancing. Is that correct?
Yeah.
So audio down.
We'll have to do our best to
yeah,
describe it.
Yeah.
Or you said there was some language on it, wasn't
I got something rolling for music if you guys want it. Just to give us an
let's
idea.
roll it.
Okay, yeah.
It's just kind of cover music.
All right, there's Gary.
There's Gary. Oh my goodness!
Watch
like
beside
he's-
him. Is that not awesome? Perfect music, man.
Yeah. You're gonna have to describe to the radio what's going on, Rick.
It's like a little mini Gary dancing beside him.
She somehow, and this is what they can
Boy, is
do
he
now,
dancing.
because you see a real picture of Gary. Matter of fact, he's standing by one of the shooting houses at the farm, and then there's a mini Gary beside him, same pants, same shirt, same head, and then he starts dancing these dance moves.
Golly, that's good.
That is fantastic. So
That's something.
Take some of these out now. They didn't do anything.
Well, it's scary. I mean,
No, it is.
we were discussing this.
Good job, Gary.
Yeah, that was good. So anyway, so Father's Day weekend was good. So Bubba, you were pontooning, and then you had to help some moving on Saturday. That's a little bit of a double thumbs down. But you did get to sit down and watch the ball game.
Yeah, we got to visit with some folks,
Yeah.
and it was laid back. You know, I told my family, I said,
Yeah,
I
I
don't
did
want a
too.
gift,
Yeah.
I don't want cards, I don't want anything. They still broke that and got a card, but
Sure.
I didn't get anything. I don't need anything really. And I'm trying to find places to stick things now where that's trying to move and clean out our house. So
Yeah.
it's
the
kind of a handle.
There's a lot going on, and so I was. I actually, it was funny. There was an attempt because we're going to go to the farm, kind of like you went to the lake, but we were going to go to the farm and say I knew it was going to be really hot, but we do have air conditioning in we weatherized the barn out there as kind of a, where you can have functions. And Sherry likes to open the doors on each side so you can see the pasture and everything. But I said, not this weekend. I said that air conditioner will be meaningless if we open, two double doors on each end.
Not much of a breeze.
I said, then the dragon's breath is going to breathe right through here.
Yeah.
We ain't gonna have anything.
Why is it so hot, Daddy?
But then the deal happened. Sherry went down and tried to get everything, because you have to go make sure everything in the barn's swept out, because even though it's weatherized, I mean, if it sits for a while and you haven't been there, you want to clean that up. And she wanted to clean up her little, the little house there, because we were going to have my in-laws and one of the brides, the new daughter-in-laws, coming down, Camtastic and Brody. So she wanted to do that. Well, she got down there. I'm sure y'all's wives are the same way. There's no simple project. If they go down there to do something as simple as make a bed, before you know it, they've stayed there the whole day and they've deep cleaned the entire, whatever. So she comes back. I mean, she was gone all day. And she comes back on Thursday, and she's like, "Hey, you're probably going to still have to go down there tomorrow, because I never got to the barn." I said, "You never got to the barn? That's the whole place where we're going to eat."
Down there.
Step one. I couldn't believe I got into that house was so dirty. I did in the power to wash these, do this, and I'm back there on the screen doing. I had to wash this, and I had this going, and the dryer won't work, and I'm just like, okay. So I went down there Friday, really, really hot.
So hot.
So very, very hot, and got everything ready, and then I noticed, and I don't understand this. I don't know how many of you live in areas to where, we have a dirt road. So the county, if they decide that there's limbs that are in the right of way, they don't. If they're your trees, they won't even take the time, which you'd appreciate, to cut the limb off at the base of the tree, so it at least will look nice.
Right. Yeah.
They just take the ends and go whack.
Yeah.
And so you're left with all these mangled ends.
Yeah.
And I don't know why. I mean, if they have the right to do it, at least cut the limbs where you leave the trees looking nice. Yeah. If you need that limb to go down to the base and cut it off at the base and haul them off if they're in your way. But when you just lop the edges off, now we've got to find a way to get up there with the chainsaw and cut the limbs off at the base, because especially if you got something like a cedar tree, and now you've got all that bark that now looks like it's hanging on like it's like
looks good.
Yeah, it looks horrible. And of course, that was that beat old daddy now. That was a lot of those, and so
those are pretty impressive saws they cut all.
That was my little battery operated chainsaw. Even though I love it, it's kind of designed for small jobs.
Oh yeah,
that turned into a little bigger job.
It screamed, "Help me!"
It was hollering out, "What are we doing?
It's so hot."
That's right. I'm supposed to just get things out of the trails.
It's in the fall.
This is so hot out here. I've lost my desire to be here. And so when we come back, though, I'll tell you, we got to do the thing that I always enjoy, and we've talked about this on the show many times, is when you have somebody that's never ridden a four-wheeler, and just to watch them, come alive. And so we'll come back, we'll hit some of that. But it was like y'all said, laid back weekend, and we'll hear from how y'all's went too. And then we'll ask the audience whatever. But it was. It was good. It was.
Yeah.
It was a little hotter than I needed it to be.
Just real hot.
So hot where we were.
So hot.
Just like, has anybody seen that dragon that's breathing on us? We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
A rumor that internationally known comedian Mickey Dean will be here before the show is over today. I saw that come up. Has he really?
Yeah.
What's wrong?
He caught the flu or something.
He said the ghost too much.
He said it might have been the fact he jumped in Smith Lake when it was freezing to try to fix a Sea-Doo. And I said, yeah, that might be it.
That could do it.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. That might be the problem there, Mick.
Yeah, that could definitely be a problem.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
No, I was just going to run that the Bachelorette's on tonight, and I know that you're not going to be watching it, so I just want to let you know.
No, I'm going to try to go to the circus.
Me too.
So
I'm going to the circus. Yeah. So I don't care about that show.
Speedy, telling that story, when you're out hunting and you get in what you would call an uncomfortable situation, I don't know that there's anything any worse.
No, because things started.
Hey, Lucky, call us if you're listening. I want you to tell that hot story
while I eat here. But things started running through my mind like, hey, I used a cart of hunting.
That's the part that hurts.
With my wife.
That's the part that hurts.
And here I am sitting here wasting my time. It was really frustrating. But I had a. Well, I hope. Well, I just hope that the folks that were there understood that, hey, it was kind of funny, and I hope they didn't take it the wrong way, because I really like Brett. Brett's really a wonderful guy.
Let me assure you.
And I might join.
Yeah.
Join. You never know.
Let me assure you.
Not likely, but
when you tell stories like that, it's rare.
Maybe your locker's next to Cletus.
Yeah, it's rare that you'll get a call of, "Hey, we sure did enjoy that story this morning."
Yeah.
That doesn't happen much.
You won't get that a lot.
No.
Just based on past experience.
Especially if you're Cletus.
Yeah.
Right. Well, they were coming back to look for that deer the next morning.
Mhm.
He said he'd call me and let me know if he found it.
It was
Can't
the
call
worst. The point you make that is the worst of them all is because when you put that card down to get out, and then you go, okay, this didn't turn out the way I wanted. When you come back to the wife and go, hey, today didn't really go the way I wanted, so I think I'll go again tomorrow. They go, oh no, wait a minute, that ain't the deal we cut.
Yeah, and I was kind of duped.
Yeah, that's not the deal we had.
Yeah, they don't give you rebates.
No.
And refunds.
And I was kind of duped because as I was pulling up on the shooting house, what I was seeing was a bunch of cutover, and I went, oh, this is just deer heaven. And then the first thing I saw was a sign, and then the second thing I said,
the sign would have concerned me.
Yeah, and then the second thing I was
because I'd be wondering, have I got a sign blocking me away?
Yeah. What does it say back to that guy?
Yeah, the second thing
can he read?
Was Brett's son going, hey, there's Prater, and I looked, like, what's the deal? And I looked, and I was like, what? And then Brett's like, you don't see Prater? And I looked again, and I was looking too far away, and then I realized. Then I realized just a couple of hundred yards away, I saw this thing of this orange just walking. I went, good God, love Hunter Orange.
Well, I've seen shooting houses close together, but they would be like back to back on opposite sides of the road, and you shoot it. And usually they don't let you see out the window of where you can't shoot. You know what I mean? They'll like cover it so you can't shoot that way. But Speedy, that was pretty funny. Thanks for sharing that.
That's his favorite thing is when he was telling me that. If you don't find it before dark, you ain't gonna find it.
This was.
You appreciate him sharing that information at prime time.
5:13.
Yeah,
I'm going. From
5:12 is the magic time.
There's deer killed earlier. Sure. I mean, Rick, you killed yours like 4:30, I think, the day you were hunting.
Yeah, about 4:30, 4:40.
But between 4:45 and 5:30, that's when it's going to happen. Most times, they're moving before dark or something. And so I'm like, I was hearing that noise for like the past 25 minutes, and so I'm like, he's working the bottom there. I got to find him.
You didn't know whether it was a deer, though, or a Prater had got up to go to the bathroom.
Right.
So
I didn't really know.
And
I didn't have to use a two-way. I just kind of yelled out the window to Prater.
Hey, buddy, if you can see each other close enough to do hand signals, that's bad. And I wish that Lucky was on the phone, could tell the story.
I got that email.
I had emailed you guys about
unbelievable
down at our hunting club, and this was the day after the big bussy hunt. Everybody been there, and the joke, because they had been some hogs before, but we hadn't seen them in a while and all that stuff. So I know it's that deep space sound. It'll drive you crazy after a while.
We've had his microphone.
We've had that all morning.
Man, see if you can get Frank, see what that is. Let him hear it, because I guarantee at 10 o'clock it'll quit. But Lucky had, I saw him last night, Lucky Bailey, great friend of ours, who is the hunt master at our hunting club, said that he went back out the day after the big bussy hunt and didn't see anything, and he climbed down, had his stuff gathered, and he's headed back to be picked up, and he is coming through a power line cutout, and he sees movement out there, and he stops and looks through the binoculars, and it is a herd of hogs. So he dropped, of course, they don't want hogs on the property if at all possible, so he drops to a knee with his gun, puts a bullet back in, and he fires and takes one of the hogs down. The big
35 minutes past the hour. Thank you for being with us today. Dads, we want to hear how your Father's Day went. We'll talk about that a little bit coming up here in the next segment. We'll kick around and hear a little more with the guys. As a matter of fact, I talked with a guy at church just yesterday, and he admitted to me that he is not sleeping well, and he said, I think it's my mattress. And I said, do I have to say it? He goes, you're going to talk about Helix, aren't you? I said, I am going to talk about Helix. Come on, why don't you get this done? Why don't you go to helixsleep.com right now, and here's what you need to know. They're going to try to customize a mattress that is designed for you. and for you and your husband, or you and your wife, or you just yourself. They've got a lot of unique mattress styles. They have them for big and tall. They even have them just for children, for a child that maybe has their first big girl or big boy bed. So it's important that they are sleeping, on a mattress that is going to align them properly. And all you got to do is go there and take their little sleep quiz. Doesn't take any time at all. Greg and Lisa did that. They're sleeping on the Helix right now. And now they have their own manufacturing facility, so each mattress is made right here in the United States of America and shipped directly to you. So do the sleep quiz. They'll personalize the mattress. They'll ship it straight to your door for free. You got 100 nights to sleep on it to be sure that you love it, and you will. So it's been awarded the #1 mattress in America by GQ and Wired Magazine. They have 10 and 15-year warranties available based on which one is right for you. And we're going to save you 20% if you go to helixsleep.com/bigbox. B as in boy, I-G, V as in voice, O-X. So there's the code for 20% off. And let's get yours customized, and let's get it shipped right to you. Also find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button. So, Bubba, the weekend did include, for me anyway, a trip down to the farm. And I love the farm, and it's one of those things. Every time I go to the farm, I'm reminded why I love the farm. And and I won't go down this road. I mean, we talked about it a little bit, and I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it today. It was a kind of a mixed emotions for Greg and for me, and for this weekend. It was the first Father's Day that we don't have our father here on Earth with us. So all of us, the kids and family, we were talking about that, and that was kind of hanging over the day a little bit. And then for me, every Father's Day has a little bit of mixed emotions because all my children are not here with me. One is waiting now with my dad in eternity. So it's a mixed bag a little bit on Father's Days. I know it is for a lot of people, not just us, for all kinds of reasons. But anyway, one of the things that would be really cool is we wanted to go to the farm because that was a place that Dad loved too and thought it would be a nice thing. And not everybody could get there, and everybody was doing their own thing. And so, so the in-laws, it really ended up that, and Sherry and I kind of spent a day Saturday, just the two of us, really went out to the pool and truly actually used the pool. Got in it. We went swimming. We got out and got a little sun, and we had nice cook some burgers on the grill, and got out the Rick and Bubba spatula and let it go to work, so we had a nice time together on Saturday, and then we both were teaching on Sunday. The men's prayer breakfast on Saturday morning went great. I really, really enjoyed that. That's such a traditional men's gathering, and had, because of the show, we had men that drove all the way hours from Mississippi and Florence and just to come down to be part of it from wherever they were. So that was kind of I was a little skeptical of having it on Saturday before Father's Day. I kind of liked having it, as you get up, you do that first on Father's Day with the men, and we decided as a church to move it on Saturday that maybe more people could come, and it did turn out that was true. So I said, well, it proved itself to be a better option for more people. So, and that went really, really good. Got to see some wonderful guys there, and so it was. So we get to Sunday, we go, and Sherry and I were teaching our Sunday school class, and had a great service, and enjoyed that. And so now we had come to church with us Brody, young Broderick, and then his wife Camtastic, and then her mother, dad, and brother. So, and then we were going to leave there, pick up some barbecue on the way down. By the way, a lot of folks had that idea. You talk about a nightmare.
Oh, no.
At one point, I think we were just all screaming, I'll take anything, just any of those bags.
What you got?
Yeah, I think that looks pretty good.
Smells good.
Well, and where I got thrown off a little bit, and this was on me, I questioned the order because Sherry had ordered it, and then she said, there's nowhere to park. Let me drive, and you get out and run in there and get it. Well, I keep forgetting because usually if we go to the farm, and Greg, you know this because sometimes your family's involved too, I'm usually feeding 20, 30.
Yeah.
And today I'm only feeding 7.
Oh.
And it felt, it's like I couldn't adapt to it. You know what I mean? Because we're using the barn, and even in there, the barn's got tables set up for 30 people, and we're only doing set. And it's like I couldn't get out of it. I kept questioning it, and the person kept saying, no, that is your order. I said, I didn't look enough. Hey, we missing stuff here.
So the eye test, it wasn't.
Yeah. Hey, where are my buns? and she said, the buns are actually in there.
Calm down, pal.
And I'm coming out with 2 little bags, and I'm like, no way.
This is it?
Yeah, and then I had to keep telling myself, Ricky, it's only 7 people. You got to get that right.
We always overdo food.
Oh,
because we don't want to run short.
No. So we had a little pulled pork. We had some chicken. We had some potato salad and greens and all this. And so we're taking that down there. And I get there, and I realize, hey, it's hot. I mean, it's
so hot.
It's how about I got there and I knew it was hot when all the fish weren't in the pond. They were all sitting on the side trying to cool off.
Yeah, really. Had a fan
and I'm
going.
like, oh man, this doesn't look good.
Yeah.
So there's and the bass, they just were saying, we want nothing to do with this.
Yeah.
So we finally just went over to Brim Rigs and said, does everybody just want to catch some fish? And so we caught a bunch of bluegill and shell crackers and stuff like that. So that was kind of nice, and it was fun. So
hot.
So anyway, so very hot. Even got a little sherry fishing a little bit. She actually caught a bass, pretty good bass. So anyway, we and then there's the controversy. It is literally 100 degrees in Alabama,
hot.
and I look and Sherry has the fire set up. I said,
no.
Baby, you're not going to come on now. I said, you can't do a fire in this. And she's like, well, I mean, I just have it ready just in case. I said, I don't think anybody's going to call for it, baby. I love you.
Yeah,
but I
need to warm up.
I don't see anybody calling for the fire. I know you want to make a fire and you got all your fire stuff. I understand that. Hey, now I tell you what, that would have burned.
Yeah.
It's nice and brittle.
Oh, yeah.
So anyway.
It's been 20 feet from it.
So I realized, and then, I got to get the vehicles out. I got to get the vehicles out ready to go. And so she's got her fire ready. She's got her fire ready as if we're going to call for it. And eventually we do, by the way. So anyway, I realized that Camtastic's brother, Brody's brother-in-law, Royce, who, by the way, I acknowledge, and this is on me, 100%. And I could tell he was getting tired of it. I called him Ross 50% of the time.
Rick.
And by the time the day was over, I got it down to about 70% Royce, which is his name, and about 30% Ross. But at one time, he was just saying, I'm just going to answer to Ross. And I said, I'm so sorry I keep calling you Ross. And then Ross became an alter ego. I'd say things like, well, you may like it, but what about Ross? And so I need to get that name right since he's,
call him his name.
Yeah. People like to be called their name.
Yeah.
So that's on me.
Yeah.
So anyway,
he's got to nail it.
Well, it was almost like, and we all know this. We all grew up, around ATVs and stuff. And I did not realize that Royce, or as some of us dear to him called him Ross, had never ridden a four-wheeler. And so I said, all right. I said, y'all want to get the four-wheelers out? And I was looking at my father-in-law. Said, "You want to ride the four-wheeler? I mean, Brody's father-in-law, my in-law. You want to ride the four-wheeler?" Oh, man. So Ross says, "Well, can you just show me? Can you run me through it?" I said, "Sure, absolutely."
Yeah, follow me, Russ.
And Ross, come out here. And then I know she's not moving. And then every time Sherry said, "If you don't get this Royce thing right, it's really a problem."
Rick, you know who you're being. Our dad.
I
was that way.
I was just like a tribute to Dad. I didn't even plan.
People answered to the wrong name to him for years. For years, they just didn't want to tell him any different.
Doggone it, Brummett. And it wasn't the kid's name. But anyways, and everybody just took Dad's name for them, and now I guess I'm doing that.
Yeah.
So Royce, or as some people call him Ross, he gets on it, and it's funny because it's kind of like what happened with us with Don Juan, where we thought we didn't know how much we needed to cover.
Right. Yeah.
So I'm just rolling through it, and I love Royce. He goes, "I got to stop. That's a lot of information. I mean, you're rolling stuff at me. I don't. Hey, we got to go back to how
start and stop.
How do I crank it? You know what I mean?" And I'm like, okay, so we get all that, and I said, no, just kind of ease around here and see what you got, And then he said he had a real hard time me saying the gears are all up, and then if you need to, you're slowing down, bring them back down. All of them are up, then you push them back down.
Oh, Rick, you should put them on automatic.
Yeah, well, we don't have an automatic for it. So anyway, so I was like, I said, I'm sorry, I don't. He goes, I'm not really following that. And he said, and I said, "So clutch." I said, should I let off? And you realize some of these things you just feel. Yeah. And I'm like, he goes, "How do I know when to change the gears?" I said, it'll
be whine.
You'll feel it.
It'll whine.
Yeah.
He goes, "Whine?" And I said, how do you ever try to describe that?
Yeah.
I was like, how do you describe that, Bubba? I mean, it's
it'll feel like you're holding it back.
The wine is good.
It's going to want you to do something.
Yeah, you're going to want to.
Yeah, and so
you're going to shift, and it's going to go, "Oh, thank you."
Let me tell you something. Royce, or some people call him Ross. Let me just tell you, just like I saw with John Thomas from South Africa, that fella took to that four-wheeler.
Really?
And when he got it, he came over to me and he looked at me and he says, "What do you think about me taking it on the trails?" I said, "I love it." I said, "You think you're ready for the trails?" He goes, "I feel like I am." I said, "How you like that four-wheeler?" He goes, "Wow, I love this." I said, "How about that wind in your face? Feels like a dragon's breath today, but how about it?" And he said, "Yeah." I said, "How about that power?" He said, "I love it." I said, do you right now, honestly, isn't there a feeling right now you'd ride this thing all day long till it's out of gas?" He said, "Absolutely." I said, "Well, let me tell you something, Royce. It's yours, brother. Take off." And that fella, he rode that four-wheeler from one end of that place to the other just all day long.
How were the trails with spider webs?
No, we had all that done.
You did?
I done got in there and got all that cut down.
Okay, good.
No, the trails were, the roads had just been cleaned. It was great. And
he had a blast.
We did do a fire. The sunset finally was so pretty. It was an outstanding sunset.
Seemed like
great.
It's still awful warm for a fire.
Yeah. And we fired it up, and all of us moved our chairs really far away from it. Look at that sunset beautiful. Right there. Oh, man.
Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Naturally. Well, he's, that excitement, he's trying to gather himself, and he's a master hunter. I mean, he's been at this for years. So he's going to walk out and see what the hog situation is, and he gathers all of his stuff, and he's got his gear and his gun and all that stuff, and he's walking out through there to go to that hog, and he realizes that a couple of the hogs have doubled back out of the woods and are now charging him.
JT's worst nightmare.
Now, at this point, see, because he
look,
and look, here's what happened. You know how quick stuff happens. So he hears something, and he's trying to get the flashlight and see what's going on. He sees them coming and realizes he doesn't have a bullet in his gun.
And these hogs can break your limb.
Because he unloaded when he come out of the shooting house, like you should. When he saw the hogs, he put one bullet back in to shoot because he's trying to be quiet, trying to get the shot off.
Hogs are about to ambush.
And now he's standing there, and he said he's trying to get equipment off, and he's got bags on and all that, and he's trying to get off.
They're in the full charge.
He's trying to find his...
They're in the full charge!
He's trying to hold his flashlight and get the gun loaded, and drops the gun.
They're in a full charge.
They're coming at him.
Yes.
They're not just looking at him. They're coming at him.
They are hoofing. You can hear the galloping at this point. He drops the flashlight trying to catch the gun, and the flashlight clangs on the metal of the gun. And the hogs are so close, it scares them, and they break off their charge to the side and go back into the woods.
Divine intervention. That's all there is to that.
How about that? They were so close, the clanking of the flashlight scared them off.
How about that? That's what you've been fearing. That's what you've been fearing for how long now?
Yeah.
Ever since the swamp monkey.
And how about this? The last time I was at Summit, too, I had to walk down a long road that was overhead high pine trees. And it's not very wide, and you could just hear, all kind of stuff.
A herd of hogs.
And how about this? I was like...
When you're dealing with hogs...
Hear the deep space sound, Frank?
Boom, 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 boom.
When you're dealing with hogs and it's a hog area, I'm fully I unload getting down, then I load again.
Bubba's idea.
Until I get to what I'm riding,
how about
and then
this,
I unload
too?
again.
I will load my pistol at that point, too.
Well, I was going to say, Bubba carrying a pistol makes a lot more sense now.
Oh, well, sure.
Quick and easy, get at it.
And see,
You remember the story Si Murphy told about how if it wasn't for his pistol while he was running, shooting behind him, I mean, he was shooting it. It wasn't until later in the day they shot the same hog again. They were cleaning it, and they realized, hey, this thing's got a bullet hole through the front of its skull. It lived all day, and that was the one that was chasing me and about killed me.
We had a guy down there get chased by hogs, and they attacked him on his four-wheeler, and they were so close he couldn't even get the rifle down on him to shoot.
Sorry, JT.
Rick and Bubba.
Minutes past the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 877 We Be Big is our number. 205-945-3999 is our fax, and on the World Wide Web it's Rick and Bubba, spell out AN.com. Bubba,
you think Gary would come in here and talk to us? I just saw him go down the hall.
We just saw master promoter Gary Weinberger.
I was talking to him in the hall.
JT Gary Weinberger.
I said, hey, first time ever. So why don't you come in first time ever?
Look,
Call me.
Look, we'll let him promote his own appearance here on the show.
I'm going to be on the Rick and Bubba Show, syndicated across the Southeast and seen daily on Turner South.
Hey, Rick, first time ever.
Picture, if you will.
Wow, dude.
Bubba, we've got to deal with something.
Oh, we got a photo from the ball.
Bubba, Bubba, we've got to talk to you, the audience. Maybe we just don't. There's been a comment that has been made about the show a couple times by the media now, and and it was a great event, and we were there. It's talking about what all happened at the ball. And Roxanne, news person, will also help us. She's not from the South originally, even though she's lived here long enough to be considered a...
Where are you from, Indiana?
She's from the Midwest. Is that where you're from?
That's where my family is.
The Heartland?
I was born in Minneapolis.
Oh, my gosh.
Minnesota.
And what is this word again you said? Joe what?
I would have to see it.
Joviality?
Joviality?
It's like jocularity.
I believe that's...
Joviality?
I have to look at it again.
Anyway, it was, maybe this is only...
Doesn't that mean you're from like Mars? Isn't that what they call it?
Joviality. Joviality.
Joven?
Anyway, it talks about the country of Alabama. Says the Governor Bob Raleigh and his wife Patsy made their first number at the inaugural ball. They danced to My Home is in Alabama. The couple ended their dance with a twirl and a dip. Everybody liked that.
Sure.
It's got a picture of that. Well, then it goes, it was an evening of down-home elegance featuring the hillbilly. Patriot Mobile Palmtro, how was your Father's Day? How did it go? Guys, what happened? Or maybe you want to tell us what you did for your dad, and let's go, hey, well done. Bring it in. 30 seconds a pop. Make your phone money matter. Switch to Patriot Mobile now by going to patriotmobile.com/bigbox, and activation will be free. You don't have to support things that you don't really care for just to have a wireless provider anymore.
So was it a win? Was it a loss? Was it how did it go? We need some reports on Father's Day.
Yeah, fathers, let us know, win, lose, draw.
And did your church ask you to stand up?
But are we being? I like that.
You know what? I do too. I do too. And I'm not being critical of the people who are running the service.
And
I'm just saying.
Right.
I'm just saying I like that part of it.
Right.
And I even told Betty when we were walking in, I said, I may go see Mac for a minute.
Mm-hmm.
And she said, don't you go up there and tell him to let the father stand up. I said, why? What would it hurt if I mentioned that?
Please. He may think, thank you. You know what? I agree with you. He might have agreed with you. Do you agree with that? And I had a Mac too at the same time. We both had a Mac attack, didn't we? I think some of it, I'm not saying this is what happened where we were. Please don't let me say that. I do think, though, based on some other stuff I've got, I think right now we're so two-blocked over worrying about who we're going to offend that we forget people we should honor.
Yeah.
And there it is. I said it.
Well, it is a joke, and Mac has made it before that. And we were at the Church of the Pines, by the way, at the lake.
Yeah.
And he says we have the most beautiful stained glass windows of any church.
Man. I agree with
we're
that.
sitting in the woods.
100%. Yeah, man. Thomas in Dothan, News Talk 103.9. Thomas, go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey, guys, how are you?
We're great. How are you, sir?
Well, I'm mad at whoever is in charge of bowl scheduling, because for as long as I can remember, the Army-Navy game has always stood by itself because it's just so awesome in so many ways. And it's going to be on the same day as the Celebration Bowl and the Camellia Bowl. And
I'm shocked that's what you called to say.
I love that game, too, more now than ever.
I can't believe that was your call.
I was, I don't know, I thought we were going a different way there.
Yeah, I thought we were saying call us in and tell us how your Father's Day went, win, lose, or draw.
Do you think he got this information on Father's Day and it rattled him so much he couldn't enjoy it?
That was his tie-in. Let me tell you about my Father's Day. Have you seen what they've done to the Army-Navy game?
Well, the new playoff schedule is going to make everything shift, if we can just address that for a minute. I was not familiar with how it was going to affect the Army-Navy game.
Our Father's Day.
Right. I know in our state, our high school playoffs usually rotate between Auburn and Alabama, and they were about to rotate in Birmingham, but because of the playoffs, they have to now save their stadiums. They may be playing that day.
True.
So I think Last I saw, the majority of them were going to move to Protective Life in Birmingham and just be there. So it's going to every state's going to have to deal with that. There's going to be changes in all of it with the new schedule.
You know, as far as that goes, now that you have a nice stadium in Birmingham, it's probably cool to have your biggest city host those those championships.
And even the mid majors. I know, you know, with Jack State, they have their conference championship, I think, that weekend, so they have to have their stadium open for that. So it's going to be a lot of shifting around.
Bruce in Nashville. Bruce, how'd Father's Day go, buddy? And how do you feel about the Army Navy?
Man, it was awesome.
Okay.
So first of all, at Long Hollow yesterday, not only did all the fathers stand up, while we were standing, he gave a nice long dedication to us, and then everybody prayed over us.
Oh, that was cool.
Okay. Robbie Gallaty stepping up. I disagree with him on us going through the tribulation, but let me tell you something. That right there, that's how you get Father's Day done.
Was he mid or?
No, he's going to post now.
Really?
Sure has.
Oh, that's a whole nother subject.
Right.
Like, I love Robbie.
Oh, I do too. He's walking through the revelation. He's coming down on post-trib now.
Really?
Mm-hmm. That's all right. We're not all going to agree on everything. That's a minor. That's a secondary issue.
Absolutely.
We continue. Let's go to...
Unless you have to go through it.
Right. You know what? And look, I'm being selfish. because you know what I'm thinking? I'll be long dead for it. I ain't never going to see that.
Right. I will tell you this. I read all of that with a prejudiced mind. I don't want to be in it. Okay? So if I can find pre in there, I'm going to land on it.
There's one of those. There's one verse you got to find a way to make it work if you're going to be mid or post, but I won't get into that today. Jeff in Alabama. Jeff, go ahead. 30 seconds.
Hey, good morning, fellas. I'll be brief. Yesterday, Father's Day was kind of tough because we had to spend all day watching our son fish the MLF tournament up on Lake Champlain. Y'all probably know Jacob from down the road at Marks. Anyway, we were watching that all day long, which, of course, is stressful. He was leading day one, led day two, went into today. We weren't going to be able to make it, which is, of course, awful to not be there for your son's first potential win, and then we found out just a minute ago they canceled day three. So we just took a big check home and qualified for the Red Crest Cup. So we are.
So wait, did we get a?
No,
doggone it, you didn't.
I was listening so intently, trying to understand. I forgot to call timeout. Honestly,
that's
so.
Why would
they cancel day three? So you go back, and if you were ahead day two, you win. So that actually was his first win.
I think that's what he said. Is that what he said?
I don't.
I
don't know.
He was up there in the top. He
Yeah,
got some kind
he's
of
in
check.
the top. Yeah.
Why would you cancel it? For what?
Weather, I think is what he's talking about.
What kind of weather?
Wherever they were at. Where were
Oh,
they at?
okay.
He said
They were
Lake
somewhere.
Champlain.
That's
okay.
up north.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
What is that? Michigan somewhere?
Hey, Rick,
They're in one of the,
there's life outside Lake Gunnersville.
Yeah, there's one. There's a big lake up there that they fish in.
You know, we think all the big tournaments around here.
Right.
That
A
was
lot of them
about
are.
that was about as classy of a humble brag that I've heard in a while.
It really was.
That was a good. Well, you know
It
what?
was
That was
It
a
was.
father proud of
It
his
was.
son.
It was.
Well
I like the way
Ain't
he
nothing
handled
that's
it.
got Father's Day written all over it.
Yeah.
Tony, quickly, 30 seconds.
Yeah, I just like you guys. I lost my dad a few years back, so I thought the best way to honor him, fire up the grill and cook some meat. So I
Yes.
cooked hamburgers, hot dogs, sausage, steak, pork chops, and it was so good that it started raining. So he was moved up there. So
Okay. That's good. You know, I really enjoyed the number of dads that sent me the spiral dogs that y'all were preparing. And even talked to a guy at the breakfast on Saturday. He said, my spiral dog's not where it needs to be, but I'm closing in on perfection.
Yeah.
I loved getting those pictures. That was really cool.
I tell you, I love that grilled okra.
Oh man. Good night.
We've just about moved it to dessert. It's so good.
Why not?
You know?
Yeah. Eat it while you're cooking. Eat it after you're done. Top of the hour. We'll get more opportunities throughout the show today if you want to weigh in and you didn't get to. Rick and Bubba show coming back, Lord willing, right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This hour of the Rick and Bubba Show brought to you in part by our friends at firstcup.com. Use that code Bubba. Save 10% on your order. Hey, if you become a subscriber, and why not, save an additional 10% for the life of the subscription, and you also will get free shipping. All of these wonderful roasts from First Cup Coffee are fantastic. Start now by going to firstcup.com. Use the code Bubba.
Billy joviality of Birmingham radio personalities Rick and Bubba, who introduced the Rileys. The hillbilly
And somebody else referred to us as hillbillies in the media recently. Was it the guy down in Gulf Shores?
I think so.
Didn't he call us hillbillies too?
Hillbilly term, right?
Roxanne, are we hillbillies?
No. No.
I mean,
well, hillbilly is what I think of when I think of who was the guy that we followed his career?
Yeah,
Think Jessica White would fall under the hillbilly category.
I mean, I know that we are Southern and that we are somewhat, I guess, somewhat country. I don't know. I mean, to me, I didn't grow up on a farm. I guess I lived in a small town, but I was in a suburban neighborhood. I wasn't really out in the country. I mean, I grew up where houses were side by side. Everybody had big lots, but I grew up in a neighborhood. I didn't grow up out in rural.
You didn't have pigs.
No.
You didn't have,
I had hunting dogs. I guess that counts a little bit, doesn't it?
You know what's funny, though, Rick? When you look at some of the terms that get thrown around, redneck, hillbilly, good old boy, country boy, southern gentleman, I know what those are when I see that person. I just I never really thought about us fitting into one of those categories.
Now, when I first moved here, some of my Yankee friends would call and say, "You're moving to where? Alabama?" And they would think that anybody in the entire state of Alabama would be hillbilly. But those are people who never hear anything good about Alabama.
Well, you know what? I have been through a lot of states. And I'm going to tell you, there are people that have cars up on blocks in every single state. I've been to Ohio, and I saw people that had junk in their yard. You know what I mean? And to me, that was always the classic sign, redneck.
Well, to me...
If you can't cut the grass for the automotive parts, that you know what I mean? It's a...
Well, to me, though, hillbilly, to me, was always somebody that lived up in the hills, thus the name hill. Were usually, had a lot of land around them, might have been working a farm, maybe not. And
kind of time left behind.
Yeah, and
didn't have the modern things that you know.
Right. I just, and I wouldn't have said anything about it, but it's being used, it's more than once now.
Right.
Hillbilly. Is that just, what does that mean?
I think of not too many trips to the dentist. Things like that. I mean, hillbilly, isn't that fairly derogatory? I mean, are they trying to take
I don't think it's meant that way.
To me, it's not derogatory. It just simply means somebody that's a little more isolated from the mainstream of what's going on. They're kind of in their own world, doing their own thing.
Well, maybe we are hillbillies then.
And, Roxanne makes a point, not too many trips to the dentist is usually a sign of that,
But like Mickey Dean would be more, would you think?
He would be...
a river rat?
Mickey, if you tell me Mickey Dean, I think of he falls in the redneck / southern gentleman category to me. Is that
where we belong?
If I had to put him with a title,
I just and there's nothing wrong with it. We are what we are, and we're from the South, and we grew up in small towns. That's about as far as I can. I don't know if that makes you a hillbilly though. I mean, like I say, we had the 3-bedroom house with a carport and an acre lot that had a dog pen up the top of it and some woods behind it. I mean, that's...
And Rick, I think it depends on what group you're in, too, because when I'm, back with my relatives from Calhoun County, we are city folk, okay, because we live in Birmingham or close to it. And then when I'm, when I'm in Birmingham, I'm considered somebody from the country.
Well, you're on the cusp. What we call.
Yes.
You're on the cusp.
The cusp.
A hillbilly that's done so well, he is now just a rich redneck.
But you can move into the rich redneck category from hillbilly with enough money.
Let me do this. Let me go find...
Can I test something? See if it's just your mind. All right, it is. All that noise is from your mind.
Okay, great.
Hey.
We've got a gain mismatch.
Let me do this. I bet y'all will be surprised. Let me go find a dictionary, and let's look at the definition of hillbilly.
All right.
Okay, you'll be surprised.
But don't use that dictionary Dee's got from 2nd grade, because it's probably not in there.
I've got Kathy Kemp's direct extension. You want to call her and ask her what she thinks hillbillies are?
Yeah, and I don't think she meant it derogatory. I
didn't take it that way. I was just curious as to why that title.
That's been hit. That's hit us a little bit now. And
right.
Well, and I've been to both of your homes. You have beautiful homes. Your wives are educated, gorgeous.
So did the Clampetts had a nice home.
Yeah, the Clampetts did too. Yeah. And Ellie Mae looked good in an evening dress.
I'm telling you.
But I guess what I'm thinking is, I think that when somebody throws that out, they go, "It's a show. It's on. It's from the South," and they just throw a term out. You know what I'm talking about?
Right.
Really, and just like when people see us, they go, "Y'all just like John Boy and Billy." Well, we're about we're all from the South, but I think they would tell you they do their thing and we do our thing. Where we like NASCAR, it's not like we don't talk about it every day, and we like to hunt, but it's really not the hard-nosed public land hunting of old, and we talk about it when it's
And really, prior to 2.5 years ago, we never talked about it.
Well, it's kind of like when we got labeled one time because we talk about stories about our children. Y'all make fun of Kathy Me Gifford, but y'all talk about your children. See, that's not knowing all the details. We talk about the horrors of being. And we're off and running for a brand new hour. Thanks for being here. You do to me, yeah. I never could believe the way you are. So we're reviewing Father's Day weekend. We've talked a little bit here personal. We've taken a few phone calls. One dad, unfortunately, found out the Army-Navy game was going to be moved this weekend. Kind of ruined his weekend.
Yeah, I don't know what.
So anyway, but Bubba, we're looking in emails now. We're even asking what happened if you went to attend one of our churches across America. Did they tell the dads to stand up? Did they honor fatherhood? Because there's an attack on the whole makeup of the family, and let me tell you who's in the crosshairs, and that's dear old dad.
Yeah.
So if we would just, Father doesn't know best. If we would be better off without him.
Mm-hmm.
So anyway,
He's a goofy.
Well, this comes from Scott, Futral. Not sure about that last name.
Easy tiger.
Scott says Father's Day at their church. Says, Bubba, we have a small town log church in Coosa County. Mm-hmm. That's in Alabama.
All right.
But we have all the fathers. We gave them all digital tire gauges and got them to stand up. I think that was sure something for the record book. I like that.
What an idea!
Gauge.
Hey, I love that. Yeah.
You always need a tire gauge.
Right? Yeah. It's
you don't have one in your car. You're just asking for trouble.
I would.
Most cars will tell you.
You're shaking hands with danger.
Yeah, well, it's kind of a neat thing, Greg. We're not saying it's all that functional these days.
I'm just saying.
But it's a neat
look,
thing. Every day, it might have been that. It might have been more test where you are. There might have been a message tied to it.
The
Greg.
automatic ones are fine if you're moving and rolling, but they don't always read right sitting still.
What's wrong with that? Everybody needs one of those.
You go down the road a few feet, they'll tell you.
Yeah. Also, I did run
give you a warning.
They're not perfect.
I did also had one of my kids not listen to fatherly wisdom.
Uh-oh.
So there's one thing we got to do. The farm, it's wonderful. There's just a little lack of functionality when it comes to when we use the barn for gatherings on how to get in and out of it.
Mm-hmm.
We almost need a front door that's not the big wide doors just right there on the side that you walk in, walk out.
Yeah,
and Greg,
you let all your air out.
Yeah, and you, Greg, and you also have called. You have talked about this. So we have to enter through the garage, Bubba, and go in that way. You have acknowledged. You've said this, and you're loud and clear on this. Our once the sun goes down to farm, our illumination needs some work.
Yeah, it's a little dark out there.
Yeah, we don't have everything's not lit the way it needs to be lit. Yeah. And so
external illumination.
So out there in the driveway at the camp house.
Yeah,
my goodness.
Oh, I know.
Scary.
Of course, camp house came through last night.
Did it?
Yeah. Let me tell you, the camp house is so underappreciated, but the times we lean on it,
we had to appreciate
that we lean on it.
Yeah.
So listen to this.
Can't say.
Now picture this. This is going to make your skin crawl, by the way. So the barn has two double doors, back and front. Okay. Well, when you open them, what do you got to do? You got to put them in something to get the hole.
Right.
So outside on each side, there's these steel things that stick up that you put.
Like a little pipe
that holds them.
Yeah.
Okay.
Put the little handle down.
Yeah, to hold the doors open, so you can see the great horizon. Of course, too hot for that on Sunday, and I just find the dads.
You got air in there? What do you do?
Yeah, I got air conditioning in there. Now it's not, it.
Yeah, I know.
It's insulated like you want it.
It keeps it comfortable.
Yeah,
good enough.
I'm saying if you're never going to get in there and be at 68. But,
Yeah,
but you can sit in there at 75. You know what I mean?
I'm giving y'all like a dub.
And so. And it was wonderful that the one son, by the way, the rest of y'all that actually came and saw his dad. Okay, of course he lives in the same city. I know it's not the same.
Rick, that's not fair.
But I'm just kidding around. See at the beach. But anyway, so he was being very nice and trying, and he's a go-getter, and he was trying to now take I'm married now, I'm one of the men, I'm gonna help put everything up, break everything down. Hey, to his father-in-law and to his dad, hey, I got this. I said, hey, I'd keep that light on when you're going over to lock that front barn door. Because he had unlocked it thinking we might open it, and he remembered, to his credit. And I said, sometimes everybody tries to shut the barn down, but you need some light over there. I'm good. I said, hey, you better take a light over there.
I don't know why the barn doesn't have a light.
It does. It has one out front. But what happens when everybody shuts it down, it's like everybody wants to cut everything off and not leave anything on because we're locking it up.
That's when you need a booger light.
But we need a booger light out there
with a PE cell on it, so it'll know.
Hey, and then he gives me with his phone. I got enough light. I said, just watch the light. You're gonna need some light. So all of a sudden I hear it. And he stumps his toe on one of those things sticking up, those stakes out of the ground.
Good night.
And he's got stupid sandals, Birkenstock type things on. And he comes over, his toes just bleeding profusely.
That'll wake you
up. And I said, well, apparently he didn't have enough light. And so and then everybody's, oh, that looks bad. And then now the women are involved. Oh, that looks bad. And then
who's got a light? I need to see it.
Yeah, and then Sherry goes, oh man, we need something. I said, like a first aid kit? And everybody looked at me. I said, I'll just simply go to Camp House. There's one there. And everybody once again went, thank you, Camp House. And I went over and
thank you for providing.
I went over there and pulled out a first aid kit from Camp House. Ain't nobody. Without Camp House, we ain't got it.
A couple years old.
Yeah, for sure. I'm not sure what's in it, but not used a lot. But last time I used it, this is when I looked, and the barb went all the way through my finger when I was fishing.
Right. Oh, 2012.
All the stickies off the Band-Aid.
Let me tell you, when a barb goes all the way through, your thumb comes out the other side. You're thankful to have a tool you can cut off that barb part and back it out.
You don't have to go back through.
Oh, that hurts. But anyway, so he had to go into the White House where they got him in the bathtub and was cleaning it up, whatever. And then I just come walking in. I've been to Camp House. I have the first aid kit. Yeah. Where would we be without it?
Yes.
And even Brody said, where would we be without Camp House? Yeah. And so we had to doctor him up there.
Did you cut through the dark area to get to the Camp House?
I did.
Did you need a flashlight?
Real dark.
I've made that walk several times. It's extremely dark.
Greg wants a booger light out there, but the thing is, we keep.
But you can't. You want it lights up.
Nah, they're not that big. What you get, don't get a spotlight.
Boy, it brings a lot of bugs.
Oh, it don't bring a lot of bugs.
Can you just get motion detectors on the side of the house or something?
It's like Camp
floodlights.
It's like nobody
would be better
put
than
you
what
one of
he's
them
got.
shocking lights up there and get rid of them.
But the thing it gets me is nobody wants to commit to Camp House. It's like everybody keeps thinking, well, how much money do you want to invest in Camp House? Right. I mean, do we want to go put a bunch of illumination out there around it? But I will say this: I know
they'll charge per month.
I know barn stays, so we got to have some better system. You can't come out of the barn and it be dark, and the only lights that are outside have to be cut off because you don't want to leave them on.
Right.
There's got to be something better than that. Because when everybody's packing their cars up and everybody's trying to get everything, we got to
see.
We got to have some light.
The light that comes
now we got a kid
out there
goes off when the light.
You don't get out there and step on no show.
Now we got a kid bleeding.
Yeah.
And of course, this is the thing. And I talked to another dad about this on Sunday who had to go to the emergency room, one of his kids, and get a staple in the head.
Ooh.
As we were discussing why the husband-wife dynamic works so good, God's design, equal but beautifully distinct. Dad should always be the person who's dealing with injuries and these kind of trips. Because I was talking to him, I said, so, Dad has to take on emergency room. He goes, of course. And he said, why do you think that is? I said, I'll tell you why it is. We don't have a maternal connection. The mom is breaking down watching the kid like when they're putting staples in their head. And the kid's going, ow! And they're looking to you and they're acting up and they're whatever. See, Dad's looking, I'm sorry, you're talking to the wrong person. I don't have a maternal connection here, so you're not breaking my heart. Let's get the staples so we can get back home.
Yeah, let's suck it up.
If you don't have Dad there, because he's cold, he can't, you can't manipulate him with that kind of stuff like you can Mom. Oh my gosh, he's hurting. Hey, can we clean that up? Hey, you think he needs a stitch? No. And by the way, it's stitches. We always said stitches. Why do you say stitch? That's always, I've never understood that.
Well, if you get one, it's a stitch.
Right.
If you get more, it's stitches.
Yeah. Sherry says stitch no matter what. Oh, that needs a stitch. I said, you mean stitches? And so if it just means one, let's not go.
Well, right. If you just need one,
you hardly ever get
I
one.
think that. I said, hey, just put a Band-Aid on it.
You ain't butterflies.
And I said, my goodness, do you realize right now, if we leave right now, I'm in bed at 10. Your son is bleeding in the bathtub. He's going to be fine.
Yeah, he's fine.
If he'd have had appropriate lighting, it wouldn't have happened.
We got us a bleeder.
Right. Camp House is here. Use some of this antibiotic, clean it up, put a gauze on it, put a couple Band-Aids on it, and let's go.
Right.
And gave me my first aid kit back, so I put it back in camp house.
Hey, put that back in that bag. That goes back to camp house. So we'll be back 15 minutes past the hour. A lot to cover on the show today, and we'll unpack it when we continue right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Being a parent, and how much of a handful our children are, and some of the handles they put you in, where Kathy presented hers
as the prize.
As the prize, where when people go, well, all y'all do is talk about hunting. Well, we talk about hunting on how horrible we are at it and the goofy things that happen to us and the adventures that come along with it. Now, you know, it's like, and I think when you throw out hillbilly, that means I don't know much about the show. I think they kind of do southern redneck humor. When we do, if it's appropriate, but we also do a lot of other things, too, which I don't care. I don't think you can really label the show. I just didn't know if we were hillbillies or not.
Do you think it may have something to do with accents? Because when I first got here, I had to really concentrate on people's speech because I could not literally understand a lot of the speech. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with that. I just had to really think when people would speak because I just couldn't even understand it.
Well, you know, that happens when you go anywhere. I mean, the first time you hear somebody from Boston say, you know, do you want to take my cow or your cow? You go, what?
You know,
we'll take your cow or my cow. And then going, what?
I guess it's where you're from, because I don't really notice accents. Just every now and then I'll pick up on somebody's, like one of the officers being sworn in, and I can't remember which one it was, but she had a very Southern Belle.
Miss Ivy.
Was it Miss Ivy? A very Southern Belle type accent.
From this office I'm about to enter.
And when you immediately picture Foghorn Leghorn, you know what I mean? And you go, well, now that's a little bit of an accent.
And that's what I would say. I think our accent probably is more country than Southern, because Southern is more of your Montgomery.
It's the more the fulsome twist on everything.
And I'm proud of this office I'm about to enter. And you know, they'll say, how is your mother? How is your mother doing? And you'll get some out of the Carolinas has that a little bit too.
You hear it in West Alabama, I think, more than anywhere.
Or one-syllable names like Kim. When I first got here, was Kim, which was shocking.
Yeah, and it's all. But see, even in the South, there's different Southern accents too.
Sure.
There's
you got your Greene County twist.
And that's what I'm talking about. I think we would be considered country, but I don't know about hillbilly.
Right.
Even though I really was raised in a neighborhood. In a small town, so I guess the whole town would be country. I don't know.
Rick, according to dictionary.reference.com, hillbilly, characteristic of rural life, a disparaging term for an unsophisticated person.
It is disparaging.
Oh, wow. Well, we got to call it then.
Well, she slammed on us. You had it.
18 minutes to the top of the hour. You're listening to and looking at the Rick and Bubba Show. Good morning.
Rick and Bubba.
I'm going to call this.
And I hate that he is going. We're going to miss him this weekend.
I know, and that had me kind of fired up too.
Roxanne, I wish you'd have seen us singing with Alabama. It was a real high point for us.
Oh yeah.
This is Kathy Kemp at the Birmingham News. Please leave me a message, and I'll call you back. Thank you.
Hey, Kathy, this is Rick and Bubba doing our live radio show. We were reading the article from your fine paper about our appearance at the governor's inauguration ball. Tuesday's paper, I'm sorry. Tuesday? Yesterday. What is today? Anyway, and we were referred to as hillbillies in the article, or hillbilly joviality. Is that what it is?
Yeah, which is disparaging, by the way.
Well, we don't know, but the dictionary...
Well, it is. The dictionary says it's disparaging.
The dictionary says disparaging. We don't think you meant it that way, but we were wondering what in your mind it meant for us to be
jovial hillbillies.
We do appreciate you mentioning
Oh,
us,
absolutely.
'cause
Thank
we
you.
had a great time, and we were just trying to chase down this hillbilly thing and see if we could shed some light on it.
Right.
Now, if it has the fact to do that we have a slight accent.
Yes.
We drive, I do, a truck. We talk about hunting and guns every now and
A
then.
lot.
Is that a classification? I just...
Yeah, it's in the dictionary. If you talk about deer hunting over 30 minutes, you are a redneck.
Well, but not a hillbilly.
Hillbilly.
Ow! 21 minutes now past the hour. We've looked over Father's Day this past weekend. We've took some of your phone calls. We'll get to some more before the day is done. Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge today, benefiting Lifeline Adoption Services. You can find participating locations in Alabama, and you can eat and enjoy while helping a great cause. Also, a new Rick and Bubba University, the podcast out over the weekend, and it's all talking about is the upcoming vote. What can we do to be sure our vote is counted? We don't have any shenanigans. We did have a great conversation about that over the weekend. I want to ask y'all this too. Do you find it, and I messed it up twice because you just don't know, if you're going somewhere on Father's Day, like in the worst case for this to happen is obviously at church, because you're now walking onto a campus, or and you're interacting with multiple people and everybody's coming at you. Do y'all find yourself a little apprehensive about just randomly throwing Happy Father's Day at people?
Yep.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Because it happened to me Sunday. Yeah. I did this to two men who don't have kids.
Yep.
And one that it's been a struggle.
Oh.
And I mean, I don't know. I mean, they're coming at you. It's like rapid fire.
Yeah. Attaboy.
Do you think there's some grace on their end that goes, look, it's Father's Day. Everybody's throwing it out.
You can't just randomly throw it out.
No.
You can't, because I got busted the same thing.
I had my kids with me at church, and so people are throwing the Happy Father's Days at me. They're just, I mean, they're coming at me, and I'm like, do I say it back to that guy? I don't see his kids around. I don't know him.
So you had apprehension too?
Yes.
I wish I'd had more of it.
I had a guy tell me, Rick, Happy Father's Day. I didn't know him. I said you too, and I'm not sure that he has kids.
There you go.
See, that's exactly what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
And
how do we solve this?
For about 10 minutes, I was like, I don't know if he had kids or not.
Well,
yeah,
I think
all right, stand up, Speedy. Oh God.
Now he came at me a little. I don't know. I didn't know him, so he I guess he knew that I had kids, and so that. But I wanted to be able to return the favor.
What did you do?
I said you too. I said
That's
you
all
too.
you could do.
Yeah, I said it to a stranger.
And I don't
That's all you
think
can do.
I think if someone says
I said
that
it to the guy
you,
checking me out.
Yeah, I spent the rest of the aisle that I was walking talking to myself like, you stupid.
Let me say this.
Yes.
Let me say this. This is where I
Calm
find, because
down.
it bothered me, and I really didn't know how to handle this moving forward. Here's what I've come to the conclusion. I think you say Happy Father's Day back, and here's why. There's something about Father's Day that impacts them. They've all had fathers, and if not, that's impacted them too in some way, and somebody stepped up. So the fact that they're telling you Happy Father's Day means it does mean something to them.
All right, so I'm gonna let
That's
you,
where I land on.
Y'all, this is going. Helmsy, I think you have enough secondary. This is about to bother you. Greg will lean in love every minute. Bubba will be vacillating in between. Adler won't know what to do. I'm gonna let you be the person so you don't have to suffer watching it.
All right.
I think this. All right, so I want you to take your headphones off and stand up right here, facing away from me.
Away?
Yeah. Okay. This happened to me on Sunday. Are y'all ready? This is tough right here. Hey man, and this is me. I grab his shoulders.
You're the grabber, or you got grabbed?
No, I grabbed him.
Are you massaging him?
I grabbed him and said, "Hey man."
Rick is the grabber.
I said, "Hey man." I said, "Hey man, Happy Father's Day, Rick. This guy does not have children. Why did you just?"
It's fine.
This?
It's fine.
And then all of a sudden I said, we all got a perfect father in heaven. We're gonna celebrate today.
Okay.
And I start rambling around,
Right.
and my mind starts going. All right, I know did he marry a woman who has kids though? Didn't he? Didn't his stepdad?
Right.
I know he didn't have it. No, they didn't have kids. I don't think they ever had kids. I think that's the only people they've ever been married. And all this is going to Happy Father's Day. We got a father in heaven. I'll tell you that. And I didn't know what to do.
You went to heaven, Rick?
I went as far as I put my hands on him doing the, "Hey man, good to see you."
How would you do that?
No, it's awkward. And then I felt so bad for this guy. I went to do groceries on.
He grabbed him like chicken.
And as I'm doing a joyful, "Hey, good to see you," it hits me. Ricky has no kids.
Hey, Big Papa.
He
Big
and his
Papa.
wife came to your house and y'all discussed this. Hey, we got a perfect father. I didn't know what to do.
Oh, see, that does make it worse. You forgot.
No, the heaven thing was quick thinking,
It
honestly.
was.
Then I tried to give him stepkids he doesn't have. I was doing anything to make it happen.
Well,
And
I mean,
then,
how else can you broach that? I
I
mean,
know.
it's just if somebody
I know.
tells you that, you know, to say
know.
back to you.
I know.
I don't think
say
it's
you-
big enough a holiday to actually say it to people.
There's Greg.
And then you can avoid
Only
it.
Eeyore
Yeah,
would
it ain't
say
that big
that.
a deal. It ain't like it's Christmas.
Only
But-
Eeyore would
okay,
say that.
That's fine. But let's say you're in the situation where somebody says Happy
Thank
Father's
you,
Day
Bubba.
to you. Then what should you do?
Now, Greg, what am I do?
I think they probably have kids or something, or they wouldn't have brought it
No,
up.
Greg, don't think that. 'Cause
Well,
that's
most of
not
it was like
true.
walking to
Well,
a
if you
Father's
say
Day.
that-
I think you're going to have to play
No.
the percentages. Say Happy Father's
I
Day
agree.
back to you.
I agree.
Most
just
of
saw
them
it.
will.
And if they are the ones that
everybody-
initiated it, if they initiated it and don't
Well,
have kids, that's on them.
No, that's
They
true.
should
I
initiate
agree
it.
with that. Wish that had been my case on one.
Yeah,
It wasn't. I was the initiator.
Yeah.
I
And
tried.
the reason why he didn't say it is because he probably was awkward, and I made it as awkward as it could possibly be.
Sounds like it, yeah. I try to look at the guy that said it to me and be like, all right, do they look run down and haggard and just dead on the inside? Okay,
Broke.
they're probably a father.
Broke? Are they broke?
Look at them bags under their eyes.
Look, and then another one, and we all know this. So I'm going through, and I'm getting. I'm picking. Oh, I know what it is. I'm picking up the stuff for Sherry to do a world famous stuff we're doing for just the two of us on Saturday, and we're going to grill out some burgers and hang around the pool. And the guy's behind the counter, and he's my age, okay, who's checking me out at the grocery store. We look like we're about the same age.
Mm-hmm.
And there was a younger person who was doing the bagging, okay, who was female. He and I are grown men. I mean, big time grown men. Okay, we're like we're around 60.
Mm-hmm.
And all of a sudden he says, "Okay, you want to donate to the Children's Miracle Network?" I said, "Sure, absolutely." And I tell him how much I'm gonna donate. And then there's this weird moment, and the young bagger person says, "You have to ask him." And he goes, "Oh man, I don't want to ask him." And I'm looking. I said, well, "It's okay. What do you not want to ask
Some
him?"
club.
And
or
then she
car or
goes,
something.
You're supposed to ask him. He donated, okay? I mean, I don't want to do it, man. And I mean, we're grown. And I said, "Go ahead, man. Go ahead. It's fine." He goes, "Do you want a sucker?"
Yes, I do.
And I said, "What kind of sucker are we talking?" And he goes, "Just some old cheap suckers in them big bags." I said, "Oh, really? The one that doesn't even have a full stick? It's got that old loop thing?"
Oh, yeah.
And he goes, "Yeah." I said, "So it's not a blow pop." And he said, "No." I said, "No, I pass." And he goes, "I didn't want to ask a grown man if he wanted a sucker." He goes, "Well, we're supposed to." And I looked at her and I said, "This was awkward between us. You shouldn't have got involved." And I said, "Hey, don't you worry about asking me if I want a sucker."
Yeah, you rules follower.
He goes, "I don't know, man, it just felt weird." I said, "It did feel weird. I know it did."
Yeah.
And I said, "Thank you for letting me know it's just them cheap ones. I don't think I'll take one of them."
Yeah.
Well, I
You know?
stopped at the Dum Dums.
Yeah.
That's as low as I go.
You remember the ones that used to have like the string on them? You know, the string that was
That's
double.
it.
I mean, that used to be
Terrible.
the drive-through at the bank.
Yeah,
So-
yeah, sure. Yeah. Well, he was letting me know.
Nobody gives you blow pops.
No, what? No, and you told me.
Remember the big
no, I
charm
asked him. I said, "No, if it's blow pop."
Yeah, that's
I'm
a different
in.
thing.
You remember the charm spot?
Oh yeah,
That was a good one.
Yeah. I forgot about the charms.
Yeah,
that
man.
was a
No,
good
that's
sucker.
a good one. You had grape.
Do you like the green blow pop or the red one?
I'm good
green.
either way, but I like the red the best.
Yeah,
I like
me
green.
too. I like the red.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Remember the Astro Pop? That was kind of hard to deal with. It was colored like, and it had the little wax at the bottom.
Yeah.
It was pointy.
I do remember that, like a Christmas tree.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
I
It was
remember.
real. It was real hard,
it's
and
like
it
real
lasted actually too long.
Bubba, when we come back, I think this
There
guy
it is.
this guy may have had the most awkward Father's Day ever. It was a story that Speedy just asked us about. They found out something about themselves 3 kids into it. Did you see that story?
That ain't the first time we've heard this.
Hey,
story,
happy
by the
Father's
way.
Day. Whew. Hey, you want a sucker? I felt so bad for him.
Yeah.
We'll be back, bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Redneck.
How about this too, Betty? Thank you, Kathy. Give us a call. Betty had told me not too long ago. She said this is what's really funny because you used to not hunt, you used to not drive a truck, and now since we have moved to a bigger city, now it seems like you're reverting back to redneck ways.
Sure, I am.
And I said maybe that's my way of not losing our path in
What
the big bright light city.
When you lived in the country,
I
what
didn't
did
hunt.
you want to do? You wanted to go to the city and go to the movie and go out and eat and
I
go
wanted to get you something to
putt-putt
drink to wash that down.
and go to putt-putt.
I wanted to go. Let's see.
So
We
you
went
wanted to do city things, didn't you?
We wanted to go to ball games.
There
and,
you go, Legion Field.
concerts and all that kind of stuff. And now we're here where they're very close, and we want to go out in the country.
Yeah.
You do that. See, I mean,
sure.
that's just, you know.
Human
Do
nature.
you want to go to the lake anymore?
Yeah, right now.
Yeah.
No, I see what you're saying. There's people that live on the lake that don't have a boat, they don't fish, they want to come to Birmingham and go to Jitterbugs. And
Sure.
I guess that's something about that you want to enjoy. But I know what you like about deer hunting, and I like too. I tell people all the time, it's not just the deer hunting and the
It's the
killing of the
fellowship
deer.
and cutting up. And to me, all the equipment and, getting everything oiled up and greased and dialed in. And
Are we still talking about hunting?
Yeah.
Okay.
You get that many men together in the woods
Sorry,
with camo on.
Right.
You're going to have some fun. Like the guy that ran over his gun that night.
Yeah. Well,
Or Speedy's adventure.
And that's what it's all about. And like I said, I never understood why my dad liked to hunt so much till I had a wife and a bunch of kids, and then it became very clear to me.
Well, now subconsciously you may be escaping something.
Well, just a little peace and quiet.
That's what I'm talking about.
I have to have a little bit of time to look at trees. Rick knows I've always had this where I just need to get out in the woods, type
Do you love
thing.
trees?
I do love trees, and I've grown to appreciate trees, especially loplolly that grow very quick.
Let's go to
for timber.
Where do you start on this? Let's go to Savannah, Georgia, where Kenny's standing by. Kenny, how you doing? Welcome to the show.
Hey.
Hey, buddy.
Kenny, what's up?
What's going on?
Good.
Look here, I just got turned on to your show not too long ago, watching on Turner South.
Thank you.
Such, and I enjoy your show. I heard you make a mention earlier of John Boy and Billy.
Yes,
They do a great job.
They've done a really good job. And
That's right. Well, I mean, hillbillies come in all shapes, forms, and fashions. I mean, you got backwoods Southern country hillbillies, and then you got guys that are just mountain hillbillies.
Did we
distinction-
come across as hillbillies to you?
No, you're country boys.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
You seem more like good hunting, fishing, backwoods.
Like you would
Southern
never.
Boys.
Yeah,
Good Southern boy. There ain't nothing wrong with that.
yeah. I mean, you wouldn't see us in Deliverance, like blocking off the water trying to get you out of your boat.
You especially wouldn't see me squealing like a pig.
No, let me tell you something.
You know what? Because we like girls.
I hope Ned Beatty fired his agent the next day when that movie came out.
Yeah.
If my agent.
No, Rick, I wouldn't fire him. I would burn his building.
Yeah. Can you imagine the first time he looked at the script?
Oh my gosh!
And he looked back over to the left real quick to make sure it was him that was going to be over the log instead of the other way around.
Right.
And he probably went to the director and said, "I got a better. This would be a great idea for the movie. Let's say that I get to jump on him and he's on the log, and they say, no, we'll lose the effect.
Right.
No, Ned, no.
No, how about
we see an
then I
interview
turn
where-
around and I punch him in the face? No, Ned.
And then shoot him with a bow.
Yeah.
Didn't he say that he hated he ever did that? Didn't we see an interview with him?
No.
He was
Worse than
glad
that,
he did it?
He claimed that was probably one of his favorite movies that he was in.
And he said in a strange way, kind of liked
Not
it.
me. Not me, buddy.
I thought he played the part a little bit too good.
Look, undoubtedly, once again, Ned Beatty did not go to school or have the current circle of friends I have.
No, he didn't ride a school
Or the
bus to
brother.
school, I'll tell you that.
There's no money.
If he'd had Greg,
No.
the brother, he'd have never laid over a log.
See you, TV.
Rick and Bubba. It's
35 minutes now past the hour. Rick and Bubba, thank you for being with us today. SimplySafeBubba.com/bigbox. I mean, there's really no safe quite like Simply Safe. 24/7 professional monitoring, guarding your place with sensors and cameras. The 24/7 Live Guard, man, agents act within 5 seconds of receiving an alarm, and then they take immediate action to protect you. They can even see and speak to intruders inside your place. Say, hey, buddy, we see you. If they see a fire, they know. If they see anything, a leak that's going on. Do you realize how important it is for you to get emergency help? I mean, time is everything, and their monitoring system is like no other. They have sensors and cameras that can protect indoor, outdoor, every single inch of your property. Right now, we're going to get you a 20% discount on a new system by going to simplysafebubba.com/bigbox. You can also find that link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. There's no safe quite like simplysafe.com safe. All right, so this one, this is an ugly. We've seen.
Well, we've had stories like this
one
before. This one is a little unique. It's from Australia, and you have a couple that is about to get married.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the couple has already had 3 kids
outside of wedlock,
but they proclaim the love of each other's life, and they're about to get married and make it official.
And all these children are with these 2 people.
Yes,
they're not bringing children from other relationships. They just haven't got married.
Now, as the story goes, the woman found out that she was adopted, the female. She never knew that growing up. She just thought parents were parents. This was all brought on by a cancer diagnosis and the fact that they may need to find kinfolks of the same genetic makeup. And I'm not sure why. If they were going to warn them about something or look at transplants or whatever, okay?
Maybe do some sort of...
So she had to start digging, found her birth mother and a couple of siblings, including a brother who was the man she was about to marry.
And there it is.
Uh-oh.
You got 3 kids with your brother.
What's up, bro?
Now,
if you want to just take it straight to the
technically,
point.
half brother, because they share the same.
That makes it better.
That does help
a little bit.
I don't know why, but it does.
Yeah.
Now,
I think it tremendously helps.
Yeah, I think so.
No doubt. Yeah.
Could be worse, put it that way.
You can put it in a different category.
It's still creepy.
Once the mother found out, she was saying, "You got to call this off immediately." She was seeking advice from various help groups. How do I deal with this? And most people have said, "Look, your kids appear to be normal. Might want to do a little more testing on that."
Did you just throw in might want to do a little more testing?
Yeah, well, no, that's what they're saying in the article, that they've been urged maybe to do some more in-depth testing on the children. To be
One of
sure
them's not
they're
a great
all right.
speller.
Greg. But the woman says she is sick to her stomach finding this out, but still is madly in love with the man.
What would you though? I mean, to me, that's one of those.
I love him like a brother.
That's one of those things where this is one of those things where you're like,
hey, brother.
Hey, this is one of those things. Immediately, the first reaction because they've been together so long, doesn't bother me at all. Doesn't change a thing. Then you go stand like out in a place quiet for a little while. It's my sister, man.
Yeah. You're like kissing and going, got the same mother, got the same mother, got the same mother. That's all I'd be thinking.
Hey, I can go worse than that.
Yeah.
Hey, now. You're a rock star.
Yeah. Well, there's another barnyard term, but I'm not going to go into it.
Bubba.
There it is.
That's tough right there, Gus. But the 3 kids in, so most people are saying they're not going to marry, right? They're going to call it off.
Really?
I mean, because what you do,
I don't see.
You got
this.
3 kids.
You've gotten
no
past
worse
the
than
hard
if you can
part.
get
Right.
past that.
Mom, Daddy, why y'all splitting? Because we're brother and sister.
But we're all here now. There's nothing. I mean,
Right.
If your parents told you that, the first thing you do is run into a mirror and start looking at yourself.
Yeah.
Now, why is that
Check
a
my
problem
ears.
if you're too closely related? We know that is a problem.
Yeah.
But
Bubba was questioning
scientifically, why is it a problem?
Well, I think,
and according to this, I mean, they say that we all have various defects. Okay, you may have
no doubt about that.
Speak for yourself.
Well,
Yeah.
let's say that you might have a a weak kidney. Okay, or
There you
you're
go. Okay,
prone to
okay.
weak kidneys.
I got you.
You may marry a young lady who has a DNA disposition to weak bones.
Mm-hmm.
So when you marry them and have kids, that's going to be passed on to the kids, but it may not ever affect them. I mean, you may have the potential there for that.
Yeah. They say
The problem is when you marry someone
There you
closely genetically tied to you, now you have double the chance of bad kidneys.
It doubles it.
No problem with weak bones, but you're going to have a much more higher chance of kidney problems.
And a slightly larger head.
Right. So that's how they explain it in here. I don't know.
Not a good speller. Let me. But Bub, that is the problem. Is it anything that's in that hand of cards? Now it's double.
Right. Where before, when you have a further genetic pattern, it waters it all down, so to speak.
Right.
So,
what do you call your grandparents?
In this case, your grandparents, or I don't even. You'd have to get a pencil and paper to draw this out.
Work this out.
What do you?
You have less grandparents.
Your in-law
less.
situation.
You don't have as many.
Well, it's the same.
Yeah, but I mean somebody.
There's only 3 of them instead of 4.
Is somebody getting kicked out now?
There's a common one there.
Yeah, right. So,
you got to be careful.
Whitaker's to you.
Well, people are saying y'all didn't know. The ship has already sailed, but now you know.
Yeah.
And I'm telling you, knowing is going to affect things.
The dad did say that he was thankful that he gets to be like the father figure, but also the fun uncle.
That's good.
That's good. That's good. That's a good line right there.
Great.
Well, it just everything gets real confusing.
It does. No, Bubba. Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
So
that's something that's tough to work through there.
It is. That's a shock.
Well, here's the other thing.
Almost be like,
Bubba
work through it.
Like
Could've
Bubba
kept that to yourself.
Like Bubba just pointed out. How sometimes you're sitting there and you're going, we always have to do what her mom wants us to do, and now it's kind of like, well, I guess if we go see her, we kind of kill 2 birds with 1 stone.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So-
you do.
Yeah.
And you know how a lot of couples, when they get together, they seem to have a lot in common. You know how they just everything seems to be in common. Sometimes you might need to check on that.
Hey, that dang 23andMe. Everything was fine. Everything was fine.
This is not.
People that
this
keep
is
asking
not,
me, why don't y'all do your genealogy? I don't want to see it.
All right, let me ask you a question. Would you keep
This
it to
is-
yourself if you found out you were married to your sister?
Yeah.
Like I'm the
You
only one-
would?
I'm the only one that knows.
Yeah, like you.
She don't know?
Like, because I think she found out and
I
she
secretly
told him,
checked.
right?
Right. I said.
Yeah,
But
so
we had another story about 2
Why'd
weeks
that
ago.
be
We
right?
didn't cover it on the air, but it was very similar to this. The couple was about to get married, and best I remember, they did not have children yet, and it really freaked the bride out because she kept it to herself, did not tell
Okay, that's what I was asking.
the groom until after the wedding.
No. That's foul.
No. You got to give me a shot at that before the wedding.
Yeah.
I need to have a response. I need to
I
have
didn't know where you were going with that.
I need to have a shot at what my response would be.
Happy Father's Day.
Right.
You need to know.
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, you need the
Should have
information.
shared that with me.
Yeah. I need to.
Before I bought
Well,
this truck.
he was not happy, if I remember the story, and there was,
he's married his sister.
There was a
And
lot
she knew
of
it.
concern.
Then she knew about it.
Well, she found out literally, guys, the day of the wedding.
That doesn't
She got
matter.
it in the mail. And she's like, we got people coming. We got.
well.
And she didn't even
I think
know.
that's a good excuse.
She didn't know
We're brother
that
and
it was
sister.
100% accurate. It concerned her,
I
but
think
she
everybody
said,
would
"Well,
understood.
we'll figure this out later."
Speedy, let me put it in phrases that you can.
I do.
Let me put it in.
We've had a change, guys.
Let me put it in something you can relate to, okay? Because you think, why did she do that? I tell you, you realize how much money's already been lost?
Yeah.
I mean, you're not getting
But
it back.
still, I mean,
Yeah, but
guys,
after that, you got to be married to your sister.
guys, I think
How much is that worth?
Weddings are very expensive.
hey, on the list of things that are understood,
It's true.
that one, everybody go, okay, that's fine. I got it.
I love it. This is one of those things like you're talking about. You can sit down with your closest friend. That there's nothing you can tell me that will change what I'm going to have to say to you. I think I'm married to my sister. Oh, I didn't know that.
No, let me rephrase what I just said.
Oh, wow.
Oh, okay.
It's a game changer.
I'll return the tuxes.
Okay.
I got it.
Let me help you return stuff.
You know some of those couples too, and you know I'm not talking about anybody in particular, but we've all
Yes,
known
you
these
are.
where you go, wow, they look a lot alike.
No,
and people will say they look more like brother and sister than
Oh,
they
yeah.
I know.
You know.
Yeah.
All right. Well, there it is. We'll be right back.
Hey, 23 and me.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
All up in the house.
Top of the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. We get back. Bubba, let me apologize to you as we start. You were sporting mohair in the last segment, and I did not tell you.
I ain't doing much against it now.
What we want to do now, since I couldn't interrupt you talking because I thought it would be rude, even though now you've told me I should have.
You've got a crumb on your upper lip.
See what I'm talking about?
Okay.
See, I should have done that for you, and I'm
Yes.
sorry. Let me say this.
Where we're going to implement a new policy.
Yeah, this is a new policy. Now, sporting mow means your hair gets down and it goes straight across your forehead, and you're like Moe from the Three Stooges.
Or it's that look from Dumb and Dumber. You know,
Yes.
you just your hair is doing nothing.
Right.
And because we're busy and here, a lot going on, we've put Christopher Columbus, who's switching the show for Turner South, in charge of that.
Yes.
Because he's always looking at the monitor. And we're going to get him to do a CG thing, character generation, at the bottom of the page. Right here it is, Mow Alert. Can you make it flash? There you go.
There it is, yeah.
So at any time, if you see somebody that needs to work on their hair because it has gone straight, much like mine now.
Bubba, I'm afraid the Mow Alert is on.
That was supposed to be a test.
Okay. There you go. Okay, now, now we're better.
You know what? I've got to get back to using gel. That's all there are to it. But if we see Christopher Columbus will be in charge of sounding a Mow Alert.
Yes.
And then we will immediately have to correct that, whoever it is. It could be us, could be a guest.
Well, it won't be Speedy or D.
No, they don't have to worry about that.
Yeah, so thank you. That is now implemented.
Well, he also can get a shine alert because I've been told several times after the show I had a good shine that morning.
Oh, really?
So
don't be afraid. Don't be afraid to use a little base powder.
Just a little base.
Just a
right
touch.
now?
I can't use base. Greg Burgess would laugh at us if we use base.
No, just
he
a little
won't know.
touch. Yeah, he won't know.
He'll never know.
He won't know.
Now, yesterday we had a request. What has happened to Dickie Nadmeyer?
Too late.
Dickie Nadmeyer, phone prankster.
Yeah, and well, then we're fine. I mean,
we're good.
We've gone longer than that before.
We're going to be a little long in this break. Bear with us.
It is long. We tried to edit it, but there's really no place to edit it. Now, I know those you watching on TV, you're going to be listening to this bit because it's a radio bit and it's audio only, and we're just going to kind of be sitting around here eating cake. But just listen along with us, even if you've got us on TV. Just listen to the audio. I got a telemarketer calling the house yesterday. I let them know that I was not the person in charge of the house, but I put on the person who was, and thus they got to talk to Dickie Nadmeyer. Who's speaking?
Yes. My name is Jean, and I'm calling from FGI Research, and we're conducting a survey about computers and home entertainment,
Yes, sir.
and not selling anything. Just interested in your opinion.
What'd you say? You selling something?
No, we're not selling anything. We're interested in your opinion as a member of the household.
Yes, as a matter of fact, I'm the leader here of the household. My name's Dickie Nadmeyer.
I'm sorry, say that again?
My name's Dickie Nadmeyer, and I'm the patriarch of this here family.
Oh, well, great. Well, you must be.
What's your name?
My name is Jean, as
Hello,
I mentioned, and I appreciate your time. I wanted.
Time is valuable. I'm a hard-working man and get out there every day by the sweat of my brow.
I'm sure you are,
10-4.
and I hope your family does as well.
How can I help you tonight, Jenny?
Well, I was wondering if you guys had a desktop computer.
Don't believe in computers because they're of the devil.
Okay.
Hello?
Well, no, I'm.
Well, what you do there, Jenny, is you get that there computer there in your house, and next thing you know, if people start dialing up on that there Fortinet, and all them dirty pictures and stuff coming in your house, corrupts your children. Next thing you know, they're out putting tattoos on themselves and cutting their hair funny.
Well, I guess that's the bad part.
You got children there, Jenny?
Well, I do.
How old are they?
Well, they're actually older at this point.
Right, I understand. Did they have that? What's it called? Interlock or what?
Internet.
Internet when they was growing up.
No, they did not.
Mm-hmm. Probably turned out to be pretty well balanced, didn't they?
Well, they're very wonderful.
I understand.
Actually.
Well, they didn't have that Fortinet.
Well, I always try to be kind of careful with what they.
You know why? Because you're a good mama. You're a good mama.
Well, thank you.
Did a good job with them.
Well, it sounds like you have really worked hard with your family as well.
I do work hard. I got my wife Phyllis Nadmeyer, my boys, and I got 3 of them: Johnson, Peener, and Little Willie Nadmeyer.
Oh, how nice.
Thank you. So what else? The computer is.
All right, we're going phone calls right now. Speedy is taking them. 866-WE-BE-BIG. You can join us, and we'll find out what's on your mind after that last topic we talked about. We hit a lot of stuff, and you can chime in right now at 866-WE-BE-BIG and hear what is on your mind. You can comment on anything that we've already talked about or bring something up. But unfortunately, I saw a lot of calls coming in on that topic, and I'm almost cautious on whether we even go to the phones, but we will. At 866-WE-BE-BIG. All right, a couple things going on this week I want to make you aware of. We've hit the charity charge today. We've hit that. We've got a Rick and Bubba University podcast. We hit that. But a couple other things going on this Wednesday night. I'm really excited about this. Over in Neshoba, is it Neshoba County or Neshoba County, over in Philadelphia, Mississippi. I've been working with that association of churches over there for a while. They're all doing the man church stuff, but they do an event called Love Out Loud, where they all go and serve the community all over the county. And I did not know this. They have a community-wide service at the historic Ellis Theater, where the whole community comes out, and we're going to do some praise and worship, and they've asked me to come over and do the message Wednesday night, 6:30. It's free if you want to be there at the Ellis Theater, and I can't wait to see you guys. That'll be a blast. And then, looking at themanchurch.com, Andy Blanks will be rolling out on Sunday. This Sunday, Bubba and I will already be going on vacation, but Sunday night in Huntsville, Alabama, Twickenham Church of Christ, Andy Blank speaking at your next man church. They're doing the strategy. So if you're in the Huntsville area and you want to be part of that, Sunday night, 5:30, there at Twickenham Church of Christ. So a couple of things going on this week that you might want to plug into. Let's start with Ray. Ray, welcome to the Rick and Bubba Show. How are you today, sir?
Anybody?
I think the Whitakers are calling.
Hams, you are the one that can decode some of these calls. I don't know. Did you have enough to work with?
I did not.
Y'all remember that bunch?
Is that what that was?
I think that's what that was.
Was that the Whitakers?
That was the one that barked.
It was an attempt.
I can't watch that.
I think they were talking about after our last segment.
Yeah, I can't.
Whitakers are.
Rick, and you got the email too. We'd laughed about it. One of the emails says, "Marrying my sister depends on how fine she is."
Well, you hate to say that. That when someone asks you
factor for sure.
That would be one. I mean, I hate to say that. That's awful. That's step one, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Jim in Athens. Jim, go ahead.
Hey guys, how y'all doing?
Go ahead.
There was a movie back in the 70s, Chinatown, with Jack Nicholson and Faye Dunaway.
Yep.
And there is a scene in that movie where John Huston was either her daddy, her uncle, her brother, and she didn't, and she was confused, and he was slapping her, and she was trying to spit it out, and he finally didn't know, what he was to her,
Jim, you're all over the road. What are you even talking about?
Lord.
Oh my gosh! What?
That
you land the plane.
Y'all were just talking about a father, a brother, and a sister, and a mother.
Right.
Yeah.
So what in the movie?
Who's slapping who?
Yeah, when we're
Jack Nicholson is trying to get the truth out of Faye Dunaway
about
how she was kin to John Huston, and she didn't know.
Okay.
He was either her father or her uncle or her.
Okay.
Brother, she didn't know.
Okay.
It come out that he might have been her father or something. I don't know.
Okay. All right. There, you got it. Well, we finally got it in there.
I didn't understand the slapping part.
I
thought it was tied to something else.
I think maybe he could have said, "Hey, y'all might remember that movie Chinatown with Jack Nicholson." There's actually a scene. The character John Huston, he is connected to Faye Dunaway in some sort of family relation, and he wants to know what it is, and she won't tell it.
And somebody starts slapping her.
Right. Let's go.
Or could she not tell him because she was being slapped? I didn't understand what was going on.
Let's just move on.
Yeah. Let's go to James in Birmingham. James, go ahead.
All right, fellas. My high school baseball coach used to say, you know you're married too close in your genetic pool if your kids come out looking like Flipper and breathe through a blowhole.
Oh, my gosh. That's unbelievable. What a great baseball coach, I bet. I bet it was fantastic. You think he didn't have good teams?
I bet he had a lot of sayings about how to catch a ground ball.
Sure.
It was really.
Let's go to Kurt in Alabaster. Kurt, go ahead.
Hey, good morning. You guys heard that James Spann got thrown into Facebook and Instagram jail, didn't you?
I heard.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I saw James post something about that, but I don't know what happened.
Oh, we got to get to the bottom of that story. That's gold right there, whatever it is.
Yeah. So they was it just a mistake, or did he put something on there they deemed
offensive,
jail worthy? Yeah. I don't know. I mean, how
did he play a song?
What did they? Was there a controversial sunset at the beach? The picture that he put up?
Too many shark pictures?
I don't know.
Did they cover one too many illegal dumps on the news? I mean,
Cowboy, Alabama, go.
Too many sunsets.
Morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
I went to the Gridiron Conference this past weekend, and one thing this is my second year going. One thing I've noticed about Charles Billingsley, apparently he shops at the same place my wife does.
Yeah, we covered that.
Willie Robertson gave his message. It was very good about what he'll be remembered for, and he said when he walked by Charles Billingsley's dressing room, the smell of hairspray was so strong he couldn't breathe, and have never seen a man with so much hairspray cans in his dressing room before.
Yeah, people were letting me know because I usually speak at Gridiron every other year, so this was my off year. That Willie Robertson took the baton from me. And went after Charles, and I'd be glad to know that Charles didn't get away with it. But there was something about it kind of felt like only we should mess with Charles.
Yeah,
I don't know how I felt about
it's
others.
It's like we want to mess with him, but we don't want anybody else mess with him.
Yeah, so they had George Foreman this year, Willie Robertson. I don't know
which George Foreman.
Well, the one that birthed all the other George Foremans, or produced them. He didn't birth them,
right?
But the former champ, and but I don't know who else was there. But I heard they had a great turnout, and a lot of guys I know went and said it was fantastic. Let's go to Kay in Alabama. Kay, go ahead.
Hey, good morning. I just want to, in high school, you remember Roots came out. Y'all are about my age, so when that happened, can you hear me?
Yes, I got you.
Ahead.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, my history teacher decided we all need to do our genealogy. I'm from a rural town here in town. I had a really cool story about how my grandmother got here. When I got to class that week and we all turned our assignments in, there was about 8 of us in the class that all had the same story. So needless to say, I had dated a couple of the guys and was very glad we had done that assignment because we didn't have DNA tested back then.
I'm very glad we did that assignment. Wow. That's fantastic. Dawson in Birmingham.
Do you know anybody that's ever dated the cousin, Rick?
I don't. Not one that was blood kin. No. Okay. Dawson. No, one that was adopted. I do recall that. Dawson, go ahead.
Well, she did pass the first test, right?
She did.
Hey guys, I just want to say hi. I love listening to you guys in the morning.
Thank you.
I moved to Birmingham recently. I go to UAB. I wanted to see what you guys thought about the Stallions game last night. Give a big giddy up Stallions and what you guys think about the league.
Was it last night? I thought it was Saturday.
No, it was last night.
Giddy up!
The Stallions won the very first UFL championship. And then combined with the 2 from the USFL, they've won 3 in a row. So, they did. Boy, Skip Holtz just.
I'm telling you, man,
what a great job.
He's coached 3 times with the USFL and the UFL, as you just said, and won all 3 of them.
Yeah, he's on Fox.
Does the UFL come back next year?
We need to ask Skip. We need to get him on this morning.
Yeah, we do. Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I was sitting here in the studio. I saw Speedy, had an email from some of you out there. He asked Helmsy, who came through, what's the name of that company that's selling these incredible hearing aids? at about half the price of what you normally see out there. And, of course, Helmsley, he said MD Hearing. You're talking about MD Hearing. Yes. MD Hearing recently cut their price in half despite all this inflation craziness. So MD Hearing just made the Neo rechargeable digital hearing aids only $297 a pair. Now, I want you to listen. What they cut in half was already 90% less than a clinic hearing aid. And we went through this with Dad, so I know how much those can cost. The Neo actually fits inside your ear. No one will ever know that you're there. It's an ENT that developed this because the surgeon saw many of his patients needed hearing aids, but they couldn't afford them. They're crazy expensive. And, boy, you really start losing yourself or you lose that loved one when they get where they can't participate in conversations anymore because they can't hear. So price just became a former problem. It's not a problem anymore. Go to mdhearing.com, mdhearing.com. The promo code Bubba gets you a pair for $297, okay? Plus, they're adding a free extra charging case. That's $100 there for listeners of the Rick and Bubba Show. So go to mdhearing.com, mdhearing.com. Use the promo code Bubba right now and get these wonderful hearing aids. They were already 90% less than the clinic hearing aids, and now it's been cut in half.
Is not in the house. Is anything else I can maybe answer some questions for you?
Well, there was another question as well. If you had a game console such as Microsoft Xbox.
What's that?
A game console such as the Microsoft Xbox.
Did you say a day? What was that?
No, it's a game console where people play games on the console.
Is that them things some kids get to staring at till the eyes get crossed?
Well, I guess maybe if they're on it all the time, I don't know.
You think cross-eyed is funny, Jenny?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Here, I was just trying to be a little humorous.
I understand.
But anyway, what I was wondering is if you had a Microsoft Xbox, Nintendo.
Oh, I know what you're talking about. You're talking about like them things where they play them games on them when they get that. They play have them little handheld things and they kicking the buttons and pushing at them all the time.
Yeah.
Yeah, Peter plays those.
Okay.
Peter Nadmeyer.
Is it a Microsoft Xbox, Nintendo GameCube, or
hang on just a minute, son. Son, what's that game thing you got? Yes, Xbox, he said.
Okay, so it's a Microsoft Xbox?
It just says Xbox, honey. I'm not sure. Is there other kinds?
Well,
It's got an X on it, kind of a neon green.
Okay, it's probably a Microsoft Xbox.
Matter of fact, it's kind of green color like that Lucky Charms.
Oh, okay.
Are you going to celebrate St. Patrick's Day coming up Monday?
Well, gee whiz, I probably will.
Hey, listen to this. See if this sounds like a leprechaun. Top of the morning to you.
Oh, that is so cute.
Thank you.
Well, I hope
There's that laugh again.
Are you going to use your green?
Yes.
Or wear your green, rather?
Well, what I do is, you're supposed to get pinched if you don't have green on.
Oh, really?
So I have my wife, Phyllis, I let her wear everything except green pants, and that way I can pinch her booty. Just pinch. And there's plenty of it to pinch, honey, let me tell you.
Well, you have a good sense of humor.
Thank you.
Now,
I'm a chameleon.
A chameleon or a comedian?
What's the difference?
Well, let's see. Well, there is, I think, a difference, but is there not? No.
You talking down to me, Jenny?
No.
Okay,
I'm trying to think of what you were saying.
Okay, what about this X thing?
Now, is this the first console in your home, or have you owned another besides the Xbox?
We used to have one that was called Atari, and it was that thing Pong.
Uh-huh.
We had that.
Okay, so then this is not your first?
No, and I don't know who bought it from us. My worry is that Peter if you know what I'm talking about, it might have got the old 5-finger discount.
Okay.
Because I know I didn't purchase it.
Uh-huh.
And his uncle still you blind.
Yeah.
And that's who he got it from.
Well, I don't know what to say.
That's my brother. I don't want to talk about it's family business, and no offense to you, young lady, but, you need to keep out of it.
Oh, that's fine. I wasn't asking any questions.
Sure.
Now, for this research, we want to focus on the Xbox. And I was wondering how many people in the household, including yourself, use the Xbox regularly.
Well, I don't go near it. Because I know my brother probably I don't know where it came from.
Okay, so how many people do play on it in your house?
Woody and there's a couple of neighbor kids, and that's about it.
All right, so the people that live in your house, how many people?
Well, the neighbor kids live here, too, most of the time.
I know
What's so funny about that?
Well, I think it's cute.
It's not cute if you think about the fact that their parents don't want them.
Well, that's not.
Yeah, we ain't yucking it up now, are we?
But it's at least, it's nice that they think enough about you guys to be there, though.
Well, I ain't got nowhere else to go, and Phyllis cooks pretty good.
Yeah, well, that's nice.
And then we got this box thing. They seem to be fascinated with.
Right. So, is there just
4?
With in other words, there's 4. Well, the people that actually live in your house.
I told you, them neighbor kids are here most of the time. I'll say 2 then.
Okay.
And the neighbor kids 4.
And the 2 in your household that do use it, they use it at least once a month. Is that correct?
Oh, more than that.
Six minutes past the hour. How are you? Thanks for being with us today. As we are working our way back, we have updated you on a number of things. We've gone through Father's Day. We've taken a few calls about how the other dads, how it went. We've also run down an uncomfortable story involving a couple in Australia.
Yeah.
We run that down. Rick and Bubba, Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge happening today at participating Buffalo Wild Wings in Alabama, benefiting LifelineChild.org. So go out and participate in that. A new Rick and Bubba University podcast out talking about our voter integrity, which I know a lot of you have been asking us about. So we did a full 45-minute deep dive on that. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Helmsy, and Eddie Van Adler here. Say hello to Bill Bubba Bussy. There he is.
Yeah, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us on the little party we call Rick and Bubba.
Oh, Biden looking good. Biden looking good.
Where'd it go?
Hey, Basement Joe. A Basement Joe. All right, so as we start the hour, the thing that I kept getting over the weekend, what do I normally do? I just simply look at Babylon Bee. And when Babylon Bee's throwing out headlines, I think, well, that's probably stories we're going to cover on Monday. I see them, making fun of various things. They said, like, for instance, I see on one of our cuts today about Biden meeting the Pope. Here is the Babylon Bee. President pretending to be Catholic meets a Pope that's pretending to be Catholic. So that one, wow. there's your doozy. So another one, Biden disappointed after a huge scoop of vanilla ice cream turns out to be Pope Francis. So that's good night. That's the thing we're talking about. He's got his forehead on him, which we'll get to here.
That was weird.
Yeah, that we'll run through all that. And another one, G7 officially changed to G6 after Biden wanders off again. We'll get into all of this. So I guess we want to start. You want to just go in order?
Yeah, let's just run down through, because we have several. We have the Pope issue you were referring to on here, and several other things, and we will get to the fundraiser in L.A. where he wandered off, and former President Obama had to grab him.
So we'll start back in 1974. Here's Senator Joe Biden, and he's going to make a very clear statement to America. Here he goes.
Thank you. Good to be here.
Bubba,
Senator Biden, it's nice to have you here. As the youngest member of the Senate, the one, therefore, who may expect the longest career there, I wonder if you'd say to us, since it's clear that you're not corrupt and you got elected, why should people think that the system produces corrupt results when there you are?
Well, I'm not sure you should assume I'm not corrupt, but thank you for that, though. The system does produce corruption, and I think implicit in the system is corruption, when in fact, whether or not you can run for public office, and it costs a great deal of money to run for the United States Senate, even from a small state like Delaware, you have to go to those people who have money, and they always want something.
Did you hear what he just said?
Yeah, he said you shouldn't assume I'm not corrupt.
And then he goes on to say there's so much money it has to be raised, especially from a small state like Delaware. So people always come to you wanting something.
Yeah, the people who have money want something in return. That is Senator Joe Biden speaking honestly in 1974 when he was elected.
Here's the weird picture that
numbers on that.
Yeah, that Babylon B keeps posting about this weird forehead to forehead thing he had with the Pope. So I don't.
What is he
I don't
doing?
think you can do the Pope like that. That's illegal.
Is he headbutting?
Greg,
the
I
Pope?
don't think you can do anybody.
That's a good point.
Not one person. Look at this.
What
guy.
is he doing?
If I did that to my wife, she would say, "What in the
You're
world
right. That's a
are
great
you
point.
doing right
That's
now?"
a great point. That was weird.
What is that? Some kind of meeting or something? Is this? I mean, I'm not.
Like
I
two
don't know
bulls
all the
pushing
Pope.
each other.
I don't know all the things around
So
the
he
Pope
bent
you have
over.
to do. I mean, is that?
It looks like he's trying to do his confession without getting behind the curtain or anything. I mean,
Yeah.
what is he doing here? He moves in for a
Let's
headbutt.
see.
Oh my!
So he's in the
what-
wheelchair.
and-
They're touching heads. Yeah, forehead to forehead thing.
I don't want to be insensitive. Why is the Pope in a wheelchair?
I think he's not doing great.
Yeah, he's
Okay,
not doing good
he's
at
not
all.
doing good.
Hey,
Is
have
this,
you ever been? Have you ever
is
been
this a
over?
sacrament or something?
Well,
I'm
I've
not
heard him talk.
familiar with?
Yeah, he may be really be struggling because I've heard some of his statements lately. I guess he can't read the Bible anymore.
Oh, Biden thought it was a sick kid
You're terrible.
buddy.
because he likes sniffing kids. And so.
How'd you like Babylon B with that white thing on his head that he thought it was vanilla ice cream? That's pretty funny.
No, seriously,
Can I ask you a
somebody,
question?
y'all, we can't let this
I'm
go.
not sure
Hey,
what
the
happened.
Pope is a pretty big thing on the
Right,
planet, okay?
right.
Why? I don't see anybody else bending over, bumping foreheads with him.
That's what I was going to ask
I've
y'all.
never seen anybody.
Have
do
y'all
that.
ever been over and like got a little
Did
top
Biden
heavy?
go to sleep there? I mean, what happened?
Yeah, it's like he leans on him
I'm
and almost
sorry,
like
Speedy.
like his yeah, right.
Go ahead.
No, and just got a little top heavy and got up on your toes because you fell forward,
Maybe.
and it's like everything was on your toes, and it's almost like you had to take baby steps forward because you're about to fall over.
He just got this weird thing like when he sniffs people's hair and stuff.
Even all my aunts that like to hug, I never gave them a headbutt. You know, I don't know.
You know what I'm talking about? You have bulls get to pushing on each other.
Yeah,
That's what that
yeah,
looked like was about to
yeah.
happen.
All right, 2B, Bubba, Joe Biden, and this is happening a lot, losing his cool a lot.
Oh, this happened to a
an angry old
TikToker.
man.
Ask him a question he didn't like, and he
Yeah.
threatened to take the guy's phone and throw it.
Yeah, so here we go.
And I know you're a typical press guy. You're grabbing me in front of this all this. And I trust you as far as I throw your phone. I have a good arm, man. I'm sure you can. I can throw it a long way. But my point is this. Yes.
What is your point?
I have made very clear to the Israelis what they have to do in the near term. If they don't, what's going to happen?
So what's going to happen? Is the U.S. going to cut off fundings?
I came because usually you tell me I have a nice suit and you didn't comment on my suit today, so I feel a little offended.
Thank you.
Oh, so he didn't threaten to throw his phone. He said, "I don't trust you as far as I can throw."
And I can throw it a long way.
Right.
Yeah, so
I doubt that.
Well,
Okay.
What about when he said,
not without balancing yourself on the Pope?
well, he told him he'd been very clear, and he goes, "Oh, what?" And he just freezes like he remember.
Y'all want to hear that one more time?
Yeah.
Just the beginning?
Yeah.
And I know you're a typical press guy. You're grabbing me in front of this all this. And I trust you as far as I throw your phone. I have a good arm, man.
I'm sure you can.
I can throw it a long way. But my point is this.
Yes.
1 Mississippi.
2 Mississippi, 3 Mississippi, 4 Mississippi.
I have made very clear.
My point is this: 4 Mississippis, before you can remember. Now the one everybody's talking
Well,
about.
maybe he was searching for the
And when
word.
Yes, he was,
And
Bubba.
took a small nap.
And when
Yes,
you
he
use
did.
about no further than I can throw you, you mean you can't throw people very far. Then he turns around and says, I can throw it really far. It kind of, his little argument didn't work.
He didn't even use the
He got
analogy.
confused.
No, you're supposed to think of something heavy.
Yeah.
Which means you don't trust him very much.
Yeah.
Honestly, if you trust somebody as far as you can throw a phone, you probably trust them pretty much.
And then he said after
But
that,
he said, I can throw it a long way, so I should trust you a long way.
Yeah.
Is what he said.
Right. Basically, it
didn't
goes
make
against
sense.
what he was trying to say.
Yeah, God love him.
does.
Yeah.
These things require you to be able to
4
think.
more.
Hey, Bubba, these things like
Oh,
this
geez.
require you to be able to think on your feet, and those days are over.
Mm.
Here he is freezing up, and of course the left is saying that all of us that are making a big deal out of this, we're just over the top. But it doesn't look too good, and Obama helps him off the stage. Here we go.
Big fundraiser.
This is more or is this a fundraiser here?
Yeah, this
Okay.
is in L.A. over the
Okay.
weekend.
All right, here we go. Big fundraiser. And then he's just on the stage.
He's just staring.
And now he stops. See how he stops like a robot?
There he goes again.
He's completely frozen, Bubba.
That's what he was doing the other day.
He's frozen. Look,
Obama takes him
Obama
by the
grabs his
hand and
arm.
pulls him off.
Bubba, did you see how
Yeah.
he froze like a
And
robot?
And that's Jimmy Kimmel up there, too.
Yeah. Oh wow. Greggy got hung in a stare and he couldn't get out of it, and Obama had to pull him away.
To break the trance.
It's like he was on the front row when they were playing the music, and he was standing there.
God, watch this. It's almost like somebody, you're playing that thing where you go freeze, and you have to freeze tag.
Yeah,
it's like he gets free tag.
like
Watch somebody touches him, and he has to freeze. He turns around, he's kind of interacting, and all of a sudden, lock.
Now locked.
And,
now I'm
and
stuck.
we're locked.
Freeze tag.
And we're locked.
What does he think he sees right now?
There we go.
And then Obama's like, come on now. Let's go.
Let's go.
Come on, Joe.
If I'm going to
It
keep
made
running
it even more obvious the way Obama grabbed his hand.
Yeah, look how he's patting him on the back.
Somebody
He's
needs to wind
leading
him
him
up.
off there.
He is.
And Obama, of course, being very savvy, he's pretending they're having a deep conversation as they walk off. I promise you, Joe Biden is just looking straight ahead.
Yeah, he's stumbling.
And he's
maybe humming.
He's pretending like something's going on. I'm going to talk. And Obama now is thinking, I can't keep running the country from my basement if you can't do any better than this.
Yeah.
Okay, you're going to have to show something.
Killing my legacy here.
Wow.
Yeah, oh my goodness! I didn't realize till then how bad the shuffle has got.
Yeah.
Every day I'm shuffling.
I'm going to go ahead and say it.
Dun, 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 dun,
I know.
dun.
Look, and this all comes with celebrity. We have to understand it. You know, they as we talked about on a couple of podcasts ago, Bubba, they love to get up in the treehouse and pull the ladder up.
Oh, buddy.
So nobody else can get up there too. I hate to tell y'all this, but Jack Black really went in for Biden this weekend.
I don't doubt it.
Yeah, well, he's been that way.
You know,
I know, but it hurts.
I know.
Some
I
hurt
know.
more than others.
I mean, you give him a pass?
I do.
I'll give Charlie Sheen a pass on a few of them.
I do, and I do think to myself, poor old Jack, he's just not real smart.
Yeah.
But as long as he'll keep being funny, because if he really believes Biden's the best thing for this country right now, I mean, you're just not very smart. Or you're so isolated from the real world, you don't understand the pain of it.
He kind of looks a little strange lately. Have you seen the way he's grown his hair
quite
out?
a beard.
Big old giant beard.
Did you see him doing the Taylor Swift song?
I did.
Yeah.
And I found that to be actually kind of funny.
It was funny, but
now,
he just looked.
Yeah, he looks like he came out of the woods somewhere.
They raised a bunch of money this weekend, but not nearly as much as Trump did after he got arrested.
Rick and Bubba.
Okay. Now, you said there were two people, and could I have the ages of each and if they're male or female?
Peter's 13. He's a boy, and he's when they start getting 13, they get a little crazy and smell funny.
Okay.
And then there's Woody,
Uh-huh.
who is 3.
All right.
He's not potty trained yet, but he's just a slow learner.
Well, they're adorable at that age.
Yeah, well, you ain't never met this one.
Now, I was wanting to know if what your name is.
Dickie Nadmeyer.
C-K-Y?
Excuse me. Dickie, D-I-C-K-Y,
Okay.
Nadmeyer.
N-A-D-M-I-R-E?
M-E-Y-E-R. Nadmeyer.
M-E-Y-E-R.
10-4.
Okay. And how old are you?
That's a little personal, don't you think?
Whatever you feel comfortable with. It doesn't. Actually, we don't have exact ages. It's more like.
All right, so
30,
it's not exact then?
Yeah, like 35 to 44, 45
yeah,
to
somewhere in there.
54,
Somewhere in there.
45 to 54.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, I am, Phyllis. Phyllis, I most certainly am. She said she did it over a long time period. She didn't ask for specifies.
Okay, and let's see. We're going to be talking about the Xbox.
You ain't wearing green on Monday. I'll cross it. I'll tell you that.
Now, how long ago did you get your Xbox? Was it the last 3 months?
You talking about my ex-wife now?
No, at the
Because
Xbox.
again, you're somewhat personal. You're trying to get into our family business. Now you want to know about my ex-wife. And
No, I had
Phyllis, I'm not talking to my ex-wife. It's a woman wanting to talk about the video games. Them two don't get along.
No, I wasn't asking about your ex-wife. I was asking about the Xbox. I was wondering.
You talking about, won't you just say video game, please?
Sure. I was wondering if you had gotten that the last 3 months, 4 to 6 months ago, 7 to 12 months ago.
Hang on. Peter, when did your uncle give you that thing out of the trunk? Your game thing? 4 months ago.
Okay.
He's holding up 4 fingers. I don't know what that means. I assume that's 4.
Now, how often do you play game? How often do the two people play games?
Too much. Just write down too much.
Well, the responses that we can put in are every day, once or twice a week, once every 2 weeks.
Well, I guess too much would be every day, wouldn't it? If I got to walk your hand through it.
Okay.
I don't mean to be. I'm giving a little cross with you. I'm sorry. When you brought up the ex-wife, that's what got me upset. I'm sorry.
Now, on an average day, when you play games on your Xbox computer.
I say I don't play it. I told you Peter played it, Woody and the neighbor kids.
Okay, so you don't play at all, right?
Well, no, because I don't want to be cross-eyed.
Okay. Now, what is it that makes you want to play and you don't play, correct?
I told you I don't play there. Dickie Nadmeyer don't want to be cross-eyed. Hey, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm hearing what you're saying. I'm just trying to put in the answer here.
All right, well, let's move on to some other questions.
Okay. Excuse me for just a second. I'm trying to type in what the response here.
You got your hands on the home keys.
Now, why don't you play more often than you do and you don't play, correct? So that doesn't pertain to you?
Ma'am, I don't play.
Right.
Because I don't want my two eyes to be crossed.
I understand.
Have you ever seen somebody look cross-eyed right at you?
Yes, actually I have.
Have you really?
Uh-huh.
Oh. And you still talking Xboxes?
Well, yeah, that's the topic here, but...
Can you cross one eye and leave the other one straight? Because I can.
No, I can't.
Watch this. Oh, you can't see me. Woody, watch this. Look at that. That's right. Get that out of your mouth, son. All right, next question.
Okay.
Some of us got to work for a living.
That's absolutely true. Well, what state am I calling? Well, I'm putting in our answer here.
Let me give you two words.
Uh-huh.
Roll Tide.
Roll Tide?
Roll Tide.
Roll Tide.
Yeah. Not much of a football fan, are you, Missy?
I like football, but I'm not familiar with that.
You ain't never heard of Roll Tide, Bear Blunt, 315?
I don't know much about.
Where are you calling from? Nazi Germany?
No, definitely not.
Are you a communist?
No, I sure am not.
Where are you calling from?
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to
22 minutes now past the hour, the Rick and Bubba Show. Thank you for being with us today. We'll get to more phone call opportunities before we're done. But before we get to the other end of the spectrum, so we've shown you the state of Biden. We'll then get to the state of Trump here in just a moment. But Bubba, did you receive this email? You're on it too. That we got from another guy that said that his kids nailed his daughter, who's 11, what she did for him on Father's Day. He says, "Hey, my kid nailed Father's Day. I know y'all were looking for updates, and we have been getting those earlier, and we will throughout the day." Said, "I've been an everyday listener for 15 years. I watch on YouTube every morning. So hello to you, Jonathan. My daughter, Marley, is 11 years old, and so she a daily dose of Rick and Bubba is all she's ever known her entire life. And I've wanted some of your merchandise for years, but just never would actually buy it for myself. Nobody takes care of Daddy quite like a daughter, and this year, mine came through big time. On top of balloons and a fudge cake she made herself, she got me the Rick and Bubba coffee mug, the gray Rick and Bubba 30th anniversary shirt, and the Rick and Bubba sunglasses."
Very nice. Very nice.
Said I can't call in, but I wanted y'all to know that my daughter actually nailed Father's Day.
Good job.
Boy, the gift of Rick and Bubba.
Love to hear those stories.
Oh.
Haven't heard a lot of fails yet.
No. And like I said, I grilled some burgers Saturday with the Rick and Bubba spatula, and I'm just like, boy, what a nice piece of equipment that is.
Yeah.
Good night.
I threw out a spiral dog or two.
I know. I heard you did.
Wow.
Yeah.
Perfection.
Look at you.
Yeah, they were good.
Mm-hmm. So we saw the state of Biden. You know, we got a choice coming up in November. And I'm with Greg. I don't know why some of these celebrities like Jack Black, you can stay and say, my worldview differs from you, and I think the country's in better hands when it's in the hands of the Democratic Party. You can disagree with us. Of course, you'd have to overlook a few things, but that's what you think, and you have a right. And of course, it probably doesn't impact you since you're independently wealthy and probably never have to work another day of your life. But you can say that and still say, but I don't think Biden's still got it, and at least save face a little bit.
If
I mean,
you say you don't think Biden can handle it anymore, doesn't mean you're pro-Trump.
No, well, just like Bill Maher, he said, "Look, I'm not going to vote for Trump," but I mean, and of course, he went on. He said, "Biden is cadaver-like."
Yeah,
he said, and you know what he said? He said, "I have to acknowledge it. I just want to have some self-worth. I mean, I don't want to come off looking like some moron. You know it."
Look at Jack Black.
Oh my gosh.
Oh, he's a funny guy.
He is funny. He's funny. Politically a little off, but he's funny.
He's funny though.
So, Bubba, let's take a look at what happened when Trump took the stage in Detroit. Not exactly a bastion of conservatism, the city of Detroit, Detroit. But let's look at the mob that look at what's waiting on him in Detroit, and compare what we just saw with the freeze up of President Biden.
Please look.
And look, he's coming onto the stage like he's Taylor Swift, and gets a huge. Oh, Greg Erslinger.
Wow.
Erslinger causing trouble again. So a little different look, isn't it? And then we have is this a Detroit pastor that gets up and speaks?
Yes, that is correct.
All right, let's hear.
President Trump, I'm so humbled that you would be here. President Obama never came to the hood, so to speak, right? President Joe Biden, he went to the big NAACP dinner, but he never came to the hood. So thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Pastor. Very humble, really nice. Thank you.
Just let the pastors keep talking. Don't let Trump talk.
Yeah, hush.
But you're seeing more and more, and the Democrats are panicking because, all those people of color out there, y'all been told by the Democrats that basically, if you don't vote for them, you've lost your pigmentation. So you've lost your ethnicity to go conservative. You shouldn't think for yourself. But, boy, that song is just not – it ain't playing the way it once did.
No.
So
not with anybody that buys groceries or fills up their car with gas.
No, and we continue that with 3C. Vincent Everett Ellison is talking to Tucker Carlson about this very, very point. So here we go.
If Trump gets 20% of the black vote, the Democratic Party is done forever.
Do you think he has a chance?
Oh, I think he's got a chance to get more. My next podcast coming out this Tuesday is going to be Donald Trump, the true first black president. Because the Democrats have finally done to Donald Trump what they've been doing to black men for 200 years. What they did to Donald Trump in New York is the Rodney King tape of the Democratic Party coming after white Anglo-Saxon Protestants.
Wow. Yeah, we interviewed him. Do you remember we interviewed him on RBU? He was intense.
Yes.
And that may be why we're called today. Bubba and I have an odd thing that we can't share, can we? We're not going to share it.
No.
Just want to share it. Why would we share it?
No.
We shouldn't. Do we want to get a Kamala comment in before we wrap all this up?
Well, it's some more, Rick, what I call deep insight.
More deep insight from our current vice
president. Think about the wordsmith here of what we're learning.
Yeah.
The education in this.
Everybody ready to take a deep dive? Here's Vice President Kamala Harris really helping us to understand community banks. Here we go.
So the importance of community banks is they are, as they are called, they're in the community, led by members of the community. They are people who understand the capacity of the community, the needs of the community, the culture of the community.
So community banks are in the community.
Yes, that is
correct.
Run by
and so is community coffee.
Right. And run by people.
I mean, you've said a lot there.
In the community.
Yes.
By the community.
That's the name, community banks. Right. I didn't hear a whole lot about their programs. I didn't hear a whole lot about their...
No, we've solved the geography problem. Right. We can move on from there, I guess.
Right, yeah. Well, the last time I checked, all the banks, if their branches in my community are in the community, I want to know why I should go to the community bank versus the others that are also in the community.
Who's got the best deal for you?
Yeah. And they probably have people working at their branch that also is from the community and is aware of the community. I'd like to know the difference in banking with a community bank versus the others. Now, I could say some reasons why.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
But I'd go a little deeper than the fact that it's just in the community.
Well, it's called a community bank. Well, it's run by the community.
Right.
And the community.
If there's confusion about where it is, we know.
It's in the community.
It's something Bubba and I used to have fun with when we would talk to on radio stations. Say, well, the reason you should listen to us is we keep it local.
Right.
And then I go, well, but are you any good?
Yeah.
Is it entertaining?
Yeah.
Is it?
It's local. We got that.
No, but we're local. But of course, if we're on there, we're local too. But I mean, just there's got to be a little more than that, So bottom of the hour, we'll come back. 866-WE-BE-BIG is our number. We'll come back and take some phone calls from you, America. All 10 lines are available, and we'll check in with you again. Some other things to cover in the sports world too, but we'll transition with the phone segment right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
From Virginia.
Well, that's close.
Now, which of the following types of...
You mean you ain't got football in Virginia?
Well, we do.
Uh-huh. Don't you have an orange team?
We have our team, actually.
You don't even know
we
the
have
name
the
of it, do you?
Redskins. No, the Redskins.
The Redskins in Virginia. I think they're in Washington, ma'am.
Are they? See how much I know about football.
Well, you could have just been honest.
Well...
Roll Tide stands for the greatest state in the Confederacy.
Uh-huh. Oh,
Bama.
okay. Alabama.
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, that's pretty... I like Alabama.
Yeah, sounds like it.
Now, do you play sports games? You don't play those as well, of course.
Is your goal for me to be a cross-eyed Dickie Nadmire?
No, I would
I'll
like
be
to...
down there at the plant cross-eyed, and I'll get down there, and all of them will be getting on me. Here comes cross-eyed Dickie, the one-eyed wonder.
You're funny.
Well, I wasn't meant to be.
Now, let's see.
You ain't never worked down the plant, have you?
I have not, no.
I guarantee you what you got. Are you soaking your hands in palm olive?
No. Should I be?
Yeah. Well, you work with cold steel and fire around you. You'll think different. You won't walk in cross-eyed. I'll tell you that. That's a rough bunch.
I bet.
I can just hear them.
Have you worked there for a long time?
Here comes cross-eyed, 40 years. That's all.
Wow. It's a long time.
You can thank me for all the steel rods in your building you're sitting in. Probably kind of strength for the steel city. Bama. Roll Tide.
Let me ask you something. Do you ever do you ever buy any games for the kids at all?
No, but their uncle steals them for them.
Okay, so you don't get any, in other words?
No, I ain't
You don't
putting
rent them or whatever,
I don't
right?
give my money to the devil, ma'am.
Okay. I'm just putting that in that you don't buy it.
Can I say something? Just constructive criticisms?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
You're a slow typer.
A slow typer?
Yeah, you're not rattling them keys like you need to when the man's got to get up and go to work at the crack of dawn.
Okay. All right, well, I will try and go faster for you.
That's what she said.
Now, if you are getting a game, where would you buy it from if you did get one?
I just have my brother go and get it, and I don't ask any questions.
Okay.
One time he came into my house and stole our Monopoly game. Now, he denies it, but I know he did it.
Uh-huh.
You like Monopoly?
I do.
I don't. It's too long.
Uh-huh.
I mean, everybody goes, boardwalk, boardwalk. Ma'am, I got to go to bed. Can I let you go?
Well, let me ask you something. When would be a good time to finish this up? I'm basically, what the holdup here is your responses are not the normal responses.
Well, how many times in my life have I heard that, you reckon?
Well, I don't know.
Incredible how she stayed with that.
Hey, she was going to finish that interview no matter what.
She must get paid by the finished interview. That's all I can figure. Wow.
We're a little long, so we'll come back and do a few phone calls and catch back up. Oh my gosh, it's Mo Alert!
I think that was premature Mo Alert.
No, it was Mo.
Rick and Bubba.
Come on, y'all got to get out of the door. Get out of the door. Hey, you can't see.
An outlaw.
All right, we're back. Care of the Mo Alert if need be. So there it is. Bubba,
What, you put some gel in it and now you're going to hair dryer?
He's focused, Speedy. This is something he's not going to have the rest of the show. He's just trying to get it resolved. We'll go to the phones.
How's that? Let me look. Look at me. Look at me.
There, that. Okay.
Okay.
Now you going.
Is it severe? Nah,
Yeah.
it looks like Moses
Got a little
parted.
shine there.
Yeah, looks like Moses parted your hair.
Yeah,
though.
yeah. It's yeah, that's good. Libby,
job, Roxy.
Thank you, Roxanne. Libby is in Sylacauga. Libby, how you doing?
I'm good. How are y'all?
Hey, it's Libby on the
level. You will like it on your tip. Go.
Libby, what?
Hey,
Yeah.
Sorry.
I was named after a can of corn.
That feels good, doesn't it?
Oh, are you really?
I mean, really. But anyway.
Go ahead, Libby.
I was going to tell y'all, I have been waiting for months to hear about Dickie Nadmire again.
Yes. I kept packing him up thinking I was moving, and then we would be delayed, and so finally, I said, I'm going over there and I'm firing this thing back up.
Well, I was going downtown to Sylacauga.
Control, release the Kraken. America, all 10 lines are available. Coach Helms is ready to take your phone calls. So come on in at 866-WE-BE-BIG. Make your phone money matter. Make the switch to Patriot Mobile today by going to patriotmobile.com/bigbox for free activation. So let's look as you're coming in. 30 seconds a pop. The buzzer will be our friend. No meaningless shout-outs, no shameless plugs, no baby predictions. Barriers are a blessing. Keeps the line moving. Also gives you a lot of you an opportunity to comment on the things you've already heard on the show today. You have a response, or you can bring up your own topic if you would like as well, staying away from shameless plugs, meaningless shout-outs, or anything like a baby prediction. So make the move now. Helmsy will get you lined up, ready to go, and we'll start running through these calls rapid fire. While you are calling, I do want to point to a great opportunity involving our friends at AMAC. This is the Association of Mature American Citizens. This July, we celebrate the birth of our nation, but it's also important to reflect on the freedoms that our forefathers fought for. Today, these freedoms are under attack like we have never seen. We hear about this, but we're thinking, hey, what do we need to do? Look no further than what's happening right now with one of the candidates. I mean, the looks like it is going to be the nominee for the Republican Party, and we have all these attempts to keep him from even being a candidate and not even being able to run for president. So if you're looking for an organization that is looking out for those of us that are mature American citizens, and you don't feel good about the representation of AARP, we would join you in that. There is another option. You do not have to put your money towards supporting leftist agendas, bigger government, the Inflation Reduction Act, and all these disasters. You can go with another organization and still get those wonderful discounts that we love for traveling and cruising and car rentals and theme parks and shows and events and restaurants. And, of course, you also can still get Social Security and Medicare advice for free. You need to join AMAC. Go to amac.us/bigbox right now, and you can get your membership at $16 on this election year special, or you can get the special 4 years for just $30, okay? So go to amac.us, it does include the magazine, by the way, /bigbox, BIGV as in voice, OX, or just find the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. So the phone show gets starting. Bubba, we got Karen standing by. If you want to join us, start dialing us now, and Helmsy will get you set up, ready to go. Let's start with Karen and Trustful, listening to 104.7 WZZK. Bubba does have a timeout, as does Speedy, if we need to expand on your call. Trolling.
Keep them phones a-trolling.
Here we come, phone trolling, phone troll. Karen, go right ahead. How are you?
Hey, I'm good. How are y'all?
Fantastic, Karen.
Okay, well, you know the story you did about Joe Biden headbutting the Pope?
Yeah, it was odd.
He did the same thing recently to comedian Tiffany Haddish when she visited the White House.
Oh, really? So I'm not familiar.
Yeah, and she related that story, and it was like she was so confused why he was doing that.
It looks like he...
Is this some kind of thing? I don't know, or is he just not realized personal space, or...
Well, I think there's no doubt that his realization of personal space is long gone, but it almost looks like, and hear me, I'm just going to say it straight out. Hear me. Have you ever gone into like a petting zoo where goats were?
Oh, wow.
Yes.
And how those little goats would come over and put that forehead on you, and they give you a little push?
Mm-hmm.
It looks like he's lowering his forehead like a little goat, and he's coming in for a little sparring, a little pushing. You ever had goats do that to you?
Yeah.
Especially the little kids. They'll come over and they'll get got a little fire in them, and
and they jump before they take off and run.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like he's just putting his forehead and kind of giving you a little push. I mean,
but what's weird is it's the slow forehead lean.
Oh yeah.
In other words, just like
if you're receiving it, you don't really know what to do with it. Here I go. Here comes Daddy.
You don't even come in there too hot.
No,
knock.
No, but I'd almost take that versus the lean in, slow forehead.
Don't you know the minute his forehead touched the Pope's forehead, all of his handlers went, "Oh, the people are taking pictures like crazy." Oh, yeah. Frank in Mississippi. Frank, welcome. Go ahead, 30 seconds.
Hey, guys, I appreciate you taking my call this morning. I want to let y'all know my son was 28 years old, and unfortunately last week down on the coast had an automobile accident, lost his life in it.
I'm so sorry.
But y'all's program was so important to him. He listens to it during work every day. And I told a good friend of his about what a conservative Christian that he was, and he said, well, who did he listen to? I said, well, John MacArthur, R.C. Sprouse, and Rick and Bubba.
Boy, if we're in that company, good night.
That's good company there.
Where Bubba and I come from, we'd say high cotton.
Y'all were in mighty high cotton. And he started laughing. He goes, well, that's quite the trio there. I said, I know. I think Rick and Bubba was the best, but we had a good friend of ours who gave us Sherry's book. And my wife was reading it now. I'd heard about it about 3 days. I knew about it, but about 3 days before the accident occurred, you guys were talking about it on the radio, and and I was one of the first things I thought about when it happened. And then about a day later or the next day, one of the neighbors brought the book over to us, and we're reading it now. So I just wanted to say thank you to you guys for what y'all meant to him. He loved y'all's program, would not miss it. And it really meant a lot to him. So for what you guys meant to him, and I've been listening to you for years, I just wanted to say thank you to the two of you. And other than being tore up about the fact he's going off the air this year, never had a negative word to say about the Rick and Bubba show.
Well, you raised him right, and in the faith, and I'm not just talking about the show. The fact that he was raised in the faith, he embraced the faith, and now's that hope that comes with that now is paying big dividends. I'm glad the book's in your hand. If you have any questions or any way we can help you, let us know, and we're easy to reach out to, and we'll walk with you guys through this. Okay, brother?
And thanks for sharing.
All right.
That's awesome.
Thanks for sharing that with us. That's incredible, and so good to hear from you. To Dustin in Illinois. Dustin, welcome to Rick and Bubba's show. 30 seconds. One timeout's gone. There's one left. Go ahead.
Hey guys, how you doing?
We're good.
I was calling. I was listening to the Dateline show, and the detective on there was named Tommy Lenore. So I was just wondering, when Speedy said he's going off hunting with Tommy, if he's like a superhero doing detective work or something.
Yeah, I think that's just one of those two people with the same name.
Let me tell you.
I don't know that Tommy may be.
He could
now,
be,
if something's
and I don't know
happening
that.
in Chilton County, Tommy is.
Well, he knows
He's
it.
investigating.
He knows it.
I promise you that.
And we'll tell you.
Yeah, oh, buddy.
Could run for mayor and win tomorrow.
Absolutely. If I don't want to know what's going on, somebody says something, I'll just call Tommy.
Yeah.
Well, let me tell you what's going on. Like, I'm asking about these hacking of these trees. Just cutting the ends off. I don't get it.
He'll know.
Suzanne, Huntsville, 100.3 The River. Suzanne, go ahead.
Hey, guys. I just wanted to let y'all know that I think instead of headbutting, Joe Biden's trying to gather knowledge by osmosis.
Hoping it'll jump over there like an iPhone charging.
Let's go to Zachary in Arkansas. Zachary, go ahead.
Morning, fellas, Green Acres.
Thanks for the call, Zach Attack. Go ahead.
Hey, so I'm about an hour late, but I just got around to calling you guys. So with the couple from Australia, if there is a silver lining, once they get all this figured out, that's one less Christmas you got to try to find a way to at the holidays.
That's true.
right.
Well,
Yeah,
that is
that's a
true.
fact.
That's a great point. So
That's
you
just
got
right here.
Hey, let's go see Mama.
See, that's right.
It's one house.
I'm in. I'm in. Hambone, let's go. 30.
Might as well laugh.
Might as well.
Yeah.
Hey, this is Hambone from Birmingham, Alabama.
That's why I answered
I
it.
was
Let's
just
go to
gonna
Hambone.
ask y'all thoughts on the next election. I'm thinking about voting for Sleepy Joe.
I wouldn't tell anybody that. I'd keep that to myself.
I think y'all should vote for Sleepy Joe too. I mean, he's been one of the best presidents we've had in a while.
Okay.
And you base that on what?
Hey, is your mom and dad brothers and sisters by any chance?
Rick Burgess.
Hey, shouldn't walk right into that.
Right
there, just staying topical.
Yeah.
That guy's pulling our race.
Yeah, it has to be.
And there's more than one Hambone. That's not the.
No, that's not. No,
that's a
not
different
the other
Hambone.
Yeah.
I
think other Hambone is glad that you said that.
I knew we were off.
I think he's around the world.
Yeah, I knew we were off and running when I said let's go to Hambone, and the person says my name is Hambone from Birmingham. Yeah, that's kind of why I said let's go to Hambone.
It explains who he's voting for.
Landon in Alabama. He's just messing with us.
Yeah,
Landon, go ahead.
Bubba, you might know about this since you live up on the lake, but have y'all ever heard about the jellyfish on Lake Martin because they are there.
Bubba.
No, never heard of it.
No.
What?
No.
Look it up. There are legit jellyfish on Lake Martin.
No.
Bubba, you got to know this.
No.
I'm not kidding.
Landon.
Go look it up. There are fresh.
I've never heard it. First time I've ever heard it.
I'll help you look it up, Bubba.
Never heard anything about it.
Oh, Adler's pulling his mic down. He's finding something.
Freshwater jellyfish. That's a thing.
No.
That's what this website says on the internet.
Oh, it must be true then.
No, Outdoor Alabama is what I just pulled up the first thing that came up, and it
Bubba.
says freshwater jellyfish.
And Black Panthers.
And Bigfoot.
We'll be back.
And tornadoes.
More Rick and Bubba coming
Aliens.
up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I was crying my eyes out, and everybody was looking at me like, what is wrong with you?
Can you believe how long she hung with that and not ever thought? I mean, you could tell by she never went, well, hey, I am got it. I mean,
she was.
Can you imagine? First off, what she has to deal with every day.
Yes.
And two, that she stayed with it. I cannot believe how long she stayed.
Let me
with
tell you how tenacious she was. When I told her what was up and got her permission to use it on the air, you know what she told me? Oh, what time should I call you tomorrow to get this thing finished?
Oh, I know.
No.
Incredible.
Yeah.
Incredible.
So, well, Libby,
Well,
thank you.
I just about peed in my pants.
Well, but just about. See, our goal is to make you
Yes.
lose
If you'd
control.
have wet your pants, we've done our job today.
Yeah.
Oh, my gosh.
Thank you, Libby.
Hey, can I give a shout-out to my office?
Yes.
Southern Care Hospice in Elliott City.
Bubba, is your personal handler? I cannot have your hair looking the way it is right now.
Yeah,
we're showing way too much forehead.
Yeah, you like that?
Yeah, can we get the middle maybe to go over one
My
side or
gosh, I
another?
look like Mike Cruz.
That's such an inside, but gosh, that's good.
That's so good right there.
Yeah, just throw it over to one
I think
side
your
or another.
headphones. There you go.
Yeah, let's get her over there.
Now that looks real good.
Let me
right
see.
That's perfect.
No.
That is perfect. Let's go to...
the callers are loving it, though, by the way.
Denise and Jasper. There you go.
Hold on. Let me see it. Look at me.
Have we got a cap
Yeah,
there?
that might be... I think you...
That's not bad right there. Put your hat back. Put your
That looks exactly like it just did.
Well,
no, you know, it has a part
Yeah,
to
when
it.
you put the headphones on, you had something coming up here that maybe you've solved now. Here we go. There you go.
Hey, that's not
better.
that bad.
That's better.
Look at me. Look at me,
Look at
please.
Speedy.
Could you look at me? Okay.
I don't really like looking
where's the
at
hat?
That's better. I mean, right now I
You
have
don't
to...
like looking at me.
I have to...
Not like that when you're studying me.
Yeah, because
Oh.
it's very self-conscious.
But I mean, we're very confident guys. We're just trying to help each other.
Right.
Yeah, I
got
but
two,
I want to keep it that way.
I got two
Well,
words
we
for
are.
you, angel wings. But, I mean, it looks good.
I know every 7th grader's calling wanting his look back.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, right now I feel like you're sitting behind me in English in junior high, but we're good.
Yeah.
Denise and Jasper, how you doing?
Good, Rick. How are you?
We're good.
Before I get started, Bubba, leave it alone.
Yeah, how does it look
The more
right now?
you fiddle with it, the worse it looks. Leave it alone.
How is it right now?
It looks fine now.
Yeah,
Let me go back and see.
It's
I'm
dandy.
trying to stay off the TV so I won't have all the
Yeah,
interference.
well, look, he's a moving target now, but take a look.
Yeah, that's okay. It looks much better than when Roxanne first got a hold of it.
Yeah, it poofed a little
You need
bit.
to just let Betty help you in the morning before you leave the house.
Yeah, have Betty get up at
Just
4
wake
and
her,
fix
wake her up at 3:45 and get her on
Well,
the
No, y'all, he had a haircut.
Look, when
it
it's
was
wet,
fresh.
look, when it's wet and I leave the house, it's okay.
It's fine.
Yeah.
Then it dries. That's what happens to
How
mine
about your
every morning.
haircut?
And then it turns into straw.
Look,
But anyway, go ahead, Denise.
Well, Rick, you owned me this morning. Dickie Nadmeyer owned me.
Well, I know.
I mean, I was rolling off the couch. I'm not kidding.
You know what's so sad is Dickie Nabmeyer is not as exaggerated as we want to believe he is.
I know.
We-
That's
how
what's
about
so funny
this?
about it.
We all know him.
I know. There's a little bit of him in all of us, I think.
You said that, and I was trying not to say it. Thank you, Denise. Thank you.
That's true.
I try to speak for the Army.
Well, thank you.
I speak for the Army. Listen, when you told her to stay out of your personal life, I thought I was going to die. It was the funniest thing I've ever heard.
That is hilarious.
To me, she finally summed it all up. She said, well, you have to understand your answers are not what we normally receive.
That's why she was having so much trouble typing.
She was trying to make them fit, though, wasn't she? She was going to turn in that survey, wasn't she?
That was so funny. And when she said, like, you said something about, well, you think cross-eyed's funny? She's like, no, I was just trying to add some humor. I was like, okay, that's your humor? I have actually done that with telemarketers before. I love telemarketers.
Have fun with them. Have fun with them.
I got this one guy, and I started talking to him. I told him I was having dinner with my family, da-da-da-da-da. And I started asking him if he had a family. By the time we got off the phone, I had talked him into proposing to his girlfriend.
See, that's and I did one the other day. I threw one, and this I didn't mean this mean because I know they got a job to do. But if you call me, MCI called me, and I said we're about to move. I'm not even thinking about long distance right now. I've got a long distance carrier I'm happy with. Thank you very much. Well, the very next day, another person called from MCI and started the same deal with me. So I told her, she said, now, do you use long distance, don't you? And I said, no. And she said, what? I said,
I always tell them that.
I said, we don't believe in it. She said, you don't believe in it? And I said, no. I said, we only talk to people who call us. Look, and she just went, well, okay. Yeah, I mean.
All right, with this.
Type that in your computer.
Thanks, Denise. Kathy, Columbus. What's up, Kathy?
Monkey Grab.
Welcome.
Kathy.
Hey, Bubba, I just want to tell you, you look good any way your hair is.
Oh, bless your heart. Bless your heart. Turn it down, Bubba.
Hey, somebody get the volume switch.
Pass the gravy, please. Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Here we go. 10 minutes to the top of the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, a brand new Rick and Bubba University. The podcast is out. Also, a Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge going on today at participating locations benefiting LifelineChild.org. We've hit a lot on the program today. The world of sports. We've dabbled. We talked about the Stallions and their... I mean, do you
unbelievable run?
Do you call that a three-peat when you won 2 USFLs and then you won the UFL, and they're two different leagues?
You know, to me, it's kind of like what Larry Zonka was talking about the other day. You can only do what's in front of you to do, and when you win it all, you're the champ.
Yeah. So we would say the Birmingham Stallions and the head coach Skip Holtz. They have won 3 championships in a row.
Yes, that is accurate.
That's it. Which is impressive.
Amazing. Even Tom Brady pointed out he'd never won 3 in a row.
Wow. So we have other sports news today. Of course, we'll get eventually to Caitlin Clark as that circus continues. But first, we go to the world of golf.
Yeah.
And we understand that, Bubba, you came in today kind of draw back like a flip about this because the man the people won.
Yeah, I'm a DeChambeau fan.
Yes,
I have
you
been
are.
a long time.
Yes,
Now,
you
some
are.
members of my family who play golf have not always been a big fan of his.
Mm-hmm.
And so, we always have a little running
Really?
fun
Why do
with
they
that.
not like him?
Well, I think the quote was he destroyed golf as we knew it.
This is what I said this in the kickoff hour this morning.
This is the transformation.
This is honestly, people should do studies about this.
Mm-hmm.
3 years ago, he was the most hated golfer on the planet. He took $125 million from the Saudi Live Golf.
Mm-hmm.
Now, do you remember how
Was he
much those
first
guys
one
were
in?
hated? He was one of the first ones that left.
Okay.
And
Yeah, I do
was
remember that. I do
hated.
remember that, yeah.
His personality, the way he did things was untraditional,
DeChambeau.
and people could not stand it. And now he is the most beloved golfer on our planet. In just a matter of 3 years,
Man of the people.
he is the man of the people.
Mm-hmm.
It is.
I don't know who got that
people-
started for him, but it caught fire.
Well,
And
Well, a lot of it is just the way he kind of transformed
Yes,
himself into
he
social
has.
media, his YouTube, and everything.
He realized he
that's-
made some mistakes, and he wasn't his personality and the way he was handling things were probably inappropriate. And he's flipped
A little
all that
harsh,
around. He
a
said,
little
"Hey,
harsh.
listen, I learned from it, and just trying to do better." every day."
coachable.
I've got the clubs he invented, where he went all to
Yeah,
one size
one
shaft.
length.
You still use them?
Oh, yeah.
Did you use them in the last pro?
Yeah, yeah.
You like them?
It's very good for somebody that doesn't play a lot like me. 'Cause
Right.
You don't.
Perfect.
You know, you got basically 2 swing planes, the irons and the driver, so you don't have to worry about everything else.
Okay. I don't even know what that
It's
means,
more
but it sounds
consistent, you know.
good. Yeah.
So I guess that there was some theatrics to it, Rick, that we're going to talk about.
Okay.
And Rory McIlroy, who's been in the news, we've talked about him, and Bryson DeChambeau had come down to this last hole, and Bryson DeChambeau is in the last group, so he's on the fairway. Rory is about to putt this right here. If he makes it, then Bryson DeChambeau is going to have to par as well, and then they might go into some sudden death playoff type situation. So this short putt that the pros can make in their sleep.
He had made 496 of 496 this year from
Right,
3 foot.
right.
This is from 2.5 feet.
And then this happens.
Oh my gosh!
Yeah,
and that cost him.
And so now he's like, okay, so I'm going to bogey now because this is for bogey. Now at the time, Bryson is off. He's off in the wilderness, Helmsy. He's leaning up against a root, and he's going to have to try to he's underneath a limb.
Yeah.
What?
What's wrong?
Roll that back. That's the problem. He didn't set his ball back up right. Did you see that?
He doesn't use the line.
Well, he's on his ball.
I understand that, but he does it the other way.
He doesn't do it like those.
no.
Yeah, that's
Well, that may be why.
No,
no.
The idea is to roll it on the equator. He's an oddball, huh?
Yeah, well, a lot of people do it that way, Bubba. Not just
Really?
Rory. Oh yeah.
So anyway, so now he bogeys, and as I said, Bryson DeChambeau, he's in the rough. He's by a root under a limb and hits it up into the sand where nobody's really got an up and down from. And so he's got a par to win, bogey to tie. Okay, but Rory, he's messed up.
Right.
And so this is the shot.
Bubba, I don't know as much about golf as y'all do, but to me, it's hard to make a putt like that with both hands around your neck.
It is.
It is.
It really is.
I used to have a baseball coach.
Sure.
Would talk to you about that, how hard it is to pitch with both hands around your neck.
Here's DeChambeau out of the sand.
It's unreal.
Good contact. And that's caught the slump, ran up there. Right below the hole goes DeChambeau, and he's pumped up.
Man of the people.
Man of the people.
Telling you.
All right, man of the people.
What is that hat he's got on? What logo
that's
is
the
that?
his
live
logo.
What is it?
That's the live team he's on.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Man of the people.
It's got a golf ball. It looks like it almost looks like the Johnny Rogers.
Yeah.
They
Johnny
have
Rogers.
gone. They have gone with. It's almost that minor league baseball themes that they do. It's very cool.
Yeah, it is. It is.
It's always Johnny Rogers.
I know it.
This is the putt he made to win it here.
I know he ran the ball for Nebraska.
I loved him too.
This is it for the win.
He's a man of the people.
He'll give the crowd a ton.
I bet.
He's always been a little bit of mad scientist, always reinventing how he does everything, which I love that part of it.
U.S. Open Championship.
So I don't know what we want next, the reenactment or what he had to say about Rory McIlroy's missed putt.
Let's see the reenactment. We'll just walk through them because this is pretty cool.
Oh, the reenactment?
Yeah.
All right, so later that night, and Helmsy, you saw it live.
Yeah, I was watching this live. That's Johnson Wagner. That's the guy, by the way, that had been missing all those shots that we talked about a couple weeks ago.
Remember, he had
burying
to
himself.
yes.
Now, by the way, he's already hit one over the green, so I want you to think about that.
So
and
he's
then
trying
Bryson
to recreate
shows up.
that shot, right?
Yeah.
With little coach.
He looks like Mario big time.
He does, doesn't he? Stash.
Or he's about to scream something about my pillow.
Perfect.
Oh, please go in.
You'll see the hole, and it's dark. See the hole right there next to it?
Yeah.
I mean, did I get it? Steve, how close? Can I hold it?
Does he still have
This is why he's the man of the people.
Yeah, most would have left. He
had done all kinds of interviews, signed, I don't know, hundreds of autographs, did a thing with the Golf Channel.
He's a man of the people.
And as he leaves, he goes, "What's Johnson doing down there in the bunker? I'm going to go check that out." Yeah. And then this happened. This was completely not planned or anything. It was pretty cool.
Yeah.
Well, he's a man of the people.
He is. Listen, something else he did, and I saw Rory do something similar, so I don't want to say that Bryson's the only one. But there was, I don't know where it was, 8th, 9th hole, maybe making the turn, something. We're in the middle of a major championship, and there was a special needs kid sitting in a wheelchair. And he went over and gave him a ton, signed his hat, and then went through this rope line of people high-fiving. And I'm thinking, you're in the middle of your job, in the middle of the biggest tournament that we play all year, and you're taking the time to do that. That's why he's the man of the
And then somebody took the kid's hat, tried to leave with it, and he ran him down.
Yeah, that's good memory, Rick.
Is that same guy?
Yeah.
See there? Little contribution there.
So did they scream from the galley,
That's
man of
funny.
the people all the time? Every time he hit.
We tried to condense that down for you Burgess boys about as quick
That was
as we
great.
could.
No, y'all did super job, everybody.
You would have been entertained by what was going on yesterday.
I followed all that. Was very
Rick
good.
says he won't start playing after watching.
Y'all did a masterful job, pun intended.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
There you go. Kathy, thanks.
All right.
See, Columbus checking in. Carolinas are hot for you. Have you noticed that
Well,
just as a whole?
it's my people there.
Let's go to Randy in Nashville, Tennessee. What's up, Randy?
Hey, guys.
Randy, welcome.
Hey, Bubba, you have your hair like you like it. No, I'm glad I'm home today from work because if I would have been in my truck when Dickie Nadmeyer went into that,
No, yeah, look.
there would have been repercussions because my $250 deductible would have been, I might have had to call you guys and said you're going to have to chip in because I would have wrecked. That's all there is to it because I was here at the house laying on the couch cracking up. I said, you guys own me.
Well,
and when you started out, and when you told her that the computer was of the devil,
yes,
that's when you had her.
Yeah, and how about this? That's when she should have been done with me. And she
She
still
just said, apparently I've caught you at a bad time. I'll let you go.
And there was one that everybody missed. She went out of her way to tell me she wasn't selling anything, and the first thing I asked her was, what you selling?
Right.
Sure. Yeah,
No, you had her. I just can't believe the composure that she had.
Oh, she was a pro. How about this? I'd like to have her calling the affiliates trying to get them to put us on.
I tell you. Hey, let me give a shout-out to Steve. He'll know who I am, so you guys hang in there, and I'm listening to you every day. And the Dixie Chicks, yeah, that's a whole subject by itself, but just keep on them. So.
Thank you, Randy.
All right, guys.
Nashville not real happy with the Chicks. Have you noticed that?
Rick, email overwhelmingly dominated still with Dixie Chicks. A lot of people calling for different things.
I know.
Strange.
We'll be back 31 minutes past 877. We Be Big's our number. Our fax line 205-945-3999. The award-winning website's rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
That's the hour of the Rick and Bubba Show. 877. We Be Big's our number. Our fax is 205-945-3999. The World Wide Web is Rick and Bubba, spell out the word and.com. Go there and find out where we'll be this week. We'll be in Iron City coming up Saturday night, Iron City Baptist Church, speaking at the Wild Game Feast. Flattered that y'all would have us out. Also, you'll notice this is the last day for you to send in why you think your daughter should get a chance with VIP privileges to go behind the ropes at the SEC Gymnastics Tournament in cooperation with Golden Flake, putting that together. And they'll get to get great seats. They'll get to meet the team and the coaches and the players that they support and get great seats to watch.
Rick, also a quick shout-out, a friend of ours and who has really helped us a lot lately, Dr. Carl Neckman at Health South, who is my ENT doctor, did my sinus surgery when I had to have it, the second one. He's also Mark Prater's doctor, getting married this weekend, so we wish him a happy weekend all the way around.
Congratulations. Also, we missed it, but they're going to celebrate this weekend. Ryan Greenwood and his wife Amy celebrating an anniversary this week.
Yep.
And
how many for them?
11, 10?
You know what? That has to be one of the modern miracles right there.
How about I don't know? I don't know. I want to say 10. I want to say 10. But I could be so wrong on that. But anyway, so something like that. 9 maybe?
Still to come on the program, Jerry Seinfeld will be calling us here in about 30 minutes.
Yeah, I don't think we're going to get him in on the TV part, and I apologize for that.
About
but
that.
we've really been working to get Jerry on the show. So we're going there tonight to see him in concert in Birmingham at the concert hall. Chris is in Atlanta, has been watching on Turner South. Chris, how are you, buddy?
I'm doing pretty good. My stomach hurts. I'm a grown man, and I am not ashamed to admit I've heard about the infamous Dickie, that whole
Dickie
Nadmeyer thing.
Prank. Yeah.
And I'm standing there dancing in my shoes, and when you told her to stay out of your business, I lost it. I have to admit, I peed my pants.
So you
Chris, thank you. Thank you for sharing that.
He shares it.
Our goal has been met today.
Chris,
I had to go so bad when you started, and I thought, well, it ain't going to go that long. And then you guys were saying you couldn't edit, and I thought, well, let me go real fast. And then it started too quick, and I'm like, oh, man, I have to hear Dickie.
Well, let me ask you this, because we all admit in Radio Goobland a 15-minute bit is a little lengthy. But did y'all see anywhere we could edit?
No. I think part of the comedy was how long she stayed with it, and you couldn't cut that off. So
well, that was funny in itself. But I mean, when he told her to stay out of his business, and it was just hilarious. I lost it. Sorry,
Yeah. Well, I'm sorry. Hopefully, you had another pair of pants standing by before you went to work.
Yes, I do. So.
Well, look, thanks for your support in Atlanta. We're starting to catch on there, and there may be some even better news we may be announcing over the next few months.
Yeah.
So hopefully that will happen, and we're glad to be on television there right now.
Chris, spread the word,
I'm glad
brother.
I get to watch you guys. I just wish that I could hear, the entire show. So hopefully that works out. If not, I'm gonna have to move to Alabama or something.
Well, it's really no big deal today. All you'll miss is our interview with Jerry Seinfeld. So.
Yeah, that's all. But we're going to try to rectify that, Chris. Spread the word. That's the key.
All righty. Thank you, guys.
Thank you, sir.
All right, buddy. We'll come back. I know we've got another story we want to share before this hour is done. All of you need to be listening for that, too. Is this something we need to learn a lesson in this, too?
Yes, this will be a little lesson from the School of Hard Knocks.
Okay.
Taking the shortcut is not always the easiest way.
Okay. All right, we'll learn that when we come back. 877-WE-BE-BIG is our number. You're listening to and you're watching on Turner South, the Rick and Bubba Show. I bet they did.
How about Steve Gaines will bring the house down?
They got them acquired.
Yes, they do.
They'll keep you on your feet.
How about Steve will go ahead and say, here comes a message, get ready, too. Sure.
Can I tell you, I love the fact that they're on TV, too, because I catch their service while I'm waiting on everybody else to get ready to go to our church.
Yes. and
I'm running late, and so I have nothing to do. And that
the hour, coming to you from the Big Boy studio out on the bleeding edge of technology. How about it? Live or archived, however you're here, we'll take it.
Look around, I see blue skies.
All right, so, and Speedy, you mentioned in the kickoff hour, and I ran into some of these people again, too, and got emails, too, over the weekend. These people, they're in the archive world, and they're weeks and months behind, and they're not moving ahead.
They just stay with it.
I had somebody that we needed some information 2 weeks ago, and they said, just now hearing this, I got the answer you're looking for. I said, we've all moved on. That was 2 weeks ago.
Right.
Yeah. You're of no help to us now.
And they will not skip forward. They won't do it.
But anyway, that's fine. To each his own. Enjoy.
At least they'll have a good spring.
Yeah, there you go. I wish I had springtime weather again.
Yeah.
All right, funny, so a couple of things. We were doing sports, we did a little Sports Talk 690. And so we talked about golf, but another story that just won't go away that's in the world of sports, especially since there's no football right now, is people keep following this ongoing Caitlin Clark saga.
And how the league's out to get her.
and how the league has been given this wonderful gift that they seem to hate. They hate the gift.
Well, Rick, we had a play.
Do they have a commissioner?
In the game, I guess it was Friday night.
Right.
That Angel Reese just balled her fist up and hit Caitlin Clark right in the head as she was trying to do a layup. If she thought the ball was there where her head was, she grossly miscalculated it.
Was this the one that
she gets a fragrant? I can't say that word.
Flagrant?
Yeah, foul.
Uh-huh.
And but then after the fact, she says that I guess some people just get a special whistle.
A special whistle.
Yeah, look at the slow mo of this when it comes around here.
Okay, all right. So Caitlin Clark's going in for a layup, and
she hits her in the head good.
Yeah,
she does.
Yeah.
She does.
Boom.
Is she going for the ball?
She's going for the. I'm going to be honest. I saw this over the weekend, and I think this is just a basketball play. I don't think.
Now we're
I really
getting a little
do. I think we're getting a little ridiculous.
Guys,
She's did
this
her hand.
angle
She's
right
trying to
here
get the
shows
ball.
how far she was. I got to disagree. I think it was a dirty play. Nothing against Angel Reese.
Oh, you love Caitlin Clark. You got a T-shirt.
Y'all, this angle right here is bad.
Her
full
hands
speed.
are out.
Everybody-
She's going for the ball. She missed.
She followed through on her head so hard, y'all. That's
Well,
just
she
my
was going to
opinion.
follow through with the ball
Just
so
my
hard.
opinion.
That's
I
part
think,
of the game.
I think there's a third option, and I think it's probably the most accurate. It was a hard foul, but it wasn't. But
it wasn't flagrant.
It'll get you an F1 if you hit them in the head either way.
Right. No, I agree with that 100%. I'm just saying, when we played, we would sometimes say
you'd rough up somebody
when
if they were
somebody's
hot.
going for an easy layup, if you're going to foul them, have them thinking about it. See, so it's kind of like a combination of everybody's right.
Give it that and miss the ball.
Is it I'm going out to get Caitlin Clark, we would be going out to get really anybody that was going to hurt us on the other team that was trying to get an easy shot. We'd hard foul them in a second. So I don't think that's really outside the bounds of the game. Is it a flagrant? I know you got. I can't understand.
Flagrant.
Is it a flagrant?
Just say
foul?
F1.
Yeah. Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Well, actually, they didn't call it a flagrant. They had to go back and review it, and then from there, called it a flagrant. And that's what a lot of people were up in arms about, was the fact that it actually wasn't. It was just a basketball play.
Well, I always try to see the bench's reaction. They didn't really react that much. Of course, they hadn't been reacting at all.
Well, I was going to say,
I would
did
like
anybody,
for the bench to kind of get
did anybody
somebody's
help
face.
her up at all? I mean,
Her team did, yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
good. Glad to see that's happening now.
Yeah.
Yeah, because she's ended up on the floor quite a bit.
Yeah.
I mean, y'all, it's a pretty good play. I mean, it's a pretty good knock.
It is, but what
Yeah,
I'm saying is we
that's
used to
just
do that in
basketball.
basketball.
Yeah,
though,
that's
all
basketball.
all the time.
That's dirty basketball.
I
is what it
think,
is.
I think what makes it even worse is Angel Reese was the one who was congratulating her teammate so excitedly last week when she hard fouled.
No, true.
Yeah, 100%.
No doubt about that. Yeah.
If
But
that
here's-
doesn't happen, Bubba, we're probably not talking about it.
Here's that special whistle comment.
For inside, I mean, I think we were playing really hard.
Oh, y'all can't hear anything.
No,
I can't believe it.
It's okay, buddy. It's
I
fine.
thought y'all were getting all that up
No,
until then.
all right, it's fine.
I think we went up really strong a lot of times, and we didn't get a lot of calls. And going back and looking at the film, I've seen a lot of calls that weren't made. I guess some people got a special whistle, but
It's part of basketball
That's
too, by the
so
way.
good.
I mean, we've heard this from Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant. We've heard all these arguments. They're just playing off what used to be. It's good. It's good for basketball.
Yeah, it's good for women's basketball
It is,
because
for
people
sure.
are actually watching.
It is.
I guess are they?
So
Yeah.
I don't see how you would. I mean,
Do they have a
if
commissioner?
you're just doing it for the lobbying part of it, I got it. But it was called an F1 foul. I don't know how that's a special whistle.
No,
You know.
what? No, it wasn't called an F1. They
Well,
went
it
back
ended
and
up
reviewed
being
it
one,
and said, and that's what a lot of people are saying, that they shouldn't have done that.
Oh, I see. Yeah.
Well, don't they have the option to do that for that though? If they,
Yeah.
I mean, you saw the referee doing his motion.
Yeah.
He got hit in the head.
Yeah, I would say this. I would be sitting here
And it does happen.
If they called it flagrant, I would be okay with it, which they eventually did.
Yeah.
And the original call, I would have been okay with it. I really think it could have gone either way. And I think either
Flagrant
one of them
means
is
you
pretty much
correct me if I'm wrong, but flagrant means you intentionally tried to harm that person while going up, right? You intentionally tried to foul them.
I think there's probably a more technical that you can't hit them in the air, in the head, or knock their legs out from under them. Or there's some more, we've all seen them call, but I think they have a more technical answer to what you're saying.
But everybody, the officials saw the play. They were standing there. They knew she got hit in the head, and they didn't originally call that.
Right.
Right?
But don't they review a lot of them to see if it
Yeah, I don't
reaches
know.
F1 status? I've
I
seen them do that.
guess.
with
I mean,
men's
Is that what
basketball.
F1 means,
Hey.
flagrant?
Flagrant one foul is
Or F2. You know,
Oh, yeah. Oh, like tornadoes.
NBA, yeah.
flagrant one foul is assessed in the WNBA if a foul is interpreted as quote unnecessary, while a flagrant two foul would be unnecessary and excessive. So it's very cloudy, kind of up to them.
And really, who has that special whistle?
Mm-hmm.
And who's got the
For
special
Caitlin Clark.
Yeah.
So they're saying it's special not because it was a foul, but because it was an F1 foul.
Yeah.
They made it
Oh, yeah.
special by
Yeah,
making
yeah,
it.
yeah.
Because, I mean, I'm sure they're not saying that about the foul.
No,
It's clearly a foul.
Clearly a
That's the way
foul.
I took you
Clearly a
saying
foul.
Kathy Engelbert is the WNBA commissioner.
Anybody know
Did she
her?
ever speak? Can she talk?
She's mute. She's actually mute.
Yeah, because I mean, you got to get a handle on this. And
Didn't we interview her on the podcast?
Did you?
No.
What?
That's funny. But what I'm saying is this. Now let's also not live in a fantasy world. We do know that when officials realize that for any sport that there's we've all been there, even as coaches. I've had officials meet with me as a player and as a coach prior to a game and say, now look, we're not going to let it get chippy out here. So you're going to see us really come down to kind of, we're going, where they say, hey, they're sending a message. And so I do think that what's going on with Caitlin Clark probably does, we won't know this because the commissioner, I don't know if they ever have meetings, but, there probably is an attempt to say we're not going to tolerate any of this kind of stuff in the game. Let's just play basketball. So there probably is some of that out there too, I would think.
I mean, listen, I don't like Angel Reese. I hope she keeps doing what she's doing though, because this is good for the product.
Oh yeah.
I mean, she's like the Bill Lambier.
You know.
I mean, this is
She
good.
said she's
This is
good
like
with
the
that.
Pistons.
It's all a hoax.
I
They're
will
all
tell
in
you
on it.
this: what you better hope doesn't happen.
Rodman
is that Caitlin Clark ever finds somebody on her own team who likes her that is like Bill Lambier, because he would go after you if you went after his teammate too, big time.
Yeah.
I mean,
What about when
major.
he wore that clear thing on his face?
I love that.
That got on my nerves.
Bill Lambier was such a terrible person,
Oh.
and he went on to continue to be a terrible.
Yeah, nobody liked him. Nobody.
No.
Didn't he coach in the WNBA for a while?
Maybe.
I think he did.
His team was really mean.
Someone just sent us an email that despite the WNBA's popularity with Caitlin, it's still expected to lose $50 million this season.
Yeah. Oh, it's been a losing venture all
then
along.
we cry that it's not fair that they don't make the money the men make.
Right.
Well, that's because you're losing money.
Did you see that Indiana Fever, who they're looking at to come in and coach? Skip Holtz.
He'd probably do a good job.
He could. He could turn it around.
He'd win.
There you go.
The Fever did beat the Sky. The Indiana Fever did beat the Chicago.
I know
She had
that's your
22
team.
points, too.
We got it out there.
We got it.
She had 22 on the board.
We got
Angel
it 22.
So how many below 500 are there now?
I don't know.
I think they
Angel
want-
Reese, more like Devil Reese, got right with all that dirty play that she's doing.
All right.
Of course, she's fine, so there's that too. So that helps.
Adler.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Calms me down a little bit.
Sure.
to watch it all.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
Big shout out to Pastor Steve Gaines and the whole everybody in the choir. They love the show. Everybody did.
so the guiding light and
We kind of meshed last night. We're having this, our singles ministry having this this big thing tonight. Well, last night and tonight. Oh, at the Guiding Light Church. At the Guiding Light Church in Roebuck. So.
Well, good.
So everybody, if you get a chance, go out there.
I've seen guiding light too. I mean, y'all's pastor.
Pastor Lowe, Pastor Jim Lowe.
He can go too.
He'll bring the house.
See, that's a 1-2 punch, isn't it?
Hey, yeah, both of them.
Come on.
We saw him at the governor's inauguration, as a matter of fact.
did.
Fired me up.
He'll fire you up.
He outstanding. I wish, can we have lunch with him one day and just show him some love?
Let's do it.
You know, because you don't know, Bubba, you know, our show has a ministry too, 4 ministers, pastors,
called Give Me a Break,
priest, and you come to us and get a break away from the pressure, because it is a lot of pressure.
Oh, yeah, a lot of calls and people needing things.
When you're the head shepherd, that's wow.
I want a round of Know the Good Book with the pastor.
Well, we've talked about it, but look, we're saving it for the big radio period, okay?
Let's save it for spring break.
We need Pastor Steve Gaines in there also. So.
Our Supreme Book, not break. What did I say?
Yeah.
Sorry, Freudian slip. Freudian slip. I'm looking ahead.
You know, Rick. You know, Rick. Sometimes when you try to cut corners on
Learn a
something,
lesson
it's
here.
not always the best thing because it can cost you more in the long run.
Yes.
I have a. Hold on. Okay, go. I have a friend who is very accomplished in his job. He's done very successful. He's very fortunate to get to work with some of his family members, and they all, it's just a great time for them. They recently decided that they were going to get a boat, and they have got them a little piece of property down on the water, and they didn't want a big, one of these big bass boats, that run 900 miles an hour,
Sure.
which I've never understood what's the rush. But, they wanted one of these smaller ones, just really, on the big picture, inexpensive.
Functional.
Something we get out on the water,
Functional.
throw a few, cast a few times, do a little fishing, little bonding time for the family, 2 people in it tops, whatever.
Sure.
So they had ordered the boat, and they were all excited. As a matter of fact, he'd called me and said, we are going to put it in the water, and if you want to come down and take a ride in it, we'd love to have you. And we've got a Mo alert in progress. Okay.
All right. Mo alert on Hobie. Okay. So you got invited, but this is just them going out the first time?
Yeah, they were going to go out, and I made the joke about they're going to christen the boat with grape juice and all that kind of stuff. So they went out to ride around. J-Bo, don't let me bother you with this story.
Yeah.
And so
see how knowing it when you really got something.
Oh my God!
I know, it's terrible.
It's like shotguns going off behind you.
We have breaks that are 5 minutes, 10 seconds, so you can talk about whatever you want. But go ahead.
So they're going out to test their boat out, and they're actually going to put the boat out at their place and whatever. And I asked him, I said, and I was very curious about what all they were getting, and I said, well, did you get you a trailer and all that stuff? He said, no. I said, we're not going to get a trailer because we're going to pretty much leave it at our place, and I feel like it'll be a waste to have the trailer, and we save a little cash there on that expense. So they get this extremely nice boat. Got a lot of little extra features to it, some very nice seats,
a real nice motor, and they went to the 4-cycle, so it doesn't make as much, theoretically noise to the fish and smoother operation. I mean, they're going to get serious about their fishing. Well, I said, how are you going to get your boat out to your place? And they said, well, the folks that we're buying it from have been very nice. They're just going to let us borrow a trailer. And I said, well, you know what? That's nice of it.
Hey, that's stand up right there.
Well, Rick, sometimes the trailer that you let people borrow is not the nicest one that you have.
That's not your A game.
So they carry the boat out. They have a nice day on it. They're all excited. They're going to carry it back to their house, and they're going to store it there until their dock and everything is prepared, for the boat. But they're excited. Had a great day with the boat. Excited about the future of them and the boat.
Probably Channing.
Extremely nice. Nice little features on it they like. Well, they're headed on their way home up the interstate at dusk, getting dark. They hear a tremendous noise behind them. The trailer that they were loaned to carry the boat was old, rusty, not on the same level as the boat.
Well, because you loaned it.
Right.
It's a loaner.
One of the things holding the boat rusted as it was.
Uh-huh. 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba, Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge happening today. LifelineChild.org, the beneficiary. Go enjoy and participating in Buffalo Wild Wings locations in Alabama, and you'll make a difference while enjoying delicious food today. Bubba, you remember Nostradamus?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, you remember the first time you watched that? Good gracious, Nostradamus.
The one that, what was the old guy? It was the famous...
yeah, he did the World...
Citizen Kane. Yeah, what is his... I can't think of his name now.
Orson Welles.
Orson Welles.
Thank you, Greg.
Thank you.
Orson Welles.
And it was...
War of the Worlds.
It was well done to make you believe that a lot was in that.
Orson Welles, if he narrated something, you just thought, well, my gosh, we need to start prepping now.
He was, he was the forerunner of, I can't think. We've got several now that if you hear them narrating it, and Spock was good at it too. He was a good one. He did Raider Search of Noah's Ark. Remember the original?
Sure.
Leonard Nimoy.
Well, there's somebody that's now being called the new Nostradamus. You familiar with this guy?
No, I'm really not.
He's an Indian astrologer.
Yep.
I'm Nostradamus.
Hey.
He is saying, and look, now, by the way, can I just stop here? I'm going to stop. I'm going to stop with new Nostradamus before I go any further. Do y'all remember all the videos that y'all were sent that the last eclipse was the end times? Do y'all remember that? Has any of these guys come out and said, hey, that's on me?
That's on me.
I missed that one.
Yeah.
That was my bad. I remember somebody sending me.
Oh, they want you to sell everything?
And somebody sent me.
And every time a comet comes over, or planets line up, or another blood moon or something,
Yeah. But anyway, I remember everybody, what do you think about this? You watched the video? I have. What do you think about it? Nothing. I don't think anything about it.
Nothing.
I give credit that somebody took the time to put this thing together like they have and went and found all the names of cities and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
They'll never get that time back. But, this is... So the new... Yeah, if you'll leave it right there. The new Nostradamus, and this is going to be unfortunate because I plan on going to the beach next week. It looks like June 18th, World War III is starting.
That'd be tomorrow if you're listening live.
Doggone it.
Wow.
So...
World War III.
He says that it's just days away.
And how does this happen?
He claimed it could begin on June 18th, 2024. He's pointing out, boy, he's really cutting edge, something we couldn't do, Bubba. He's pointing out all the different international conflicts.
Yeah.
Whew. Yeah. He must be hearing directly from a higher power. I see him.
Yeah.
So
they're calling him the new Nostradamus because he's got these predictions,
Correct.
not because he is actually following up on what Nostradamus actually wrote and said.
He says it's planetary, though. It's got planetary stimulus. And he says tomorrow is big.
Tomorrow's big. Now, I feel sorry for the delayed podcast listeners because they'll never know.
The world could be over by the time they get the word.
I didn't even think about that.
Poor things.
He also says that he doesn't like the look of June 29th or 10th, but 10th's gone. So he said, so the 29th he doesn't like either.
Uh-oh.
So the 18th is a big story since it's tomorrow.
Yeah.
And he says if it doesn't happen then the 29th, I have a feeling when the 29th gets here, if it doesn't happen, he'll give us another one.
Yeah. And just keep giving.
All you got is planetary stimulus and the international conflicts going on right now?
How you feel about that, Bubba?
Did anything happen on June 10th where we could go,
He
you know what, he
predicted-
may have been
he
on to
predict-
something?
He predicted June 10th as the war start date. It did not occur, but you'll love this, Helmsy. Guess what the next line says? Casting doubt on his ability to predict these things.
Well, really?
I bet it did. I bet it did.
What day did we see that Russian sub out in?
It's in Havana right now.
Yeah, but what day did that all start? It wasn't June 10th, was it?
It was last week.
It might have been.
sometime.
He's now confident, even though he missed June 10th, he's now confident June 18th has the greatest potential.
He's just throwing days out there everywhere.
He's thrown June 29th, as I said, and there's another possible day.
Hunter Biden was on trial on June 10th.
Right. So
look, we may be sitting here tomorrow going, this guy knows what he's talking about.
Speaking of predictors, what happened to the fireman? Remember y'all had him?
Boy, you love him.
Yeah. What a nut.
Greg.
You love that.
Well,
oh man, he took the world by storm.
Now, he did call for 2 terms.
He called for
back-to-back.
he did. Did he say back to back? Or
Remember,
just
didn't
2
y'all have him
terms?
on the podcast?
Maybe.
Yes.
I think we did.
Greg, we have a lot of podcasts.
No, not Rick. That one sticks out.
You ever tried to do 52 podcasts?
We had that.
I think
we had that
had it.
pastor.
No, I
we
think
didn't
we had
have.
the
We
fireman.
didn't have the fireman.
I don't think we have the fireman on
Yep.
the podcast.
Yeah, he had his fire hat
We
on.
had the pastor that said that, I don't remember
He
what
was
he
sitting on a
said.
fire truck.
It was the
I
fireman. I'm telling you, it was the fireman.
Bubba, the real
I
Nostradamus.
think he called for 2 terms. I don't think he said they were in.
I don't
He
remember.
called for all kinds of stuff.
I honestly don't
He
remember.
called for more than just 2 terms.
Yes, he
I
did.
mean, he went on out there.
He had a lot
Wow,
going.
mad.
He had a lot going.
You know what he needs to do? Go put out fires. That's what he needs to do. Leave the predicting to whoever.
How about the new Nostradamus? How
Yeah,
you
let him handle it. Let's see how he does.
I'll tell you what.
Well, this guy apparently will move his date on you.
Oh, yeah.
What'd you
Well, that's
say?
it.
If they don't have
Well, you
this-
know, I was
he just-
almost right.
he just
Let's
keep-
try 26.
He just keeps kicking it down the road.
Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you, if that didn't work, this one.
They said
Remember
he said the reason people started listening to him, he actually predicted that there will be a great white woman that will come to the WNBA.
What?
They said he nailed that one. So that everybody
The only one that's real is the Long Island psychic. That lady with
The
big
original
puffed up hair.
Oh, yeah.
The original Nostradamus. How accurate was he?
Well, you know, when you throw these general, you know, when I have to assign somebody that he must be talking about this, I want you to just say like, hey,
There she is. Has the man in the blue turban showed up yet? Remember, one of his predictions always had about this guy in a blue turban.
I used to terrify me when I was a kid.
Oh, yeah. Like,
Orson Welles
no.
talking about that guy in the blue turban.
Good.
They ain't got nothing on The Simpsons, though.
Yeah, now they've hit some predictions.
That's right.
So there.
Well, you know what it is? I've decided their comedy is so outrageous on what they make that it just ends up hitting sometimes, you know?
Well, yeah.
All right, so we'll see.
It is funny, though.
World War III, according to the new Nostradamus, which is a guy from India, Kushal Kumar.
Of course it is.
He
couldn't be Frank Smith. or
He said,
anybody like
he
that.
said, hey, that's on me on June 10th. That's on me.
Okay, I was looking at it wrong.
But my planetary stimulus was a little off. June 18th, wow. And if that doesn't happen, 29th.
And if that doesn't, I'll let you know.
And I'll get back to y'all after the 4th.
Yeah, because I'm taking off.
Right, yeah, even though I'm in India. For some reason, I think he cares about the 4th.
But he's looking for a way to get out of work.
Mostly Americans fall for this garbage, so I'm going to give you a 4th off.
All right. Bubba, any concern on the planets? So how you broke it down?
No, not really. Nah. Just, you're going to have that every now and then.
You can't.
You got to have that.
Yeah.
Yeah. You know, Craig, his last quote was when they asked him about the 10th, he says, hey, you can't even have a prediction.
You can't have nothing.
No, not a thing.
Can't even predict World War III.
It's interesting.
World War III, I feel like there's a good chance it may happen, but I don't have to be the new Nostradamus.
No.
I can just look at what's actually happening.
Yeah.
It could spiral pretty quick if
18th.
a few things fall into place.
Sure.
18th.
Well, we've sadly had 2.
Right.
I think we would be
Yeah.
naive to not think the potential for another one is there.
Right.
And you look at some of these hot spots around the world, and
Oh, yeah.
Well, do y'all, if we wake up in the morning and we're all texting coming into the show about an event that's taking place that looks like it could be headed in this direction. Do y'all give this guy any credit, or do you just go, to Bubba's point, a lot going on in the world, and it's just the timing is convenient?
I put these people in the deal of like if you like a kid selling a raffle and you buy like 100 tickets versus one, you got a good chance one of them's going to hit.
Yep.
Yeah. I don't know how accurate you are. You just really looked at everything and said, I bet you we're going to have something happen here at some point.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Was broke.
Oh, boy.
And cut loose.
Goodbye.
No. The boat unloads itself off the trailer.
Goodbye.
Onto the interstate at 60 miles an hour.
No. And the concrete begins to eat.
Rick, boat, concrete, 60, dust, a lot of sparks.
Lot of sparks.
Even better, the rope that was connected that you cranked the boat onto the trailer with, it stayed connected.
What?
As it was reeling out, all of a sudden, that quick, they are dragging their new bass boat 65 miles an hour up the interstate, sparks flying like a welding convention.
Everything is old and turns loose except what you need to, the rope.
At some point in time, as they were trying to get off the side of the interstate,
dragging their boat
into the median, they realized that this highway was full of cars.
Yes. That was my next
driving
question.
at high speed at dark now, which means they probably will not see this boat in the road.
What about the trailer that fell off?
Well, the trailer didn't fall off. It
Just what was holding
holding the boat in. It basically unwound. How lucky they were to avoid a complete disaster on the highway.
That was my next question. How come there wasn't just like a multi-car pileup?
Very lucky that no one was in that first 35 to 40 foot behind them.
Yeah.
But their brand new boat, Rick, few problems with it.
Bet it doesn't look too good.
I don't know if the term a boat being totaled is correct, but if you have a new solid metal type boat, and it has been drug on the interstate at 65, it will leave a huge hole in the bottom of it.
Yes, it will.
Where the sparks were burning that metal out of the bottom of it.
Can I tell you this, too?
Not to mention what it will do to your motor and the propeller.
You don't have to be a graduate from Harvard to know that boats with holes in them, not good.
Had a conversation with him after it was over with, feeling lucky that a giant pileup on the interstate starring him and his dad, complete with helicopter coverage, had not occurred, said to me, I think I've learned a lesson. I will buy a trailer to go with my boat next time.
What? Because buying one for this one won't do you any good because it can't float.
No.
But do I
Rick,
I know this person?
I suggested they sink the boat as a fish habitat.
There you go. At least you bought something. It's almost like buying fish.
Sink it off your pier, then you'll know where the fish will be.
And go buy you another not overly expensive boat, but this time let's get a not overly expensive trailer.
The lesson, folks, sometimes when you cut corners, it's not as cheap as you think, especially if you have to buy two boats now.
I hope JT was listening. That's a good JT lesson right there.
We love you. See you. Jerry Seinfeld next for the old Stand With Us. See you.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Reuben stuttered as he was named by Paula Abdul as the Velvet Teddy Bear. Will be here in a few minutes. He's here somewhere right now, and I have a feeling that Reuben is preparing to come in here and visit with us this morning. And one thing I don't want to speak ill of the folks of Flava Incorporated because I mean they're here and they've got these jerseys we all love, but they didn't bring breakfast, and I'm a little taken back by it. And
sure.
And
did they not get the memo on that?
You know, when you visit the show, it's standard to bring a few biscuits with you, but you know,
not many drive-throughs open at 5.
You brought us jerseys, so I'm gonna let it slide. But I mean, it was a little. I kept looking for those bags. And
I thought we had some coming this morning.
Maybe we do. It's just
is it hid in the bag? We don't know it.
To me, one of the things, if you're going to get up and you're going to be energetic, there's got to be food. And yeah, I know. Have y'all already had your breakfast? Okay. Yeah, y'all were just concentrating on staying awake and getting here, weren't you? So
have y'all been out to see the show live? Any of you?
Yeah, have you been out to see
American Idol?
Been out there to see American Idol? See, you are going for sure.
I imagine seats a little tough to get out there.
Yeah. What now? Did y'all have any connection with Reuben before this? I mean, any of you know him? No. Okay. I keep hearing he's from Homewood, Alabama, but then somebody told me last night he went to Huffman High School, though. Is that right? Yeah. But how about that's not Homewood? Is that?
How does that work out?
We're back, 35 minutes past the hour. Come on with it. All right, how many of you right now, like check 1, 2, you're listening to this show on the Everyday Earbuds from Raycon? Yeah, check 1, 2 for Everyday Earbuds. Did you know that the Everyday Earbuds that everybody's raving about from Raycon, that they just got better? I mean, they just keep making them better. Just here we go. You can get the same quality of the premium brands at about half the price, and then here comes your old buddies Rick and Bubba getting you another 15% off and free shipping. I mean, can you believe it? So we still got the customizable sound styles. We got active noise cancellation's been added, ergonomic design's been added, multi-point connectivity added, so you can pair two devices at once. Still got the customizable gel tips where you have that cozy custom fit. Even Greg, when he's doing a little better, they stay in. They got the 30-day happiness guarantee, nothing to lose there. It's a great time to get Raycon's Everyday Earbuds if you've been remotely thinking about it.
Look at them.
They're about half the price. They got vibrant colors that look cool. You go to buyraycon.com/bigvox, B as in boy, IG, V as in voice, OX, 15% off, free shipping, and you could just go to the link at rickandbubba.com. It's provided there. That'll get you right to it. All right, so the new Nostradamus, we hit on him, and I think we got that covered. Somebody says what if some of the world leaders got together and they were going to do a surprise attack to start WW3, and this guy keeps saying the day, and they keep putting it off. Like, man, this Nostradamus guy's exposed us again, and they keep moving it. That's pretty funny.
That's funny.
I guess that is possible.
It is.
Bubba, are you familiar? I know we called it the Vulcan Mind Melt, but it's actually Mind Meld.
Yeah,
which we discovered this year.
Yeah, we've had that problem.
Right. What did this year? We just now got it right. But anyway, so
but he's melting the minds together.
I know. I thought melt worked.
What's meld mean?
By the way, this is a bit of a sidestep here, but it reminded me of it. Everybody, raise your hand if you're a big fan of the patty melt.
Oh, yeah.
Patty melt?
I don't hate it.
Come on.
Yeah, I like
I almost
the patty
broke
melt.
my arm.
I don't hate it.
Does it bother you that's regular bread? Is that what's your pushback on? Is that it?
I don't like that.
Okay, I knew it. God, you still that little
square
picky,
bread.
that little picky kid still in there.
I mean, I can eat it.
You'd tear one up if we put one in front
People
of
do it right, though, and they toast it with butter.
You get it a little better.
With or without onion?
I love the onion.
Gotta have
the
it.
onion.
It's not a patty melt without it. Do you agree with that? The cooked onions?
All about
Isn't that
onions.
crucial?
Yeah.
Can I object? I mean, you don't have
Well,
to have onion, do you?
that doesn't surprise
Not the same.
me.
Now you just
got a grilled cheese.
Yeah, you got a grilled cheese with a hamburger patty in it.
Not
That's all you got.
a grilled cheese
With a hamburger patty in it.
Yeah.
But
That's all
that's
you
not
got.
a grilled
Which
cheese.
is a pretty good sandwich.
Or a cheeseburger
Or
with
a
bread.
cheeseburger with bread.
There you go. That's more accurate.
Okay, same thing.
But you gotta have open face.
It ain't a patty melt.
Open face.
Hey, it's got to be laid. You can't have the top on it.
That's good.
Look at
As
that.
long as
Okay, I could eat that.
Now that I don't know what that is, but that looks good.
It's a patty
That's a
melt.
patty
That's
melt.
not- the patty
Greg.
melts I've seen are just
No,
like
that's an
that
open
expose-
face.
I don't know what you're
It
talking about.
exposes the.
That's an open face sandwich.
Greg, you can be wrong.
I was just
Yeah.
asking.
Yeah.
Why don't you just say I don't know much about patty melts? Greg,
I don't. I
That's a
didn't know.
patty melt.
That's
a patty
what
melt.
I didn't know that. That looks
Say
good
it
though.
Greg,
again.
what you're talking about? It's a peggy melt.
I like that big pig. That looks good.
All right,
so you didn't know what a patty melt was?
Ain't nothing but grilled cheese with a hamburger thing in it.
By the way,
onions.
Guys,
I don't know why y'all.
Hey, today I learned my little baby brother don't know about patty melts.
I could take onions like that. I didn't give you enough credit on it. I like that.
Yeah, that's why you jump out there, though. And
Look at
yeah,
that.
but I mean, I
that.
can
Look
do.
at that.
That looks
You know
good.
what you were,
I'd tear
Speedy?
that
You were
up.
unnecessarily critical.
Well,
make a
I'm just
homemade
saying.
one
I
then.
mean, normally I'll pass on onions, but
Are you the no onion guy?
what you don't know what a patty melt is, so hush.
So what?
So what?
I know what you thought.
Big whoop.
You were thinking about, and I can't think of it now. Open face.
Yeah, it's got cheese and stuff on the meat, but it's just
not
two
patty
of 'em.
melt.
It's got cheese melted on it.
Completely different thing.
You know
What is it?
A lot of
You know that-
cheese and butter.
Since y'all know so damn much. What is it?
I'm gonna tell you what it is.
I'm just curious.
I was going to tell you this. Don't get pushed in the corner and act up.
Yeah.
Listen.
You hurt.
So yeah, they just don't need. You can just sit there and make everybody feel bad for you for a minute. You don't have to come out swinging, throwing haymakers.
How did we get on patty melt anyway? We're talking
Because we're
about.
talking about a mind melt.
Buddy.
All right,
That's not a melt. It's a melt.
I know, but it reminded me of patty.
What is a patty melt then?
You know that place down there by the farm that we go and eat lunch sometimes?
Oh yeah.
Yeah, not the one where they carried somebody out on a gurney and they've still got nicotine stains on the drop ceiling.
Hey, got good food.
But the other one is they have an open face burger.
That's what I'm thinking.
Yeah, that is. Hey, let me tell you something. Hey, I mean, you got to get serious.
So if I ordered patty melt and they didn't bring that out, I would have thought that ain't it.
Well,
no, I like the way the patty melt looked. So
You couldn't call
I
for
don't
it
know if
'cause
I've
you don't
ever
know what
eaten
it
one
is.
or not. At Waffle House.
They
I
do.
think
Maybe
they
so.
have
Maybe
one.
so.
They do have
You know who else had a great one? Johnny Rockets.
Been eat there, but like twice in my life.
All right, so Bubba, you mentioned
your life.
you mentioned this a minute ago. Maybe we need the new Nostradamus to tell us. You asked a minute ago, when is the first Trump-Biden debate scheduled?
It is
into
June
June.
27th.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness! So here we go.
Yeah, that's right away.
So now CNN, they say, has unveiled something that they think is going to give guys. Why would this be a headline? CNN unveils Trump versus Biden debate rules, and one regulation appears to target the ex-president. Well, yeah, it's CNN
Right.
putting it together. This is not a surprise, but apparently,
You mean it goes it doesn't go for the ex-president.
Correct.
It works against him.
against him. But does that surprise you?
No.
Yeah.
And that was I can't remember I read over the rules, but I can't remember the one they said was definitely would hurt Trump.
They're attempting to
Was it-
now keep the candidates from turning the showdown into a free-for-all when they face off in Atlanta, like y'all said, in less than 2 weeks.
Atlanta Gym.
So they both appear at a uniform podium, and their positions at the podium will be determined by a coin flip. They can have no props, no pre-written notes will be allowed on the stage, but they will be given a pen and a pad of paper. They always do that with a bottle of water. They are going to do the thing where they're going to mute the mics. If you're not the one talking, your mic is muted.
Oh,
Well, they need to put
Trump
him
will
in
be
a-
silent. the
They
whole
need to
time.
put him in a soundproof booth.
Right.
cut the mic off.
Jake Tapper and Dana Bash. Who's Dana Bash? I don't know who that is. She's going to be part of this.
Oh, Dana.
Some chick.
Yeah, and so they say that the ex-president, talking about Trump, has the habit of mocking Biden.
Oh yeah.
At his rallies, but I'm telling y'all, these things of keeping Trump from doing what I think actually hurt him in the last debate.
I know
think
that might help him.
I know it's intended to be negative against Trump, but I think it may help him
Yeah, I do too.
because he's not coachable.
No studio audience too.
That's a big.
Maybe
I
that's
think
what
would
it
hurt
was.
Trump.
That's what it was.
Because he feeds off that crowd.
I think that'll be the one thing that might hurt him a little bit.
If you said it, I missed it. Did they do the sitting down? They can sit. Did you?
No,
Because I know the Biden campaign. Or
Well, he needs
whatever,
to be able to sit.
They were saying, hey, they need to be able to sit because he's not able to stand. I guess that long.
But he's going to run the free world for 4 more years.
Yeah.
What if he walks up and puts his forehead on Trump's like he did, like he did to Pope?
Don't think that couldn't happen. Don't think that couldn't happen.
Are you ready to
Guys,
rumble?
I'm going to say this: the state of the president right now, there is no telling what will happen.
He
If
might short circuit. They're going to have him so geeked up on something.
Now you remember that Trump.
Y'all think it's going to happen? Because I just don't see how he can survive this.
I think we got a better chance to see Tyson fight.
I was just about to ask you, which one do you think is more apt to happen?
Tyson.
They've got a new date out for Logan Paul and Tyson Robert. That don't mean it's going to happen.
Right.
So you remember, of course, they turned this down. Trump demanded drug tests before the debate.
Yes, yeah.
Well,
PEDs.
What if we
they're-
Biden
they're-
needs a drug test?
Well,
You kidding?
that's why Trump wanted it. He wanted to prove they were giving him something to get him up and
How
get
about
him
Trump?
to the occasion.
So I really think
the thing that would help Trump the most is if Biden has to go somewhere a day ahead of time and do something because they can't juice him up 2 days in a row.
I honestly think the president is so bad off right now. I know they can get him ready to go for short periods of time. I really think if Trump, I know it's going to be hard because he wants to take action, and I respect that about him many times. But in this case, sometimes your opponent is so far gone, you don't really have to do anything. Just let them flounder around on their own and just kind of sit there and put a look on your face like.
I think Trump ought to take a page out of Reagan's book and just he can debate points with him and policy and the bottom line though, and what I would get to in every discussion: are you better off now than you were 4 years ago? If you are, vote for him. If you're not, vote for me. And if he could stay to that and just keep burning that on,
he could.
just be the main.
If he could, that's the talking point.
Yep.
Those two things. Are you better off now than you were when I was here? And everything this tyrannical central government wants to do to me, they want to do to you, and I stand between you and them.
Yeah, it's both. I mean, I think both of those points hit home.
And just
with
stay
voters.
right there. And just stay right there.
And I think they hit home with independent voters.
Yeah,
too.
I agree.
That's the main thing.
All right, we'll take your phone calls if you got them at 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll also look at any headlines that we didn't get to today that we meant to when we come back. So, and wrap up this hour. For some of you, we'll wrap up our whole day together.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Right. Is that just a step out? I mean, are there people out in Centerport screaming, "Hey, what's up?" All right, so the American Idol people are now. You see the cameras in the hall, and this is where we will be cast on national television as local DJs. Look at Ruben. Look, hey, Ruben has got that look right now. Like it is awful early. Ruben, come on, wake up. Hey, Ruben, what's up?
I just broke my chair.
Well, hey, that didn't take long, did it? Hey, Ruben, can I tell you this? As you look at that broken chair, I want to say this following phrase. Hey, welcome to the big time. Doesn't that look professional, having an old broken chair sitting there? That's a proud moment for us right there.
Ruben, how are you this
Ruben,
morning?
wake up. Come on.
I'm up, man.
Was you up late last night?
Say what?
Was you up late last night?
I'm always up late.
Come on, look, stretch out a little bit now.
I'm up, man.
Come on. You all right now? What time they roll you out this morning?
Like 6 o'clock.
Man, I mean, you look all tired and sleepy.
No, I'm cool, man.
You do a lot of visiting while you're home, huh?
No, not really.
Have you been seriously? Have you been shocked at Ruben Mania? I mean,
Yeah.
it is. You would not believe this. Now, look, I want to get this out of the way right out of the gate.
Okay.
Talking about Ruben Mania. I got an email last night, and I told him I'd pass this along. And I think this would be simple, and I'll tell the folks at American Idol if y'all could get this on the list for this coming up. Big fans of Ruben Studdard. We're from Florida, so give a shout-out to Florida this morning. We've read he will be on your show today. How can we speak to Ruben regarding him singing at my wedding in November? It says says we're not stalkers, but we love watching him every week. We love Ruben, and all they ask is that you sing at their wedding. Should I give us somebody at American Idol to book this coming up November?
Yeah, they're going to have to take care of that for me, man.
I mean, how about I love somebody who says, you know what, if you don't ask, you know,
I love their effort, Rick.
That's
You've
right.
got to love that.
So Florida, well, I'm gonna hand that off to Ruben's handlers this morning. I'm sure that in November he'll have time to shoot down to Florida for a nice wedding reception.
Y'all are funny, man.
Well, Ruben, how is Ruben Mania on the West Coast? You getting a lot of love out there too?
Yeah, it's kind of crazy, man. It's really different out there because most of those people are used to seeing like celebrities all the time, but they still are in love with American Idol. So
unbelievable.
Are you blown away by all this?
All the time.
I mean, when I can still remember you stood up there, you went to try out. They said, hey, okay, you're going to Hollywood, and you jumped around, and there's your brother, and y'all were all going nuts. And I'm gonna be honest with you. I thought to myself, well, good for him. He'll be around for a round or two. Because you just never think, somebody who's a homeboy, and you start thinking, well, and then all of a sudden, the first time that Simon fell all over you, and he never said anything nice about anybody.
Right.
If Simon loves him, my gosh, it's a cakewalk now. Simon don't like anybody.
Is he really that mean, or does he just put it on a little bit for TV?
I mean, Simon is, one of the nicest people you want to meet off camera. But, he really speaks his mind. I think sometimes he tells them what a lot of people want to say, but they just won't say it. So.
Really, sometimes, and people say this, I find myself going, hey, Ruben's telling you the truth. Yeah, really, sometimes.
Simon, you mean?
What I say, Ruben?
Mm-hmm.
Simon was telling you the truth. And I think that
Ruben, too.
I thought to myself, clearly Ruben is extremely talented. There's no question about that. None of us will question that. But I wonder sometimes if Simon is also afraid that Ruben will come off the stage and stuff him in a sack. You ever feel like that maybe you've intimidated Simon a little bit?
No, Simon is cool, man. I don't think nobody intimidates Simon. He's going to say what he's going to say regardless because he has 1 million bodyguards. So,
that's right. Is Paula seeing anybody right now? Because it's clear to me she's hot for you.
I have no idea, man.
Hey, guy, is Paula available? Is she single these days? And because she is clearly
Ruben,
hot.
you hadn't asked her.
No, I ain't asked Paula, man.
Do you have a girlfriend?
I have to tell you this, Ruben.
You have a girlfriend?
No.
Well,
no.
what are you waiting on?
I'm trying to stay professional, man.
Well, look, anyway you get...
After he wins, he can date the judge.
Look, the people are voting. All Paula's doing is giving her opinion. There's nothing wrong with that.
I really, really love Paula. And I liked her back in the cold-hard snake days, cold-hearted snake and all that. And I think she's lost too much weight now.
Yeah. Is this our chance to talk to Paula, too? Because I would like to, Paula, we love you. I know you went through the weight thing. We've all got a little weight about us. I know you've lost weight. You look fabulous. I want you to hold up. Now, you're getting too slim. And it's just, I said the same thing. You're in shape. You're looking good. We don't want you to get too skinny because we like a little meat on you. And cold-hearted snake. We like that look. And...
Greg Burgess is taking calls now. Don't get into a patty melt versus an open-faced discussion, please. Let's get the phone calls ready to go. And there's lines available for you. If you want to join us right now at the number we just gave you, 866-WE-BE-BIG. Things you need to know. Rick and Bubba Buffalo Wild Wings charity charge in Alabama today at participating Buffalo Wild Wings locations, benefiting LifelineChild.org. That is the nation's largest evangelical adoption agency. Also, a new Rick and Bubba University. The podcast is out. We talked to the founder of True the Vote about voter integrity heading into the election this year and what we should be preparing for. And then we also let you know that this week I'll have the pleasure and honor of going to Philadelphia, Mississippi, the historic Ellis Theater, and I'll be bringing the message for the community outreach service during the Love Out Loud ministry that's going on all across the county there. 6:30, it's a free event at the theater coming up Wednesday night. And then Sunday night, Twickenham Church of Christ in Huntsville, Alabama. Another man church, Andy Blanks, will be there as they continue to work through the strategy. All those things are available to you going on this week, so get out and participate. Let's start with Martin in Montgomery, Alabama, listening to us on I-92 WLWI. Martin, welcome to Rick and Bubba. How are you?
Monkey grass, green acres.
Thank you, sir. Buddy. Go ahead.
Well, earlier y'all were talking about Nostradamus and his little prophecies. I found one that's written about the same time. It was given by Our Lady at Quito, Ecuador, and her prophecy deals with Christianity in general, but it is very accurate to what's going on today. I mean, you would think this was someone you had walked up on the street yesterday, and they just got into a spiritual topic and just kept on going on how Satan is influencing the modern world.
Well, we know that from Scripture, though. I mean, Jesus told us that once the fall took place, I mean, actually Satan is the prince of what is going on in the term, that's used as an analogy and also the literal sense of Babylon. We are all living in modern day Babylon, and this place is falling, and it is under the authority of Satan, and that's the reason why everyone has to be redeemed. When you're redeemed, then of course you've been made fully righteous, and Jesus is now giving back to the redeemed, and eventually it will all come to completion, what Satan took away in the original fall. So though there may be some predictions about that,
are there a couple of predictions?
Yeah, give us one real
she
specific
made that you would hold to go right there was a good
question. Yeah, give us something specific.
Okay, well, Our Lady said that from the late 19th to early 20th centuries, Satan would have control and he would try to destroy the church through various influences, including education. He would use education to push people away from becoming priests and other religious figures. He would also push into the public image how modesty was not as important as it was. There would be a lack of modesty in the entire world throughout this same period. And blasphemy and heresy would be on the rise during this period.
Yeah, of course,
we don't have to be.
Yeah, the Bible told us the same thing. The Bible told us the same thing.
Yeah, I would say
Our Lady gives.
Yeah, all these.
Lady gives us some hope
Jesus
in this prophecy.
Well, so did Jesus. Jesus said all these same things.
What I'm trying to say is, according to the prophecy, Our Lady said the church would be restored by about the middle of the 21st century, and Satan's and his influences would be defeated. It's not perfect, but
no, not until we get to the end of it all. Satan is not going to be ultimately defeated until we get to Armageddon.
Not ultimately, but his current attempt would be defeated.
Is this a computer talking?
Yeah. Okay. Well, thanks for the call in.
Yeah. No, it's not.
That's interesting.
Yeah. Thank you, Martin. Appreciate that.
Yeah.
Is this Jordan Peterson's brother? What's going on here?
Again, it all sounds very general of the things we already know. And so there we go. Yeah. But thank you. That's kind of you to call. Let's go to Scott, Dayton, Ohio. Scott, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, gentlemen, good morning. Monkey Grass and Green Acres.
Thank you, buddy, for the call. Yeah, go ahead.
I got a simple formula. I think World War III is going to kick off about a day before that debate. I was going to say I'd rather tackle World War III than take on Trump.
Probably right. Well, that may be. You may be right on that. David in Sweet Home, Alabama, if you want to join us, I think there's time to get more calls in, and some lines are opening up, so dial us now. David, go ahead.
Hey, guys, I'm 57 years old, and yesterday I received the best Father's Day gift ever from my beautiful wife.
Okay.
She hands me a bag. I pull out, Bubba, a big family-size pack of peanut M&Ms.
Oh.
Down in the bottom of the bag is a signed can of Spam from the Rick and Bubba Boys.
What a day. What a day. Golly. No dries in here.
That was awesome.
I bet you. And you thought to yourself, how can I be loved this much?
What have I done?
I had no idea.
Man, what a great wife.
God bless you guys.
Yeah, thank you, David. Appreciate you very much. Nick, out of the free state of Texas. Go ahead, buddy.
Hey, guys. So I did a little grilling yesterday. Tried something that y'all been talking about.
Mm-hmm.
The grilled okra. And I tell you what, that right there, it'll make your tongue slap your brain.
It's a game changer.
So many good stories today.
Yeah.
Isn't it amazing, Nick, and Bubba and I both have gone on and on about this, how something so simple can taste so good?
Lord, I know.
I mean, there's nothing to it, and it just delivers.
And how about it's just the way God made it, and you just brown it a little bit, and hey, it is really good. You talking about full of flavor?
Off and running.
I know.
Off and running.
Yeah, I mean it's easier to prepare than the way we've been preparing for forever.
With the same great taste.
I know.
If not a little better.
I think better.
Lisa in Tennessee, go ahead.
Hi. My mother is a
85-year dementia patient, and I'm used to watching her. And I do see that on our president. He's really to be pitied because he's being used as a pawn. And it's a really sad situation that someone that's in his shape is being used the way the man is.
Yeah, we've all had that same feeling because, Bubba's been through it. I went through it. Greg went through it. I remember trying to kind of protect the dignity when ours started losing it, and they don't seem to be doing that. I mean, there is a sadness to it that he's being paraded around like this, and not being taken care of better.
Very sad.
But they are. So we are in our right as citizens to point that this doesn't look like someone that can do the job of what the job demands.
4 more years?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
And the fact that they keep trying to sell us that he's not. He has no problems. He's awesome. All of that puts us all in a very awkward position. Top of the hour. Thanks for being with us. If you're leaving us right now, you can grab any part of the show you missed today on the Rick and Bubba Daily Archives on the YouTube channel and podcast channel.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.